Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 Reinforcements. Qin Wentian threw away the magic weapon spear without any hesitation. He was too conspicuous holding the magic weapon spear in his hand. The people chasing him could easily track him down by asking passers-by. He would not be lucky because he killed a strong man in the Wheel Meridian realm. That was just a person in the Wheel Meridian realm who cultivated the heaven and earth elemental power. His strength was not strong enough. If he met a stronger one, he would not be able to compete with the other party. Even with the amplification of the spear, he would still die in battle. At this time, he knew how to choose. After throwing away the spear, he bought a robe in a shop he passed by and put it on his body to cover his original clothes. Then he circled in this street. Sometimes he would meet the people chasing him looking around, but as long as he turned around and walked into certain alleys silently, it would be difficult for people to find him. But what made Qin Wentian feel a chill was that he found that this area was almost sealed off. More and more people from the Yi family and the Bai family gathered here and guarded the major gaps. He wanted to go out several times but retreated silently. It seemed difficult to get out of this area. Find someone to act as a guide to guard the gaps, and let others infiltrate this area to search. If we keep going like this, we will be found sooner or later. At this moment, Qin Wentian was leaning against a wall, playing with a star-shaped object that Heibo gave him. He didn't know what was inside, but Heibo obviously wouldn't give him useless things. However, at this moment, there was a slight sound of footsteps approaching slowly. Qin Wentian's heart tightened. He glanced over and saw a person walking towards him. Because Qin Wentian had been lowering his head, he was just suspicious and shouted to Qin Wentian, "Raise your head." Qin Wentian didn't raise his head. The other party's footsteps slowly approached, causing Qin Wentian's whole body to tense up again, and the strength in his body was already gathering. Suddenly, Qin Wentian raised his head and was about to make a move, but he heard a puffing sound, and a long spear directly pierced the man's neck horizontally. Then, a figure walked out of the yard next to him. Second uncle. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly froze. This person turned out to be Qin He. He didn't know that Qin He had chased him after seeing him coming. Alive. Qin He left 2 words, and then walked quickly out of the alley. He was wearing a long robe like Qin Wentian, and he put a bamboo hat on his head and lowered his head. In this way, as long as his face was not seen by others, he was almost the same as Qin Wentian with a spear in his hand. The long robe could easily make people ignore the difference in size between him and Qin Wentian. Second uncle. Qin Wentian suddenly realized what the other party was going to do when he saw the back, and he cried out, but there was only a collision sound outside. Qin He deliberately knocked something down to attract other people's attention. Found it. Here. The exclamation came from outside soon, causing Qin Wentian to tremble inwardly. Live. Qin He's voice came back to his mind. There were only 2 words, no extra words. At this moment, Qin Wentian remembered a lot. In the past, Qin He always treated him coldly. In the past, Qin He even advocated expelling him from the Qin mansion, but at the critical moment of life and death, he walked out on his behalf without any hesitation, leaving him with only a bloody back. He thought of Bai King Song's hypocritical face again. Some people, they are sanctimonious and gentle, but they are completely despicable people. Some people, he seems indifferent, but can't hide the bloody passion at all. The men of the Qin mansion have blood but no tears. Must live. Qin Wentian clenched his hands, with only one thought in his mind, live. Turning around, he went in the opposite direction of Qin He. Qin He put himself in danger, and it is very likely that he will never return, which gave him a great opportunity to escape. Even if not for himself, for Qin He must escape. Qin Wentian's pace was getting faster and faster. Since Qin He was doing this, it would definitely make a big noise and attract the pursuers to encircle him. But once his identity was discovered, the pursuers would react. He had to take advantage of this gap to leave the area. The anger in his heart and the belief in escape turned into strength. Qin Wentian's speed was very fast. He shuttled through the alleys and alleys of the street. Not long after, he came to a gap. Sure enough, no one was guarding it. Without any hesitation, Qin Wentian rushed out and then sped away along a road. Next to him was a high wall. This high wall separated a street inside from the road outside. At this time, in front of Qin Wentian, a vigorous figure suddenly jumped on the high wall. It was a woman, about 18 years old, with a dress that fit her body tightly, perfectly outlining her curves. Her shoulder-length black hair danced in the wind. When she saw Qin Wentian, her eyes lit up, and then she put her hand in front of her mouth and whistled, with a charming smile on her face. Qin Wentian did not recognize this beautiful and charming woman, but from the look in her eyes, it was obvious that she recognized him. However, the woman did not show any hostility, so Qin Wentian continued to run quickly. However, he soon discovered that the woman's body was moving parallel to him, but she was on the high wall, while he was on the road below the wall. "Haha, have you found the person?" A hearty voice came out, and then Qin Wentian saw another figure jumping on the high wall and looking in his direction. "It's naturally no problem for me to go out on horseback." The woman smiled, and the two did not communicate with Qin Wentian, but just followed him all the time, which made Qin Wentian curse in his heart. On the other side of the high wall was a street, and the two's actions would definitely attract other people's attention. If they continued like this, they would be exposed sooner or later. Speeding up, Qin Wentian bypassed this road and turned to another wide road, preparing to go to the Xing Guild. Perhaps there he could take shelter temporarily. The sound of horse hooves came out, and the dust was flying in front. Soon, Qin Wentian saw a group of knights sweeping in, and the person leading them was Yumo. Many figures appeared on the left and right sides, which made Qin Wentian pale. He was exposed. This time, he couldn't escape. "You must be alive," Yumo said coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes without any concealment. Two figures rushed towards Qin Wentian. The terrifying speed made Qin Wentian feel frightened. This was definitely a person in the Wheel Meridian realm that he could not compete with. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian only felt a gust of wind blowing from behind him. Before he could react, a figure rushed out from behind him and took huge steps towards the two people who were running towards Qin Wentian. The ground shook violently. Every time the figure that suddenly appeared took a step, a deep footprint would immediately appear on the ground, shaking people's hearts. Puff! A light sound came out, and the space suddenly solidified. Qin Wentian saw that the mysterious figure's palms were like sharp blades, directly piercing the hearts of the two people opposite. With a slight force on his palms, the Yi family strongman who was killing him suddenly laid down softly. So strong. Qin Wentian's face trembled. He found that the man who killed the Yi family's strong man was actually the one walking on the high wall. Sure enough, at this time, the woman on the high wall appeared beside him. At the same time, figures flashed in all directions. They were all young people, most of whom were under 20 years old. These young people all had a similar temperament and were outstanding. Junior brother is very handsome. The woman had a charming smile between her eyebrows, and a faint fragrance drifted into Qin Wentian's nose. Coupled with her blood-spurting figure, Qin Wentian's heart was surging, and he secretly cursed this woman as a goblin. This woman who was slightly older than him could be compared with the four beauties of Xianyang City in terms of beauty, and she was more charming and seductive, especially the plump and crisp peaks outlined by tight clothes, which made people want to bleed from the nose. Junior brother. Qin Wentian couldn't help but think when he heard this address. He didn't seem to be a disciple of anyone. But when a figure came into view, Qin Wentian suddenly understood. He saw Mo Xiang. Then, the origins of these people were obvious. They were students of the Imperial Star Academy. "I believe this is not the will of the Imperial Star Academy, right?" Yumo said calmly. "The Imperial Star Academy should have been separated from this matter. Mo Xiang and his friends should not be here. This is my will, Mo Xiang. It has nothing to do with the Imperial Star Academy," Mo Xiang said calmly. In fact, just as Yumo thought, due to the pressure of the imperial power and various complicated interest chains, Mo Xiang's idea of asking the Imperial Star Academy to intervene in this matter was rejected. His partner even left alone and returned to the Imperial City. Mo Xiang didn't know what kind of interest transaction was involved, but he liked the young Qin Wentian. The young man's character, will and talent made him like him very much. So, he wanted to protect Qin Wentian, so he mobilized his students and asked them to rush to Xianyang City overnight, and then there was the current situation. "In that case, I'm relieved," Yumo said calmly, and then he waved his hand, and the soldiers on all sides surrounded them at the same time. Although the students of the Imperial Star Academy are powerful, they have an absolute advantage in numbers. Since Mo Xiang and the others want to intervene, let's stay in Xianyang City together. P.S. I'm going to rush to the list on Monday, and I'm asking for support. I hope everyone can help the new book get a better score. Wuhan will be grateful. Chapter 27, The Evil Heart. The cavalry trampled the ground and swept towards Qin Wentian and the Emperor Star Academy. Yumo did not move. His eyes were fixed on Mo Xiang. Since these people only represented their personal positions, he would not be polite at all. Qin Wentian glanced around. The people brought by Yumo were still gathering here. However, the Emperor Star Academy only had more than 10 martial artists, and they were also young. This battle was probably still difficult. Dashin. The charming woman next to Qin Wentian shouted, and suddenly a burly body rushed out, and the star soul bloomed. 2 star souls appeared above his head. The first star soul was a demon ape star soul, which was full of terrible violence, as if it was alive. The second star soul was a stone man. How strong will the defense be with this combination of star souls? Qin Wentian's pupils shrank. The demon ape star soul and the stone man star soul are definitely a super defensive combination, and the attack power will also be very strong. People who have the talent to condense multiple star souls will carefully consider the combination of star souls. Earth explosion. The young man called Dashin punched the ground fiercely with both fists. Suddenly, it seemed as if a terrifying torrent rushed forward. The ground exploded wildly, deep pits appeared, and the warhorse neighed. However, there were still warhorses that jumped over and rushed directly towards Dashin. Dashin's footsteps trembled and his body stood like a mountain. The spear whistled and stabbed at Dashin, but he caught the 2 spears with both hands at the same time. The warhorse hit him directly, and the terrifying force did not make him move his feet. Sure enough, what a terrible defense. Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly, and then he saw Dashin raised up with his gun and smashed it to the ground fiercely. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the warhorse was so scared that it ran away on its own, causing the formation in that direction to be in chaos, and it seemed that one man could block the pass and 10,000 men could not open it. Fights in other directions also broke out instantly. Qin Wentian saw that one person had 2 star souls, both of which were sword star souls. They were faintly fused together. A terrible sword aura emanated from the whole person. Wherever he passed, blood fell like rain. They were all strong men in the Wheel Meridian realm with 2 star souls. The Emperor Star Academy would not accept anyone who is not a genius. However, Yumo had many people after all, and there were still some who slipped through the net and attacked Qin Wentian. However, the woman beside him smiled lightly and swung her hand suddenly. Qin Wentian only saw a flash of whip shadow, and the figure on the warhorse was whipped away and fell to the ground and died. The whip was as sharp as a sword, killing people with one move. Junior brother, you need to leave here. The woman's arm was hooked around Qin Wentian's neck, and her smiling face was only 1 step away from Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian uneasy and cursed her as a female demon. Let's go. You'll affect their battle if you stay here. Ruahun continued. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. He knew that with his current strength, he could only be considered a burden. Let's go. Qin Wentian decisively went in the direction where there were fewer people. Sister will protect you. Ruahun followed, and the whip in her hand swept, instantly opening a path in front. Yu Fei, help me cover the rear. Okay. The young man with the sword jumped into the void and landed behind Ruahun. Several sword lights swept out, and the pursuers were killed on the spot. Qin Wentian ran away without even looking back at the battlefield. After seeing the strength of those people from the Emperor Star Academy, he felt even more weak. Whether it was Dashin or Yu Fei, they stood there. No matter how many people in the body refining realm they had, they were not enough for them to kill. At least people in the Wheel Meridian realm could fight them. Junior brother, where are we going? Ruahun always followed Qin Wentian, strolling leisurely, and could maintain the same speed as him without any effort. Senior Mo Xiang and the other brothers can fight against those people. Qin Wentian asked. No, except for our teacher who is in the Yuanfu realm. The highest cultivation level of the others is only the 7th level of the Lunmei realm. The opponent Yumo is in the Yuanfu realm, and there are many other Lunmei realm masters. And this is not all their strength. As long as there is another Yuanfu realm, the battle will become one-sided. Once this happens, the people of the Emperor Star Academy will immediately choose to evacuate. Although our Yuo Huan was running, her words were very clear. She knew very well how terrifying a Yuanfu realm master was. As long as there was another one, no matter how strong her brothers and sisters were, they had to flee, and they had to flee as quickly as possible. Qin Wentian nodded slightly and said, "Thank you." Obviously, these people appeared in Xianyang City to save him, which was very dangerous. Ruahun chuckled and asked, "Where are we going now?" "Xing Guild," Qin Wentian said, causing Ruahun to show a strange look and asked Qin Wentian, "Have you joined the Xing Guild?" "No, I know a master of refining in the Xing Guild, and he promised me that I can go there to take shelter temporarily," Qin Wentian replied. Ruahun's charming eyes flickered, as if she was thinking about something, and then she said, "Can we not go?" Qin Wentian looked at Ruahun in surprise, and then said, "My family may have gone there too, and Xianyang City has been sealed off, so the Xing Guild is the only place where we can take shelter temporarily." Ruahun didn't say anything more, and ran wildly with Qin Wentian towards the Xing Guild without stopping for a moment. When Qin Wentian arrived at the Xing Guild, the effect of the acupuncture method disappeared, and unprecedented fatigue invaded his body, making Qin Wentian want to fall down, but he couldn't at this moment. In the Xing Guild, Qin Yi and Qin Yao and the others had indeed arrived, but compared to the time of the breakout, only half of the number of people remained, and the sacrificed people were almost all Wu Wei. The core members of the Qin mansion were all there, but they were all injured. Wentian, Qin Yi and the others saw Qin Wentian walk into the Xing Guild, and they all came over immediately. "Any news about your second uncle?" Qin Yi asked. Qin Wentian's expression was slightly condensed, and he shook his head. Suddenly, Qin Yi and Qin Shuang's faces turned particularly pale. "It seems that my prediction was not wrong. The Qin mansion is really going to be destroyed." A harsh voice came from the side, and Qin Wentian's eyes turned around immediately, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. "Lin Yu came here to take the magic weapon today." Seeing Qin Wentian and the others in such a mess, she couldn't help but sneer. Qin Wentian walked towards Lin Yu step by step. His cold eyes were like a sharp blade, which froze Lin Yu's expression. He said, "Your family is going to be destroyed. Do you want to vent your anger on me? Get lost." Qin Wentian spat out a word, which froze Lin Yu's expression. Get lost? This stray dog actually dared to teach her to get lost, but at this moment, the pressure Qin Wentian gave her made her feel flustered. "Master Feng Ping." At this moment, Feng Ping came from not far away. Lin Yu was immediately delighted and ran over. "Get lost." Before Lin Yu reached Feng Ping's side, she heard Feng Ping's cold voice, which froze Lin Yu's steps and her face suddenly turned pale. Feng Ping was in a bad mood at this time. He had no time to pay attention to Lin Yu. He walked straight to Qin Wentian and said, "Master Wentian, you are here. Master Mu Qing is in seclusion refining weapons. He will come out later. Everyone, please take a rest in the hall." Feng Ping was very polite, which made Lin Yu next to him look stiff. Qin Wentian and the others nodded and sat aside to rest, but they were all in a very solemn mood. No one even spoke. The Qin mansion didn't know what the situation was now. "Go away. Don't come to me anymore," Feng Ping said to Lin Yu lightly, ignoring Lin Yu's humiliated eyes. Many people in the Galaxy Guild were paying attention to the Qin mansion, and they sighed in their hearts. The Qin mansion, which was once a powerful force in the Chu state, is now shaky and in danger. The people in the Qin mansion are also facing a desperate situation. Time slowly passed, but Mu Qing never came out until the sound of horse hooves sounded outside. A group of cavalry stopped 100 meters away from the Galaxy Guild. It was Yimo's people who arrived. Moreover, Yimo brought some people directly to the door of the Galaxy Guild. Suddenly, his eyes collided with those of the people in the Qin mansion, and a terrible pressure filled the air. The sound of horse hooves continued, and Yimo and his men continued to come to reinforce outside. Wu Ziluo also rushed here. Everyone in the Qin mansion felt a heavy pressure coming towards them. "Sorry for the wait." At this time, a hearty voice came, and Mu Qing, the president of the Xing Guild, and the arrogant woman came over. "Qin Wentian, what do you think about the matter?" Mu Qing asked with a smile. His expression was gentle, making people feel very comfortable. "The matter?" Qin Wentian was stunned. "Joining the Xing Guild and becoming my disciple. Master Mu Qing, isn't he a guest official?" Qin Wentian looked puzzled. No. The president said that we don't need guests here anymore. You should consider joining the Xing Guild and becoming my disciple," Mu Qing still said with a smile. Ruahun, who was beside Qin Wentian, narrowed her eyes into slits. At this moment, she probably understood what happened. She put her mouth close to Qin Wentian's ear and whispered, "Do you have something he wants? As a guest of the Xing Guild, He has no control over you. Once you join the Xing Guild and become his disciple, you have to do whatever he says. Qin Wentian was not stupid, and the people in the Qin mansion were not stupid either. At this moment, they saw the gentle smile on Mu Qing's face, but they felt cold all over. That smile was like a poisonous snake, which made people shiver. Obviously, Mu Qing did it on purpose. He deliberately waited for Yumo to arrive with his men and put the Qin mansion in a desperate situation before he came out. He wanted to leave Qin Wentian no choice. What a sinister guy. Feng Ping cursed in his heart, with anger in his eyes. He thought that he was no longer a good person, but after spending a few days with Mu Qing, he felt that he was too naive. The reason why he was in a bad mood was because the second-level Zuan wound that Qin Wentian gave him was borrowed by Mu Qing. When he wanted to take it back today, he was insulted by Mu Qing instead. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28: Summoning War Beasts. Qin Wentian's eyes kept looking at Mu Qing, looking at that cold smile, and said, "What if I don't agree?" "You'd better agree." Mu Qing didn't speak, but the woman beside him spoke. Her eyes were as arrogant as always, looking down at Qin Wentian and others, saying, "Master Mu Qing is a second-level refining master, and is not far from a third-level refining master. With your status in the Qin mansion, this is a gift to you and your honor. Do you understand? Qin Wentian, this is giving you a chance." The branch president of the Xing Guild also spoke. At this time, Qin Wentian clearly felt the arrogance of the three people opposite him. It was an arrogance in their bones. They didn't take him and the Qin mansion seriously at all. If it weren't for the fact that he had some perfect second-level profound patterns, these people wouldn't even bother to look down at him. For Mu Qing, as long as he said no, he and Qin Yi and others would be pushed into the abyss. If that's the case, why did you ask us to come to the Xing Guild in the first place? Qin Yi's voice was cold and extremely angry. If he hadn't promised Qin Wentian, the people in the Qin mansion would not have placed their hopes on the Xing Guild. Mu Qing glanced at Qin Yi indifferently and said calmly, "Even if Qin Wentian agreed, you will not be protected by the Xing Guild. Despicable, I don't need your protection." With a roar, Qin Yi's fist was like a tiger's roar, and he rushed towards Mu Qing. A fierce look flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. He flicked his fingers, and Qin Yi suddenly felt a terrifying flaming lion rushing towards him. With a bang, Qin Yi's body was blown away. "This is the Xing Guild. I don't want to kill you, but there won't be a next time." Mu Qing's expression was still so calm. The gap between the cultivation of the Yuanfu realm and the Lunmei realm was too big. Even though Qin Yu is a figure of the 8th level of the Lunmei realm, he was still vulnerable. The people in the Qin mansion showed angry expressions, but they couldn't afford to offend the Xing Guild. This feeling was very painful and aggrieved. "Have you thought about it?" Mu Qing said to Qin Wentian. As long as Qin Wentian nodded, he could not only survive, but also join the Xing Guild. In his opinion, anyone who is not a fool would know what to choose. Qin Wentian turned around and looked at Qin Yao and others. "Wentian, there are no cowards in the Qin mansion." Qin Yao said coldly. "There are no cowards in the Qin mansion." Everyone spoke in unison. Even if they died, they would not suffer such humiliation. Today's humiliation, if you don't die, you must remember it. Qin Wentian glanced at Mu Qing, then turned around and walked out of the Xing Guild. If Mu Qing hadn't been able to guide them to the Xing Guild, they would not have fallen into such a desperate situation. Everyone in the Qin mansion followed Qin Wentian and left, glancing at Mu Qing angrily. "Make way, let them out, and don't affect my Xing Guild." Mu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, flashing a cold and indifferent look, and said lightly to Yumo and others outside the door. Yumo and the others retreated, making way for them to go out. Now, the fate of these people was in his hands. Qin Wentian and the others walked down the stairs of the Galaxy Guild and stepped into the wide square outside. All directions were blocked and they could not escape at all. "On the way, you asked me if we could not come here. Did you guess something before?" Qin Wentian whispered to Ruahun beside him. "The Galaxy Guild is different from other forces. They are unique and do not interfere with the outside world, but they have terrifying power. Most people in it are profit-oriented, so I am worried that what you can give to the Galaxy Guild is not as much as what the Yi family can give. But it seems that I was wrong." They seem to value what you can give them more, but you refused. Ruahun's calm voice made Qin Wentian feel a deep chill. So, they might have already contacted the Yi family before. Qin Wentian took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Mu Qing came out after the Yi family and the others arrived, asking him if he agreed. If he nodded, he would be completely controlled by Mu Qing. If he didn't nod, Mu Qing would personally send them into a desperate situation. What a vicious method. Looking back, Mu Qing and the woman beside him were standing on the steps at this time, looking at him with disdainful contempt, as if mocking his stupidity. The people in the army in front stepped forward at the same time, pointing their spears at Qin Wentian and others, and murderous aura swept the void. People on both sides also stepped forward. In the direction of the Xing Guild, Yimo and Wu Ziluo, two Yuanfu realm masters, were in charge. God will destroy my Qin mansion. Qin Yu roared, revealing deep unwillingness. In this desperate situation, they will definitely die. Everyone in the Qin mansion showed despair. In the distance, countless people looked over here, sighing in their hearts. Will the Qin mansion be completely wiped out from today? Yu Huan looked up at the void, where a black eagle was hovering. If the Qin mansion was doomed today, they, the Emperor Star Academy, would have no choice but to take Qin Wentian away. Qin Wentian held the star-shaped object given to him by Heibo tightly in his hand, and the remaining star power in his body diffused into it. At the same time, Yimo waved his hand, as if a massacre was about to begin. The terrifying killing intent made the people in the Qin mansion look determined. Now, they had no choice but to fight desperately. But at this moment, Qin Wentian's body suddenly burst into brilliant brilliance. Ah! A painful scream came out, and a terrible force from the star-shaped object eroded Qin Wentian's arm. The crowd was shocked to find that Qin Wentian's arm had been submerged, and an extremely thick, huge arm like a monster covered it. This strange scene made the crowd stunned. Soon, Qin Wentian's body was constantly being eaten away. The crowd seemed to see a demon beast about to take shape and drown Qin Wentian. Wentian, let go. Qin Yi saw the star-shaped object in Qin Wentian's hand and couldn't help but roar, but at this moment Qin Wentian only felt that his whole body was filled with endless power. How could he let go? In just a moment, Qin Wentian was completely submerged. In front of everyone was an extremely huge demon ape, full of wild breath. Qin Wentian seemed to be looming in his body. Heavy, but full of power, this was Qin Wentian's feeling at this moment. He could feel the terrifying power contained in his huge body at this moment, but he seemed unable to bear this load as he was already at the end of his strength, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and persist. Boom! Qin Wentian took a difficult step. To the outsiders, it seemed that the terrible demon ape took a step. The ground trembled, making the people who came to encircle and suppress him stunned. The people in the Qin mansion were also stunned. This sudden change made them wonder what was going on. Boom, boom. The huge demon ape suddenly started running, and its huge palm slapped forward directly. The people below screamed and fled madly. With a loud bang, the ground broke, and blood spurted out from under the palm. The people below were beaten to death alive, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. The power of this palm was as terrifying as a mountain pressing down on one's head. The demon ape stretched out his hand, and then a starry sky hammer appeared in his hand. He swung it suddenly, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. In an instant, 4 or 5 people were directly killed and smashed into meat paste. The powerful and bloody scene made the hearts of the people who were besieging the Qin mansion beat. The demon ape's huge body danced, and it actually used a set of hammering methods, the method of thousands of hammers and hundreds of tempers. Qin Wentian did not have much strength to support this heavy load. Only by using the method of thousands of hammers and hundreds of tempers that squeezed the limit could he constantly break through his own limits and sweep away the people in front of him. No one could survive wherever the demon ape passed. The people brought by Yimo began to panic. They were fleeing frantically. The strong men in the Wheelbane realm were all vulnerable. It was like an ancient giant beast that killed everything. In the distance, when Mo Shang and the people from the Emperor Star Academy came here, they could not help but be stunned when they saw the shadow of Qin Wentian in the demon ape. Is this the war beast summoned by the summoning star soul? Mo Shang's heart was shaking violently, but how could this be possible? Qin Wentian was only in the body refining realm. He only had a single star soul. Where did this demon ape come from? And as far as Mo Shang knew, no one in the entire Chu state could condense the summoning star soul to summon a war beast. This was beyond his understanding. Kill! At this moment, Qin Yu roared, and the people in the Qin mansion woke up from their stagnation and immediately began to attack the people who surrounded them. He can't bear this load for long, do it. Mo Shuang rushed out like a hurricane, and the strong men of the Emperor Star Academy joined the battle. The demon ape swept all the way and soon rushed towards Yumo and Wu Ziluo, causing their pupils to shrink and their star souls to bloom. With infinite power, the sky hammer swept towards Yumo. Yumo gathered all his strength and pounced like a hawk. His palm blasted out and turned into a mountain peak and smashed down. He was indestructible and blasted towards the giant hammer. Boom! The mountain peak was shattered and Yumo's body was directly blasted into the Galaxy Guild. Stronger than Yumo in the Yuanfu realm. The crowd trembled, and saw the body of the demon ape roaring and rushing towards Yumo. Yumo had hawk wings on his back and flew into the air, but the demon ape stepped on the ground and the ground collapsed directly. The Galaxy Guild shook and was about to fall. The demon ape's body rotated in the void, bringing a whirlwind. All the endless power gathered in the sky hammer and hit it violently. Boom! Yumo's body was blasted directly into the ground, his face pale, and at the same time, the body of the demon ape also fell to the ground, half kneeling on the ground, almost unable to stand up. Kill! A human voice roared out from the demon ape's mouth. It was Qin Wentian's voice. The crowd only saw the demon ape stand up and walk towards Yumo step by step, with huge pupils revealing violent killing intent. Yumo saw the huge figure in front of him. His face was no longer bloody, and he said, "Qin Wentian, if you dare to kill me, Qin Hao and Qin Chuan must die." Boom! Before he finished speaking, the sky hammer smashed down, and then turned directly into starlight and disappeared, and Yumo was already bloody and fleshy, smashed into a ball of blurred flesh and blood. The demon ape walked in silence, step by step towards the outside of the Galaxy Guild. The battle suddenly stopped, and everyone's eyes were focused on the demon ape. Roar! An angry roar scared Wu Ziluo so much that he flew away, looking very unhappy. When the others saw Yumo dead and Wu Ziluo running away, they no longer had the heart to fight and fled. Qin Yi and the others were about to chase him, but they saw Qin Wentian, who had exhausted the last bit of his strength, fall down inside the demon ape. He actually came out of the demon ape and fell to the ground. "Wentian!" Qin Yao exclaimed and ran towards Qin Wentian. At this moment, the demon ape turned around and looked at Qin Wentian, who was lying on the ground. His eyes flashed, and then under Qin Yao's surprised gaze, the huge demon ape actually squatted down, and then picked up the fainted Qin Wentian, grinning, and there was a bit of tenderness in the demon beast's eyes. Chapter 29 By Qing's Talent. The hand Qin Yao stretched out to Qin Wentian froze there. Seeing the demon ape pick up Qin Wentian made her feel unreal. This demon beast didn't look like a real demon beast, otherwise Qin Wentian would not have appeared in his body, but the emotion in his eyes was so real. Roar! The demon ape roared, then turned and ran out, stomping on the ground with his feet. With a loud bang, his body soared into the sky. When he landed again, he was already 100 meters away, shaking the earth to pieces. The huge body did not stop for a moment and soared into the sky again. Soon, his figure turned into a blurred shadow, and only the rumbling sound of the vibration was still echoing in Xianyang City. How is this possible? How can a summoned war beast appear next to Qin Wentian? If this is not a summoned war beast, what is it? Mu Qing had extraordinary knowledge, but at this moment, he still couldn't tell what the demon ape was. Qin Yao chased after the demon ape, but was stopped by Qin Yi. Now that the Yi family had been defeated, their forces were still everywhere in Xianyang City. It was too dangerous for Qin Yao to chase after Qin Wentian. However, for the time being, the crisis here was resolved. Qin Yi turned his eyes and looked at Mu Qing, saying coldly, "What you did today, my Qin mansion will remember." Mu Qing glanced at Qin Yi indifferently, not caring at all, with disdain in his arrogant eyes, and said, "You are lucky. If you want to find me, come to the Imperial City Galaxy Guild." As he said that, Mu Qing and others stepped into the Galaxy Guild. They never took the Qin mansion seriously. In the eyes of the arrogant weapon refining master, the Qin mansion was just a family that was about to fall. Qin Yi led the people from the Qin mansion and the people from the Emperor Star Academy to leave. The crowd watching from afar was still in a daze. Soon, the news began to spread throughout the city. Qin Wentian turned into a terrible demon ape and killed Yumo in the Yuan mansion. It was full of magical colors. Qin Wentian became a hot figure in Xianyang City and was talked about by countless people. On the same day, another shocking event happened. A group of cavalry from the northwest of Chu entered Xianyang City, broke the blockade of Xianyang City, and went straight to Qin Wentian. It was said that they were from the army stationed in the northwest of Chu. The general of this army was once a general under Qin Wu. After learning that the Yi family led the army into Xianyang City, he rushed there overnight. The situation in Xianyang City changed rapidly. The Qin mansion was reorganized, Wu Ziuluo was forced to evacuate, and the Bai family also ordered to move and prepare to go to Chudu. In the Bai family, Bai Qingsong seemed to have aged a bit. He had been full of vigor and vitality since Bai Qiuxing's star soul awakened, but he did not expect Qin Wentian to appear out of nowhere, causing the Bai family to suffer a series of setbacks. Moreover, her little daughter was also disobedient. "I won't go with you." Bai Qing looked at her father calmly, but at this moment she was no longer as lively and lovely as before, and she was much colder. These days, she has been under house arrest. How presumptuous! Where is your filial piety? Bai Qingsong said angrily. Filial piety? Father, you still know that you taught me filial piety, and you also taught me the way of benevolence and righteousness, but what did you do? You were hypocritical, mean, and repaid kindness with enmity. You harmed the Qin family and killed Brother Wentian. Bai Qing's eyes were slightly moist. She hated her father a little. Why was everything before an illusion? Her father was a hypocrite. A girl has always regarded her father as an idol and has always believed in kindness, but she witnessed her father betraying his beliefs with her own eyes. This shock is cruel to a 15-year-old girl. Brother Wentian, I'm your father. The so-called benevolence and righteousness need to pave the way for interests. Everything I do is for the Bai family and for you sisters. Bai Qingsong's eyes also turned cold. Why can't you be more like your sister? Pretend like your sister? She even deceived me. I didn't expect her heart to be so cruel. Brother Wentian treats her so well. Bai Qing sneered. It's unreasonable. It seems that I have raised you for so many years in vain. No wonder your sister is so talented, but you can't even practice. Bai Qingsong was very disappointed. Talent, is this it? Bai Qing sneered. Suddenly, the brilliant light of the stars bloomed in the dark night. Bai Qingsong was stunned. Star Soul, a star soul was suspended above Bai Qing's head. This star soul was a phantom like the netherworld. The light around the star soul was a faint red gold color. The red gold star soul came from the fourth heaven and above. Boom! Bai Qingsong felt his head tremble violently, and he was a little confused for a moment. The fourth heaven, Bai Qing's first star soul, came from the martial star of the fourth heaven, which made Bai Qingsong dumbfounded. I saw this star soul slowly pounce on Bai Qing, and in an instant Bai Qing seemed to have turned into a ghost, with a cold breath on her body, which made Bai Qingsong shiver. Okay, you are worthy of being my daughter, but since you have such a talent, why did you choose such a cold star soul? Bai Qingsong's body was still shaking. It's not that I can't practice, it's just that Brother Wentian taught me not to practice the Yuanli of heaven and earth, so that I can better sense the stars in the sky. Brother Wentian also taught me the method of meditation, so I can sense the star souls of the third heaven like my sister. But because of my disappointment in you, I continued to rush up. I am not afraid of death, and I will rush up even if I die. My consciousness is full of negative emotions. When I rushed to the fourth heaven, I was already unconscious. So I did not choose the star soul, it was the star soul that chose me. Brother Wentian and I have no blood relationship, but he is kind and strong. He taught me to be optimistic and positive, and his smile is always so pure. You are indeed my father, but you taught me hypocrisy, betrayal, ruthlessness, and cold-bloodedness. What qualifications do you have to be a father? You don't deserve it. After saying that, Bai Qing turned around and left, leaving Bai Qingsong standing there in a daze, with only one sentence left in his mind: you don't deserve it. Closing his eyes, Bai Qingsong's deep heart, the hidden regret grew again. He would think, what if he had not betrayed this marriage? Both daughters are so talented, especially Bai Qing, who is in the fourth heaven. This is a miracle of the Chu state, but she does not recognize him as her father. 3 days later, west of Xianyang City, there is a forest area. A snow dog with snow-white fur is circling on the ground. Next to him, there is a handsome boy lying. The snow dog's smart eyes flickered, and then he ran away quickly. After a while, when he came back again, there were 2 girls behind him. Little guy, what are you bringing me here for? The girl in white is as beautiful as an elf, as if she is not on the world. She ran behind the snow dog. Soon, Her beautiful eyes froze. There was someone in front of her. The snow dog squatted beside the boy lying on the ground, looking at the girl in white with cute eyes. The charming look was particularly lethal. King Cheng, this little bastard, we chased him all the way from the Imperial City to here but couldn't catch him, now he is looking for us for a dead person. The green-clothed girl next to him glared at the snow dog, very unhappy. This little guy has been teasing us all the time, he can obviously get rid of us but he deliberately hangs on, so hateful. Mo King Cheng shook her head and smiled bitterly, then walked to the boy, checked his injuries, and then said, he was just seriously injured and fainted, his energy and spirit were exhausted. As she spoke, Mo King Cheng took out a pill from her bosom and fed it into the boy's mouth. The pill melted in her mouth and flowed into his body. Are you crazy? That's a second-grade top-grade pill. The green-clothed girl was stunned. The level of the pill was the same as that of a divine weapon. A second-grade top-grade pill would drive people in the Wheel Meridian realm crazy. It was extremely precious. Who made us meet, Nolan? There is a thatched hut not far away. Let's go there to rest. Mo King Cheng said to the green-clothed girl, and then carried the boy on her back. Crazy, really crazy. Nolan shook his head. If people in Shu knew that Mo King Cheng was carrying a man on her back, I don't know how much of a sensation it would cause. What are you looking at? The green-clothed girl glared at the snow dog following her and whispered, this kid is lucky. Nolan, anyway, he doesn't know anything now, and the little guy is psychic. Since he asked us to save him, it's fate. Mo King Cheng smiled bitterly. She never thought that she would be so close to a man. If the 10 beauties of the Imperial City knew about this, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to get rid of them even if he had several heads. Nolan shook her head. She knew the identities of the people pursuing the girl in white, but King Cheng never paid attention to them. The two girls came to the thatched cottage, which was located in an open space in the forest. There was a river next to it. It was a very quiet place. Nolan was making a fire there. When she saw Mo King Cheng and Zugao coming in the distance, holding some herbs, she couldn't help but be a little surprised and said, can this little bastard really find the elixir? Zugao ran to Nolan quickly, then sat there, holding his head high. There seemed to be a provocation in his eyes, which made Nolan roll his eyes. Arrogant bastard. Nolan cursed in a low voice, but was secretly amazed. Mo King Cheng came over and said with a smile, it is said that he can communicate with spirits. I don't know what kind of monster it is. He just refused to follow me, causing us to chase him all the way here. Let me boil the herbs. Mo King Cheng came to Nolan's side. Nolan gave way, and the snowdog jumped onto Qin Wentian in the thatched hut and lay down beside Qin Wentian. He didn't give way until Mo King Cheng cooked the medicine and fed it to Qin Wentian. He watched quietly from the side. Nolan took a deep look at Qin Wentian, a little puzzled. This guy didn't know how lucky he was to have the most beautiful woman and Shu carry him back and feed him medicine. Chapter 30 Situation. Under Mo King Cheng's care, Qin Wentian's face gradually regained some color and luster, but he was still unconscious. The snow dog sometimes lay beside Qin Wentian, and sometimes jumped into Mo King Cheng's arms, making Mo King Cheng smile constantly. This little guy is so cute. Nolan, what kind of monster do you think he is? Mo King Cheng asked. Who knows, maybe it's just an ordinary beast that doesn't know how to practice self-cultivation. Nolan responded. How can there be such a smart beast, but this little guy is too small? Mo King Cheng smiled brightly, making Nolan a little absent-minded. You seem to be in a good mood these days. I haven't seen you smile in front of others. Anyway, there are no outsiders. Mo King Cheng shrugged. What about him? Nolan pointed at the lying Qin Wentian. You even held him in your arms. Mo King Cheng couldn't help but blush, rolled her eyes at Nolan, then looked at Qin Wentian, looked at him carefully, and said, he seems to be quite good looking. Yi Wook is also very handsome. Didn't you never pay attention to him? It is said that Yi Wook has now gone to Xianyang City to get engaged to a woman. Maybe he also knows that there is no hope in pursuing you. Nolan curled his lips. By the way, Xianyang City is next to us. The people of the Yi family should be able to deal with the Qin mansion. Mo King Cheng sighed for the Qin mansion. Someone is coming. At this time, Mo King Cheng said, he should be waking up soon, we should leave. As she said that, Mo King Cheng walked out of the thatched house and said to the snow dog in her arms, little guy, are you willing to come with me? The snow dog looked at her, then rubbed her face, then jumped out of her arms, returned to the thatched house, squatted there and looked at her. Okay, I won't force you. If you like him, stay with him. Mo Qingchang said helplessly, and then left quickly with Nolan. The snow dog kept staring at her leaving figure, seeming reluctant to let her go. After Mo Qingchang and the others approached the forest, a group of people came towards them. They were 3 young men, 2 men and 1 woman. What a cute little guy. The girl ran towards the snow dog, but the snow dog seemed to have no interest in her and turned into the thatched house. Brother, there's someone here, and he seems to be unconscious. The girl approached the thatched house and saw Qin Wentian unconscious there, so she took off her water bottle and fed Qin Wentian a sip of water. Yaner, Xianyang City is ahead. Let's take a day off and continue on our journey. Don't meddle in other people's business. The young man seemed to be exhausted and covered in dust. In order to rush to the imperial city, they had exhausted several horses and were ready to buy a few good horses after entering Xianyang City. Got it. The girl stuck out her tongue, which was very beautiful. Ahem. At this moment, Qin Wentian coughed twice, then opened his blank eyes, and what caught his eyes was a beautiful face with a youthful aura. You're awake. Liu Yan couldn't help but smile softly when she saw Qin Wentian wake up. Qin Wentian sat up. He found that everything was fine except that he didn't have much strength in his body. In fact, he felt that he had broken through the realm and reached the 8th level of the body refining realm, but there was no star power in his body. The battle load that day was too heavy, and controlling the violent body of the demon ape almost cost him his life. Fortunately, he broke through the limit and woke up. No wonder Heibo told me not to use it until the critical moment of life and death. Qin Wentian thought to himself, but it was a blessing in disguise. He broke through the limit and took another step forward. He didn't know that although he was able to enter the 8th level of the body refining realm because of breaking through the limit, Mo Qingchang's elixir was the most important. Otherwise, with his physical condition, he would not be able to recover in 1 or 2 months. Thank you for saving me. Qin Wentian thanked the girl. Obviously, he recognized the wrong person. It's just a small favor. Is this puppy yours? It's so cute. The girl said with a smile. Qin Wentian then realized that there was a snow-white furry puppy beside him. When Liu Yan wanted to hug him, he jumped directly into Qin Wentian's arms. Liu Yan, it's time to get going. Another young man outside also urged. Okay. Liu Yan responded, and then said to Qin Wentian, this puppy is so smart, no wonder it has been waiting for you. Since you are awake, I will leave first. My name is Liu Yan. See you again if there is a chance. After saying that, she showed a sweet smile to Qin Wentian, and then turned and walked out. My name is Qin Wentian. Standing up, Qin Wentian walked out with a snow dog in his arms. Liu Yan waved to him casually and slowly left. Qin Wentian saw the charred wood and broken jars in the thatched house, which seemed to have the smell of residual medicine. Thank you. Qin Wentian whispered as he looked at Liu Yan who was leaving. In the forest in the distance, 2 pairs of eyes were still looking at this side. They were Mo Qingchang and Nolan. Okay, now it is confirmed that he is safe, but he seems to think that the person who saved him is someone else. Do you want to go out and explain? Nolan smiled and looked at Mo Qingchang beside him. Let's go. Mo Qingchang smiled and turned away. The quiet thatched house and the flowing water left only Qin Wentian and the snow dog. Qin Wentian looked at the snow dog in his arms with some curiosity. The little guy had all snow-white fur on his body, which was very soft and plump. His beautiful eyes seemed to have spirituality. He raised his head and looked at him. You have been waiting for me. Qin Wentian felt a little strange. The snow dog's eyes narrowed into a slit, as if smiling at him, which made Qin Wentian secretly shocked. Could it be that he could understand what he said? I should practice, you go home. Qin Wentian said to the snow dog in his arms, but he saw that the snow dog kept rubbing against his arms. Okay, if you don't want to leave, just follow me for now. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly, then sat cross-legged, put the snow dog on the ground, and began to practice. He really wanted to know what the situation in Xianyang City was like now, but he had to recover his strength first to protect himself. The light of the stars fell from the 5th heaven and descended on Qin Wentian. The human body is a container that can contain the star force. The higher the realm, the greater the capacity of the human body container. The body refining realm hides the star force in the limbs and bones, and then uses it to temper the body and enhance strength. When entering the wheel meridian realm, the body acupoints are stimulated, and 9 wheel meridians are opened. The star force is hidden in the acupoints all over the body, An extremely strong power bursts out during the battle. When night falls, Qin Wentian only feels comfortable all over, more comfortable than in his heyday before he was injured, and full of strength. In addition to the improvement of the realm, it is also because of Mo Qingchang's elixir. Of course, Qin Wentian didn't know that he had taken a second-grade top-grade elixir. Standing up, Qin Wentian looked around. This seemed to be the forest outside the west gate of Xianyang City. When he was a child, he had followed Qin Chuan and others to hunt in the deep forest, so he naturally recognized it. After washing his body in the water, Qin Wentian left here. The snow dog had been following him, which made Qin Wentian secretly surprised. Although it was night, Xianyang City was brightly lit, and lanterns were hung everywhere on the road. The ancient city was still full of vitality. No matter how big the story was in Xianyang City, the lives of ordinary people would not change. They still like to sit in tea houses and restaurants with a group of friends, talk about ancient and modern things, discuss the heroes of the world, and drink happily. Qin Wentian stopped when he passed an open-air wine shop. He heard a voice coming from the wine shop, talking about what he wanted to know. The Qin family is in a really miserable state. Old Master Qin Hao and the head of the family Qin Chuan were captured and taken to the imperial city in advance. There is news that they have been thrown into the sky prison and may be ordered to be beheaded at any time. Even if they are not beheaded, they will be killed if they fall into the hands of the Yi family for trial. It's not certain yet. The Northwest Army is stationed outside Xianyang City. It is said that they will set out tonight and rush to the imperial city overnight. According to reliable information, not only the Northwest Army, but 3 of the 8 legions stationed on the border of our great Chu state have set out. The border's empty and the people are in panic. How dare they be so bold? Someone exclaimed. Bold? Their ancestors were all related to King Wu. Now your majesty is even moving against King Wu's heir. Who knows when it will come to them? It's just that these people are smart and have always maintained the alliance. They did not voluntarily give up their military power and come to Xianyang City like the Qin Mansion did. Instead, they were stationed at the border. Your Majesty also knew the situation at the border, so he did not act rashly, otherwise the consequences of border turmoil would be extremely serious. This time the 3 armies marched towards the imperial city under the banner of clearing the court of evil officials, claiming that your Majesty was bewitched by the Yi family to kill loyal ministers. The army had a legitimate reason to do so. As long as the 3 armies were there, Qin Hao and Qin Chuan would be alive. If they were defeated, your Majesty would have no scruples and would directly order their beheadings. I didn't expect that since King Wu swept the world, the state of Chu would be in such turmoil again. It is only a matter of time before the 3 armies are defeated. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for 3 years. And since King Wu, the Qin Mansion has had another genius, Qin Wentian, but it will be difficult for Qin Wentian to rise in 3 years. Speaking of Qin Wentian, it is indeed rare. If that had not summoned the demon ape to kill Yimo, the direct line of the Qin family would have been completely destroyed and would not have been able to wait for the arrival of the Northwest reinforcements. But the second son of the Qin family, Qin He, is also courageous. Although he broke a leg in the incident in Xianyang City, he still took over the Qin Mansion and the position of commander of the Northwest Army. At the same time, he expelled Qin Wentian from the Qin Mansion. He was very courageous. He is courageous. By expelling Qin Wentian from the Qin Mansion and putting aside his relationship with the Qin Mansion, Qin Wentian has nothing to do with the rebels. In this way, Qin Wentian can still step into the Imperial Star Academy in the Imperial City to practice. With the energy of the Imperial Star Academy, Qin Wentian can be assured of his safety. This is a long-term game. In addition, I don't know if Qin Wentian can rise before the 3 armies are destroyed. Well, the Qin family has high hopes for Qin Wentian. After all, this is the world of martial arts. Only martial arts masters who dominate the world can dominate the fate of the world. If you have enough strength, the imperial power is nothing. My words are law, and my anger will make you bleed like a river. This is the world of martial artists after all. These people drank excitedly and forgot everything for a while. Although they were ordinary people, they also fantasized about becoming martial arts masters, overlooking the world and controlling the fate of the people. Qin Wentian, who was standing next to him, heard all these words, but he didn't know what to feel in his heart. Chapter 31, Journey. Qin Hao and Qin Chuan were taken to the imperial city. Qin He had a broken leg, and the 3 armies were ready to march to the imperial city. Qin Wentian understood that this was to put pressure on the royal family. Only in this way would the royal family not dare to convict and behead Qin Hao and Qin Chuan immediately. As for the Qin mansion expelling him from the family, Qin Wentian was also very clear that this was a disguised way of protecting him. Perhaps after his disappearance, Senior Mo Xiang had communicated with the Qin mansion. In the martial arts world, the strong have supreme power. If I can rise to the sky one day, I will trample the imperial power under my feet. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, and a flame ignited in his heart. His first star soul came from the fifth heaven, and the second and third star souls could do the same. As long as he was given time. What about the imperial power? With the help of the knight, Qin Wentian came to the Qin mansion. He found from a distance that there were several figures outside the Qin mansion. They were all leading horses and carrying luggage, and seemed to be preparing for a long journey. Sister Yao. Qin Wentian saw several people getting on their horses and running towards this side. Soon, Qin Yao and the others came to Qin Wentian's side. Seeing Qin Wentian, Qin Yao was stunned. Wentian. Qin Yao's face was happy. She stepped off the warhorse and ran to Qin Wentian. Sister, Qin Shuang, Qin Zhi, where are you going? Qin Wentian asked. Wentian, Grandpa and Father were taken to the imperial city. The Qin family had no choice but to send troops to the imperial city. If they failed, they would die. Second uncle decided to let us go to Jiutian country to practice. Qin Yao explained, and Qin Wentian immediately understood that this battle was forced to happen, and the ending was almost doomed. It was the best choice for Qin Yao and the others to leave. We came here overnight because we were afraid of being targeted. The young generation of the Qin family will leave in batches. Wentian, when you arrive at the Emperor Star Academy, you must practice well and ignore the war. Qin Yao said with red eyes. I know, and so do you. Qin Wentian nodded heavily. It was almost impossible for the war to spread to the imperial city. Qin He and the others knew it was impossible but still did it. By the way, Heibo is missing. We can't find him. Second and third uncles are also outside the city. You don't have to go to the Qin mansion. Go directly to the Imperial Star Academy. Qin Yao said. Heibo is missing. Qin Wentian showed a strange look. He wanted to ask the demon ape what was going on. Moreover, Heibo had a wide range of knowledge and must be an extraordinary person, but Heibo had never told him about his life experience. After seeing the power of the demon ape and the little star man left to him by his dead father, he wanted to know who his biological parents were. Qin Yao, let's leave early, so as not to be targeted by the Yi family. Qin Shang came over, looked at Qin Wentian and said, Wentian, in the Qin mansion, you have the best talent and may have the highest achievements in the future. You must work hard to become a strong man who can influence a country. Brother, you too, I will make the Yi family pay for my second uncle's revenge with blood. Qin Wentian nodded solemnly. Qin Shuang's father, Qin He, broke a leg for him, and now, for the Qin mansion, he has to lead troops to the south. Be careful when you arrive in the imperial city. Qin Shuang patted Qin Wentian's shoulder heavily. Wentian, we're leaving first. Qin Yao's eyes were slightly red, and she seemed reluctant to leave. She walked to Qin Wentian's side and opened her arms slightly. Qin Wentian smiled, then hugged Qin Yao, patted her back, and said with a smile, Sister, don't worry, Father will be fine. Second uncle and others are working hard in the army, and I will also work hard when I go to Emperor Star Academy. As for you, be careful when you go to Jiutian country. Yes. Qin Yao was reluctant to let go for a long time. Qin Shang and Qin Zhi got on the warhorse first, and Qin Yao reluctantly separated. At this moment, there were already traces of tears on her face. She burst into laughter and looked at Qin Wentian and said, Stinky boy, the next time I see you, you must become a real iron-blooded man who can protect your sister. After speaking, Qin Yao turned around, stepped on the foot, and her body floated on the horse. Go! Qin Yao shouted, and the warhorse galloped wildly. She didn't look back again, and left like the wind. Qin Shang and Qin Zhi also followed one after another, and the figures of the three gradually disappeared. Huh? Qin Wentian clenched his fists and glanced at the direction of the Qin mansion. He had an extremely strong belief in his heart to become stronger. He must become stronger. Is it time for you to set off? At this moment, a voice came. Qin Wentian turned around and saw a figure walking towards him. His eyes narrowed slightly. I guess you will come back. I have been waiting for you for a few days. Feng Ping came with 2 horses. Huh? Qin Wentian snorted coldly, with a cold light in his expression. The arrogant image of Mu Qing of the Xing Guild left a deep impression on him. I know you hate the Xing Guild, but all this has nothing to do with me. Mu Qing was unable to control you, so he went back to the Imperial City directly. I believe that even if Yu Mo died, the benefits promised to him by the Yi family must be indispensable. Mu Qing took away all the divine patterns you gave me, not one was left. Feng Ping's voice was chilling. Does this have anything to do with me? Qin Wentian said. I want to become your disciple. Feng Ping's words made Qin Wentian stunned. This proud weapon refiner Feng Ping wanted to become your disciple? I know you doubt my character. More than 10 years ago, I became a martial arts cultivator, but I didn't have enough talent and poor perception. At that time, a weapon refiner told me that I could improve my perception by engraving and comprehending divine runes, so I followed him and became his apprentice for a full 10 years. However, he only gave me the simplest divine runes. Feng Ping was still angry when he recalled what happened back then. 10 years, it delayed me for a full 10 years, but with a simple divine rune, I stepped into the Xing Guild, worked hard, and got new divine runes. Finally, I have achieved a little success today, and stepped into the second-level weapon refiner. As long as I have the second-level divine rune, I have the opportunity to become a second-level weapon refiner, but it was all ruined by Mu Qing. Qin Wentian gave him the second-level divine rune. He wanted to comprehend it slowly, but now, it was taken away by Mu Qing. Feng Ping, I'm not a good person, but if I get paid, I will definitely refine magic weapons for others. Even if the quality is lower, the level of the magic weapon must be in accordance with the requirements. I still have a bottom line as a person, but Mu Qing has no bottom line. But so what? If I don't have the opportunity, I can only look up to him for the rest of my life. Even if I hate him, what can I do? Qin Wentian could feel Feng Ping's despair. Everyone has his own story. Feng Ping's journey was difficult, but Mu Qing easily took away his hope. So what? Qin Wentian said calmly. He naturally would not be overly sympathetic. Qin Wentian, you have amazing talent. You can easily comprehend the second-level divine runes that others cannot comprehend. If you use it to operate refining equipment, you will be able to get huge rewards, but I think you will still spend more time on martial arts. I can help you with everything else. I will not take any resources I get. I will pave the way for your martial arts. Qin Wentian was slightly moved. He certainly understood that a refiner could easily get a lot of rewards, but to refine equipment, it is not enough to master the divine runes. It takes a lot of time to collect materials for refining and other tedious things. In the future, he will definitely not spend too much time on it. Feng Ping's words obviously touched him. Even if Feng Ping also had a purpose, who in this world would help others for no reason? You are a refiner, but you worship me as your master? Don't you think it's a loss of status? Qin Wentian continued. He could only give Feng Ping the divine runes. You should know that it is easier to add flowers to a beautiful woman than to help someone in need. How can I, Feng Ping, be so short-sighted? Although you are facing many difficulties now, as long as you can get through them, I am afraid that I will not even be qualified to carry your shoes in the future. Will you still be interested in me, Feng Ping? It is a great honor for me to take you as my master, not to mention that it is a loss of status. Also, I really want to witness the rise of a genius. I want to see you trample that bastard Mu Qing under your feet. When you look down on him, see if he can still hold his head high and look at us with proud and contemptuous eyes. Feng Ping's eyes were still burning with anger. He could only trample Mu Qing with the help of Qin Wentian. He bet on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at Feng Ping, and then looked at the horses behind him. Is one of them prepared for me? Of course. Feng Ping said, looking at Qin Wentian nervously. Qin Wentian walked forward and stepped on a horse. At the same time, a snow-white figure jumped onto the horse's back from the corner like a phantom. This guy is so fast. Qin Wentian glanced at the snow dog, and then he saw him squeeze his legs together, and the horse galloped out immediately. Master, wait for me. Feng Ping smiled when he saw this scene, and then his body trembled, and he flew onto another horse, caught up with Qin Wentian, and said with a trembling smile, Master, do you think you should give your disciples some apprenticeship gifts first, such as some second-level and third-level divine patterns? Just give them some. Qin Wentian saw Feng Ping's obscene smile next to him, rolled his eyes, and cursed, get out of here. After that, the horse under Qin Wentian's feet became faster, galloping away, ready to rush to the Imperial City overnight. Haha, Mu Qing, you son of a bitch, wait. Feng Ping laughed twice and continued to catch up. Not long after, the two rushed out of Xianyang City and galloped on the road. Under the starry sky, dusk was flying. Qin Wentian looked back at the towering city wall, and his eyes showed an extremely determined look. This was Qin Wentian's first long journey. The wind blew, and the past was buried in the flying dust. He came to the iron-blooded martial arts world full of grudges and hatred. Chapter 32 Imperial City. The Chu State Imperial City is vast and boundless, spanning thousands of miles of territory. It is the largest city in Chu State and has the largest population, which is 10 times that of Xianyang City. It is extremely prosperous. At this moment, at the foot of the Imperial City, the dusty Qin Wentian sat on his horse, raised his head, looked at the towering city wall, and his heart was slightly moved. The city wall is 5 meters high and made of special materials. Even the peak masters of the body refining realm can't shake the city wall. Master, we are here, let's go into the city. Feng Ping said in a low voice. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and then the two of them dismounted and walked along the direction of the city gate, lining up to enter the Imperial City. Inside the Imperial City, the bluestone paved avenue is dozens of meters wide, and the roar of beasts is heard one after another. Many strong men, and many of their mounts, are actually monsters. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, his heart surging. Not far in front of him, there was a monster of extremely large size, a green ape. The green ape walked upright, and a young man stood on his shoulder, looking very majestic. This green ape was a 4th-level monster, comparable to a strong man in the Wheelbane's realm, but it was just a mount. Monsters are divided into 9 levels. A 1st-level monster is comparable to the lower 3rd level of the body refining realm, a 2nd-level monster is comparable to the middle 3rd level of the body refining realm, a 3rd-level monster is comparable to the upper 3rd level of the body refining realm. By analogy, a 9th-level monster is already comparable to a person at the peak level of the Yuanfu realm. Monsters after the 9th level can transform and shed their monster bodies. Junior brother. At this time, a voice came, and Qin Wentian turned his eyes and saw 2 figures walking towards him on the side of the road. They were Ruahun and Dashan from the Emperor Star Academy. Qin Wentian smiled and said, "Why are you here?" "It's all for you, junior brother." Ruahun came over and took Qin Wentian's arm. Her plump body touched Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian smile bitterly. His senior sister was really. The Yi family often keeps an eye on this place, so the teacher must be more cautious. I have suffered for you for several days. Ruahun's breath was as fragrant as orchids, and her eyes were as charming as silk. Thank you, senior sister. Qin Wentian said, grateful in his heart. Teacher Mo Shuang was very thoughtful and was afraid that the Yi family would plot against him. Little guy is still shy. I won't tease you anymore. Ruahun let go of Qin Wentian's embarrassed look, and then her eyes fell on the snow dog on Qin Wentian's shoulder. What a beautiful little guy, come to your sister. The snow dog narrowed its eyes slightly, and then jumped and threw itself directly into Ruahun's arms. What was astonishing was that the snow dog's little paws were actually placed on Ruahun's towering parts and squirmed, as if scratching something, and a beautiful ravine was looming, which made Qin Wentian's face black. Why did he feel like he had taken in a perverted dog? Ruahun was also stunned for a moment, and then she giggled, staring at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, which made Qin Wentian extremely ashamed. You do understand your master's mind, but you are more courageous than him. Ruahun hugged the snow dog and said, Qin Wentian's forehead was full of black lines, and at this time, Ruahun blew a whistle, and a long eagle's cry came from the void, and then a black eagle swooped down and landed in front of Ruahun. Brother Qin, my name is Dashan. Ruahun is like this. You'll get used to it. Let's go up. Dashan seemed much more honest and grinned at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded, thinking that it would take a lot of concentration to be with Ruahun. The temptation was too great. The Imperial City is very big. I don't know how long it will take to walk without flying. Let's go up. By the way, I'll introduce you to this Imperial City. Dashan said with a smile, very easygoing, but Qin Wentian witnessed Dashan summoning the demon ape Star Soul and the stone man Star Soul that day. Their combat power was extremely violent and their defense was super terrible. Qin Wentian abandoned his horse, and the 4 of them stepped on the black eagle together. The black eagle screamed, soared into the sky, and rolled towards the front. In an instant, a gust of wind blew and hit, making the long robe flutter. Junior brother Qin, although the imperial city is large, its distribution is very regular. The area we are in now is the slum, which is to say, it is the place where some powerless people and those who come to the imperial city temporarily settle down. This area is the largest and most densely populated, occupying half of the entire imperial city, with a population of tens of millions. Dashin's words shocked Qin Wentian. Looking down from a high altitude, there was a prosperous scene below, with tall buildings, people coming and going in an endless stream, and monsters were extremely common. Such a prosperous place could not be compared to Xianyang City, and yet this was still a slum. The imperial city can be divided into 7 areas. The slums are the first area, the chaotic area with a mixture of good and bad people is the second area, the 9 academies and martial arts schools and countless family forces are the third area, the Galaxy Guild, the Divine Weapon Pavilion and some large families and forces are the fourth area, the princes and nobles, dignitaries are the fifth area, the palace is the sixth area, the Dark Forest is the seventh area. Dashin first roughly described the layout of the imperial city, and then began to explain in detail. It turned out that outside the Chu imperial city was the Dark Forest. Half of the imperial city was surrounded by this monster forest. In other words, the imperial palace, the noble area, the Galaxy Guild Divine Weapon Pavilion and other large family forces areas, and the 9 martial arts school areas, the peripheries are all the same place, the dangerous Dark Forest. They regard this dangerous monster forest as a place for training. The imperial city is very large, with countless forces of all sizes, and the 9 academies and martial arts areas are in the central area of the entire imperial city. The speed of the Black Eagles was extremely terrifying, and they did not stop until 2 hours later, circling in the air. Ah! Roar! The sharp screams and roars of the monsters continued. Qin Wentian couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw the group of monsters circling in the void and the many monster mounts below. There were so many powerful people and so many monsters. What is this place? Qin Wentian was shocked. There were many avenues in the air below him that led to a huge arch gate at the same time. The other side of the arch gate was very spacious. Although there were many people, there were no monsters circling in the air. Haha, we have passed the first and second areas. In front of us are the 9 martial arts academy areas. After passing that door, it is the core area of the imperial city. On the other side of that door, ordinary people are not allowed to fly. Only Yuanfu realm masters have the privilege. And behind that arch door is also our destination, the place where the martial arts academies of various academies recruit students and take exams. Let's go down. As Ruahun finished speaking, the Black Eagle swooped down and landed on the ground. The endless stream of people walked towards the arched door. The beginning of spring is the time when the Academy Martial Arts Academy recruits students. Many young talents and Chu will choose to come here. How can there not be many people? Qin Wentian said secretly. In Xianyang City where he lives, aren't there countless people who yearn for the Martial Arts Academy in the Imperial City? Junior brother Qin, you don't need to go through the assessment again. Just go to the assessment teacher to get the Emperor Starjade card, and then you can go to the Academy. This Emperor Starjade card is unique to our Emperor Star Academy and is extremely important. It is only allowed to be carried by the assessment teacher during the annual enrollment period, so Teacher Mo Shuang didn't give it to you. Dashin said to Qin Wentian as he walked on the road. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and at this moment, a crowd of people squeezed over. What's going on? Dashin frowned and turned his head. Then they saw the crowd quickly disperse to both sides. In the back, a dragon horse was pulling a sedan forward, and countless people were looking there on tiptoe. It's the girl. No wonder it's so lively. Ruahun smiled lightly, and the sedan slowly moved forward. Along the light gauze, it seemed that 2 graceful figures could be seen looming inside. Swoosh! The snow dog in Ruahun's arms rushed out instantly, actually ran straight to the sedan, and rushed into it. This scene made Qin Wentian stunned. Inside the sedan, Mo Qingchang was stunned when she saw a snow-white figure throwing herself into her arms. Then she said in surprise, "Little guy, why are you here?" And Nu Olan next to her rolled his eyes. "This little bastard is really haunting me." Mo Qingchang rolled her eyes at Nu Olan, and her smile was touching. She stretched out her hand to pull open the curtain beside her, and many people's eyes froze. So beautiful. This is the most beautiful woman in Chu State. She is so beautiful. If I can sleep with her in the same bed, I will be willing to die the next day. What a beautiful woman. Qin Wentian had seen many beauties. Qin Yao and Bai Kibuksu were both beauties in Xianyang City, but compared with the girl in front of him, they seemed a little eclipsed. Mo Qingcheng also saw Qin Wentian, and then smiled softly at Qin Wentian, and then drew the curtain. He smiled at me. A person next to Qin Wentian looked dazed. It seemed like he smiled at me. Qin Wentian blinked his eyes when he heard the words of the people around him. Could it be that he was also having an illusion like the people around him? Just now he felt that the girl smiled at him. Is it beautiful? A voice sounded. Beautiful. Qin Wentian said naturally, and then his expression froze. He turned around and looked at Ruohun with a bitter smile, saying, "Senior sister is also beautiful." But Ruohun obviously didn't bite, and stared at him with a smile. With the charm of senior sister, she is definitely more attractive to men than her. Qin Wentian said tremblingly. "You're really sweet." Ruohun smiled and said, "But that girl is definitely a disaster. No wonder you lost your mind for a moment. If I were a man, I would also like this most beautiful woman in Chu." Dashan scratched his head next to him, seeming to agree. "But it's just a thought. There are several people in the top 10 beauties in the capital who want to get involved, but none of them are welcomed. If ordinary people want to pursue her, they will probably die miserably. It seems that you are quite self-aware." Ruohun giggled, and at this time, the snow dog turned into a phantom and jumped into her arms. "Sure enough, you are a literal dog." Ruohun glared at the little guy, only to see the little guy's body drilled into her arms, looking at her with a pair of eyes that seemed to be very aggrieved, which made people's hearts melt. In the sedan chair that was leaving, Nolan asked Mo Qingcheng, "Is it really him?" "Yes, I didn't expect him to come to the Imperial City, and that little guy came with him." Mo Qingcheng nodded slightly. "I wonder what he is doing in the Imperial City." "Why, our beautiful Mo is also concerned about others," Nolan said with a smile, looking at Mo Qingcheng. "No way." Mo Qingcheng glared at Nolan. "That's right, after all, our beautiful Mo saved someone's life, and they had physical contact, so it's normal to care about him. It's a pity that the guy doesn't even know you." Nolan continued to laugh, and Mo Qingcheng smiled bitterly and shook her head. She was just a little curious. Chapter 33 9 Hospitals Linked. After Mo Qingcheng left, Qin Wentian and the others followed the crowd and headed towards the huge arched gate. After passing through the huge gate, the vast area was filled with countless young people scattered everywhere, making it extremely lively. Most of them were teenagers aged 15 or 16, full of vigor and vitality. Today is the deadline for registration for all the colleges, so there are quite a lot of people, Dashan said. Qin Wentian also found that this wide area was gathered into 9 streams of people, queuing up to register and then participate in the preliminary assessment. "Look, the center is our Emperor Star College, and there are many people coming." Dashan pointed to an area in front of him, where many people were queuing nervously, and many people left disappointedly, obviously because they failed the preliminary assessment and lost their qualifications. "Why is he here today?" At this time, Dashan frowned slightly and looked at the assessment elder of Emperor Star College. Qin Wentian looked at Dashan in confusion, and Dashan explained, "The name of this assessment elder is Yang Zhen. Our Emperor Star Academy has a transcendent status in Chu State, but some elders of the academy have some differences in their views on the attitude of Emperor Star Academy. Teacher Mo Shuang advocates being aloof from the world and having less contact with the royal family and dignitaries of Chu State, while Jiang Zhen has the opposite opinion from Teacher Mo Shuang and is closer to the dignitaries. Also, the reason why Emperor Star Academy was not strong enough in your last incident was because of the people of this faction." Qin Wentian's expression condensed, and he understood that if Emperor Star Academy was strong at the time, Mo Shuang would not have been the only one to bring his disciples to Xianyang City to protect him. "Let's go. Now that the people are here, what can he do?" Ruohun narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and she felt something was wrong in her heart. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be him today. Several people walked forward and soon came to the Emperor Star Academy. At this moment, a long queue formed in the enrollment area of the Emperor Star Academy. As the most prestigious academy in Chu, the number of people who wanted to enter the Emperor Star Academy was undoubtedly the largest. Even people from other countries around Chu would cross the border to come. The Emperor Star Academy enrolled students regardless of nationality and only looked at talent. However, the elimination rate of the Emperor Star Academy was also the highest. The young people who lined up in the long queue couldn't help but have wild thoughts when they saw Ruohun's hot body. After all, They were all at the age of blood and vigor. Just as Ruahun led Qin Wentian to the front, a figure in white blocked their way. This person had a pair of sword eyebrows, handsome appearance, about 18 years old, and a sharp aura. Brother Qin, this person's name is Huo Chen, his strength is the 8th level of the Wheel Meridian, and he has practiced in the Emperor Star Academy for 2 years. He is very strong. You have to be careful of him. Dashan quietly warned. Brother Huo. Ruahun walked in front of Ouchen and said with a smile, I'm here to get the Emperor Star Jade Plate from Elder Jiang. Ouchen looked at Ruahun calmly, then looked at Qin Wentian behind him, his eyes as sharp as a spear, piercing into Qin Wentian's eyes, and said coldly, get in line. Ouchen, he has passed the assessment of teacher Mo Shuang in Xianyang City. Ruahun's expression turned cold. Ouchen's expression remained indifferent, looking at Ruahun, and then uttered a cold voice, so what? Humph. Ruahun snorted coldly, then looked at Jiang Zhen in front of him and said, Elder Jiang, Ruahun is here to get the Emperor Star Jade Plate on the order of the Master. Jiang Zhen seemed not to hear it, looking forward, and said, get in line. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Mo Shuang has already assessed. Ruahun saw that Jiang Zhen's eyes did not even look at this side, and her expression became unhappy. Is this a personal vendetta? In the academy, she has always stood on the opposite side of Ouchen, and the same is true for Jiang Zhen and Mo Shuang. Jiang Zhen's eyes then turned to Ruahun and Qin Wentian, his expression as cold as Huo Chen's. He passed Mo Shuang's assessment, but failed mine. We have already discussed with the 9 academies and martial arts schools. Today is the last day of the assessment. Anyone who passes the preliminary assessment will be linked with the 9 academies and martial arts schools. All of them will go into the dark forest to hunt monsters for training. Only those who come out alive can join the 9 academies and martial arts schools. So, it's the same for him. Even if I admit Mo Shuang's assessment, if he wants to get the Emperor Star Jade card, he must first come out alive. How long will the training take? Ruahun asked coldly. 1 month. Jiang Zhen said. If you don't want to participate, you can choose to give up and go back to Xianyang City. At this time, a young man appeared beside Huo Chen and glanced at Qin Wentian coldly. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt that many eyes were on him. His perception was always strong. Following his feeling, he turned his eyes and found that several eyes were shooting towards him from the Royal Academy in the distance. One of them was wearing green clothes and was beautiful. She looked at him with a faint chill. It was Bai Kipuksu. The Bai family had moved to the Imperial City. Bai Kipuksu came to the Royal Academy. She would also participate in the joint training of the 9 academies and martial arts schools. Brother Qin, they want to deal with you. Dashan said to Qin Wentian, the reason why I asked you to be careful of Huo Chen just now is because he has a good relationship with Yi Wook. Qin Wentian's heart was as clear as a mirror. He did not expect that as soon as he stepped into the Imperial City, someone would cast a net for him and prepare to swallow him up in one bite. Of course, most of the people in the 9 academies and martial arts schools did not know about this training. In addition to training freshmen, there was another reason for Qin Wentian. Most of them did not know who Qin Wentian was. They only knew that this training was the last round of assessment and there was a risk of life. Not long ago, the 9 academies and martial arts schools notified everyone that if they were worried about the danger, they could give up. Ruahun stared at Jiang Zhen and asked, how is the fairness of this assessment? The 9 major colleges and martial arts schools are linked together. All those who participate in the assessment will enter the dark forest. In addition, each major college and martial arts school will send 2 elders and 4 old students to guard the dark forest in case of accidents. What do you want to question? Jiang Zhen said coldly. Who are the elders and students in charge of my Emperor Star College? Ruahun asked again. Me, and Mo Shuang, the students, are naturally my and his old students. Mo Shuang already knows about this and agrees. Jiang Zhen smiled coldly. Ruahun nodded slightly after hearing this, and then looked at Qin Wentian, only to see Qin Wentian smiled and said, I will participate in this trial. The moment he agreed, Qin Wentian clearly found that the corner of the mouth of the young man next to Huo Chen was drawn with a cold smile. Let's take a rest next to the side. Ruahun took Qin Wentian and walked away. Brother Qin, there will probably be someone to deal with you in this assessment. You must be careful. Besides, there are monsters rampant in the dark forest, which is very dangerous. Dashan said to Qin Wentian. I respect Teacher Mo Shuang's decision. As for the other students and the monsters, I will deal with them carefully myself. Qin Wentian said. Since you said so, you must have an idea in mind. However, junior brother, you must not underestimate these students, especially some noble students from the Imperial Star Academy and the Royal Academy. Some people with good talents are very powerful even though they are very young. Ruahun reminded. Well, wait for the training to begin. Qin Wentian nodded in response, his eyes still inadvertently swept towards the direction where Bai Kibuksu was. There, Bai Kibuksu was surrounded by many young boys and girls, and was surrounded by stars. In addition to her own talent, of course, it was also because of Yu Wook. Master, why don't I find a place to stay in the Imperial City first? Feng Ping suggested to Qin Wentian. Okay, it's up to you. Qin Wentian had no objection. I will wait for Master to come out. Feng Ping said with a smile, and then left first. He believed that Qin Wentian could turn danger into safety. He was still waiting for Qin Wentian to become a powerful weapon refining master and stand in front of Mu Qing. The assessment of the 9 major academies martial arts schools was in full swing, but it had nothing to do with Qin Wentian. He chatted with Ruahun and Dashin on the side. In the distance of this vast square, there was a huge monster in the air. This monster was shaped like a lion, but it had wings. It was a terrifying level 8 griffin. Above the griffin stood 2 figures, Mo Shang and an old man. Master, Zhang Zhen agreed to the Royal Academy's proposal. Why didn't you stop him? Mo Shang looked at the old man in confusion. Mo Shang, do you think highly of this young man? The old man smiled. Well, to be honest, Master, I like this boy very much. Otherwise, when I proposed this trial, I would not have asked you to come out in person. I just wanted to stop this dark forest experience. Since you like him very much, why don't you let him go? The old man smiled and looked at the vast assessment area in the distance, saying, there are some good seedlings among the students this year. The overall level is very strong. I am looking forward to this experience. Mo Shang smiled bitterly and said in his heart, little guy, I wish you good luck. Grandpa, you are looking for me. At this moment, a white monster crane flew into the void. On the back of this monster crane was Mo Qingchen, the most beautiful woman in Chu. Well, this time you should go with Mo Shang into the dark forest. Don't stay at home all the time. The old man smiled, then turned and left, saying, Mo Shang, this griffin will follow you first. Take good care of Qingchen. Mo Shang was stunned. He didn't know what his master meant. He turned his eyes and nodded slightly at Mo Qingchen, feeling amazed. He rarely saw his master's granddaughter Mo Qingchen, a woman who could drive the sons of the powerful and wealthy in the Chu state crazy. His master actually let her follow him into the dark forest. He wondered if there was any special intention. Chapter 34 Dark Forest. As the sun was setting in the west, the number of people in this vast area gradually decreased. After the preliminary assessment, the 9 academies and martial arts schools stopped recruiting people. Many people left in disappointment, and those who stayed gradually moved towards the Central Emperor Star Academy and the Royal Academy from the 9 directions. At this moment, a figure in white with a long sword on his back walked towards Qin Wentian and his friends. Qin Wentian had seen this young man before. On that day, both of the 2 star souls in Xianyang City were swordsmen with sword star souls. Ruahun, Dashin, the teacher wants you to go over. Yu Fei walked over here and shouted to Ruahun and his friends. Well, did the teacher tell us which 2 people on our side should enter the dark forest? Ruahun asked. According to Zhang Zhen's words, Zhang Zhen and Mo Shang could each bring 2 old students in. You, and another person, the teacher didn't say who it was. Yu Fei replied, we'll know when we get there. Okay. Are you? Huan nodded, and then the group headed towards the direction where the crowd gathered. The 9 martial arts schools of the academy had 8,000 people qualified to participate in the Dark Forest trial, a terrifying number, but if you think about how many people have signed up these days, you will understand that this ratio is already 1 in 100. The 9 martial arts schools of the Imperial City gathered the elite teenagers of the entire Chu state. If you want to become a strong man, you must face all kinds of crises. This will be your first lesson, enjoy it. At this time, a person from the Royal Academy shouted to the crowd in front of him. Those teenagers looked solemn one by one. They all knew that without the trial of blood, they could not be called real warriors. Buzz! In the sky not far away, a strong wind blew, and 2 monsters flew towards this side. Seeing the figure on one of the monsters, many people stared. So beautiful, it's Mo Qingchen, she's here. In this area, people below the Yuanfu realm are not allowed to ride monsters to fly, but Mo Qingchang can, and no one will question her. Zhang Zhen and Huo Chen were a little surprised to see Mo Qingchang and Mo Shuang together, but then they looked at the crowd and said, "Since we are here, let's set off. Everyone run at full speed and step into the dark forest before sunset. Junior brother, take care of yourself." "Are you Huang Xiao?" looked at Qin Wentian and said, then walked to the front to lead the team. The lustful snow dog actually stayed in her arms and didn't move. "Junior brother Qin, I'll wait for you at the academy." Dashin patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder. People from the martial arts academies of various academies lined up and set off one after another. Monsters flew into the air, with teachers leading the team standing on them, while students ran on the ground, heading to their side. The dark forest covered half of the imperial city. It was obviously impossible for them to move forward, so they would have to step through the imperial palace area. There were more than 8,000 people in 9 camps. The Emperor Star Academy had the least number of people, only 500 people, and the Royal Academy had more than 800 people. When they ran at full speed at the same time, the ground trembled, as if thousands of horses were galloping. Wherever they passed, a hurricane blew. Many passers-by looked at these energetic figures with smiles on their faces. These people will be the pillars of the future of Chu. Hey! In the Emperor Star Academy camp, a smiling fat boy stood beside Qin Wentian and greeted him. Although they ran very fast, it did not take too much effort for them who had entered the martial arts, and they could chat easily. "What's your name?" the fat boy asked. "Qin Wentian, what about you?" "Family, ordinary fan, happily." The fat boy smiled. Qin Wentian looked at him. He was wearing ordinary clothes, his hair looked a little messy, and he had a smile on his face. "This name suits you very well." Qin Wentian smiled. He. Family grinned, then looked at the girl on the flying crane in front of him, and whispered, "This Chu State's most beautiful woman is so beautiful that my heart is beating so fast." Qin Wentian rolled his eyes when he saw his intoxicated look, but he also admitted Mo Qingchang's beauty. "However, senior sister Ruohun is more to my taste. That figure, those plump parts, tut-tut." Family looked wretched, and almost drooled. "Do you know senior sister Ruohun?" Qin Wentian asked. "How could I know her? I heard it from others. Who doesn't know that she is the most beautiful woman in our Emperor Star Academy? But I can only think about it." He. Family smiled tremblingly, turned his head and looked at Qin Wentian. "You are so serious, are you also thinking about that?" Looking at Family's wretched eyes, Qin Wentian rolled his eyes and cursed, "Get lost. This guy is definitely a talent. Don't pretend." He. Family showed a you-know look, and Qin Wentian had to be speechless. But this Chu Kingdom's imperial city is indeed full of geniuses and beauties. Over there, Bai Qiuxa from the Royal Academy is very beautiful. It is said that she has communicated with a martial star of the third heaven. Family pointed to the crowd of people from the Royal Academy in the camp next to him and said to Qin Wentian, "And our Emperor Star Academy is also full of geniuses. The pretty boy in the front is called Huo Feng. He is very powerful. He has the second level of the Wheel Meridian and a double star soul." Family pointed to the boy in front, who is the boy standing next to Huo Chen just now. It seems that they are brothers. Look over there, that beautiful girl in black has the first level of the Wheel Meridian and a double star soul. She has a good figure, but some parts are slightly imperfect. Family savored it alone. "But do you know who is the first genius of our Emperor Star Academy this year?" "Who?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. "It's right in front of you." The flesh on Family's face was piled together, and the smile was as obscene as it could be. "Family, you are bragging to others again." A man ran over and smiled at Family. It was obvious that he had not only boasted in front of Qin Wentian before. Qin Wentian smiled. Although Family liked to brag, he was also humorous and interesting. At sunset, 9 large teams crossed the east gate of the Imperial City. The Imperial City is surrounded by the Dark Forest. In the 3,000-year history of the Chu state, it has experienced many monster riots in the Dark Forest. Therefore, the city gate near the monster forest is towering into the sky, extremely spectacular, like a natural moat. Across the east gate, there is still a town connecting the Imperial City and the Dark Forest. As a buffer zone, there are many adventurers and people who have experienced this town. When they saw the people from the 9 camps rushing through like a hurricane, they were stunned. Could this be the students of the martial arts school of the 9 academies? They are really energetic. So many handsome men and beautiful women, haha. The adventurers passing by laughed and discussed. Keep going, you can camp in the dark forest by yourself. In the void, a clear voice spread, making everyone shudder. During the 1-month training time, they need to spend many nights in the dark forest, and they have to be self-sufficient in food and hunt alone. Night gradually fell on the earth, and at this time, the people from the 9 camps finally arrived at the edge of the dark forest. The front was full of lush ancient trees, with no end in sight, and a wild and strange atmosphere permeated from it. When everyone stopped, the space suddenly became extremely quiet, and everyone realized that they would face a real crisis next. Next to the dark forest in front, the strong men from the 9 academies of the martial arts school stood on the void monster and said to everyone, "You will enter the dark forest now. Before dawn tomorrow, you must go deep into the dark forest for 10 miles. This 10-mile area is limited to the periphery. In the next month, if anyone is found to be active in the periphery, it will be considered as unqualified for the assessment. Now, go in. The 10-mile area is considered the periphery, where humans often move around, there are no powerful monsters, and the danger is very low. Qin Wentian, let's go together." Family said. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, and then the people from the 9 camps stepped into the dark forest one after another. The huge lineup of 8,000 people began to radiate in all directions, in groups of 2 or 3, walking together. With the help of the faint starlight, Qin Wentian and Fan Li walked in the dark forest. Some people who were good at fire ability directly created flames to illuminate the surroundings, and some people used treasures such as night pearls for lighting. First go deep into 8 or 9 miles, then find an open place to rest for a night, and go deeper early the next morning, so that it won't be considered a violation. Fan Li whispered, and everyone was groping forward. On the way, Qin Wentian and Fan Li also used stones to collide to create flames, and walked forward with torches. "It seems that someone is watching us," Fan Li whispered as he walked forward. Qin Wentian's mind trembled, and he also felt it. His perception has always been very sharp. In Xianyang City, he killed Jimo and Yi Lang, and showed extraordinary talent. It is obvious that the Yi family will not let him go easily. This trial was prepared for Qin Wentian for a certain reason, and at the same time it can hone the disciples of the martial arts schools of various colleges. There are only benefits, so the martial arts schools of various colleges will not refuse this proposal. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35: The Fat Genius. Before Qin Wentian stepped into the dark forest, he knew that someone might try to harm him, but since teacher Mo Shuang did not object, he must have done it to train him. My current strength is the 8th level of body refinement, with a force exceeding 100 bulls. People in the first level of ordinary Wheel Meridian realm can handle it. However, if it is a Wheel Meridian realm person who condenses a powerful star soul, it may be difficult to deal with it. Qin Wentian secretly speculated, but whispered to Fan Li, "Fan Li, I have an enemy, why don't we go our separate ways?" The fat man turned his eyes and looked at Qin Wentian's face with the help of the weak firelight. A strange color flashed in his eyes and smiled. Fan Li, I'm the first genius of this class. How could I abandon my companions? Don't worry, although they have entered the dark forest, they dare not take action within the 10-mile area. Now the students have not spread yet. It would be bad if they slaughtered their companions like this. Fan Li smiled and said, "Let's go, there is a fire ahead, and it is an open space." Okay. Qin Wentian is also a straightforward person. Although Fan Li is a little wretched, he is a good person. On a sloping open space in front, many people actually set up simple tents. Qin Wentian. A slightly surprised voice came out. Qin Wentian looked outside a tent, and then a smile flashed across his face. He actually met an acquaintance. "Liu Yan, why are you here?" Qin Wentian walked forward. He thought it was Liu Yan who saved his life last time. "I am taking the assessment of the Kamikaze Academy. Put out the fire quickly and sit inside the tent. The fire will attract monsters," Liu Yan said with a smile. In addition to Liu Yan, there were 2 young men in the tent. One was her brother Liu Yu, and the other was her friend Zhou Fan. "Liu Yan, why do you let strangers in casually?" Liu Yu frowned. and Zhou Fan also showed displeasure. "Brother, this is Qin Wentian whom we met outside Xianyang City last time." Liu Yan responded, then looked at Qin Wentian and said, "By the way, why did you come to the Dark Forest? Are you also participating in the Academy Martial Arts trial?" "We are participating in the assessment of the Imperial Star Academy." Family straightened his clothes and walked forward, extending his hand and said, "Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Fan Li, the future star of the Imperial Star Academy." Imperial Star Academy. Liu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a glimmer, and she stretched out her hand to shake Fan Li's. "Liu Yan, you are so beautiful and talented, it's really rare." Fan Li said. Liu Yan smiled and wanted to pull her hand back, but Fan Li didn't seem to let go. "Did you build this tent? You must have experience in outdoor training. Is Qin Wentian your friend? He and I are good brothers, so we are friends too." Qin Wentian looked at Fan Li's hand that refused to let go, and was stunned. This guy is really a top-notch guy. Liu Yan blushed, and finally pulled her hand back and glanced at Qin Wentian. "I don't know him." Qin Wentian broke into a sweat, feeling so embarrassed. "You too, since we have met, we are friends. Although it is a little simple here, let's rest for a night. It will be safer to set off together tomorrow." Liu Yu came over and said to Qin Wentian and Fan Li with a smile, "Yes, then I will obey your orders." Fan Li agreed very readily, and Qin Wentian was speechless. "Liu Yan, Fan Li, I'm going out for a walk, you guys chat?" Qin Wentian said with a smile and walked out of the tent. "This kid." Fan Li glared at Qin Wentian, and then said to Liu Yan, "Liu Yan, see you later." He followed Qin Wentian and said, "What's wrong, don't you like Liu Yan?" "No, Liu Yan is a good person, but her two friends don't seem to welcome us very much, why bother staying there?" Qin Wentian said. Fan Li also saw that the other party changed his attitude when he said that he was the person who was assessed by the Emperor Star Academy. He had some power. Besides, someone has been watching us. I need to practice to improve my strength. How can I let them down? Qin Wentian's mouth curled up with a cold smile, which made Fan Li look stunned. The young man's curled mouth gave him a sharp feeling, as if he was about to show his fangs. "Okay, the number one genius of the Imperial Star Academy, will play with him." Fan Li grinned. Qin Wentian ignored Fan Li's big talk, walked to an ancient tree and sat cross-legged, then closed his eyes to practice. Just a moment later, a buzzing sound came out of his body, as if the sea of stars was roaring wildly. Fan Li's eyes narrowed slightly. What a domineering technique, but he should also work. His figure flickered, and Fan Li flashed towards the woods. Qin Wentian, bathed in the starlight, seemed to be particularly peaceful, but his body was extremely violent. The star power madly impacted his body, forging his internal organs and the star vein, allowing his body to continue to improve. Before dawn the next day, the students in this area woke up and set out. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and saw Fatty Fan Li lying under a tree opposite him, with a bow and many arrows in his hands. "Fatty, it's time to set off." Qin Wentian shouted, and Fan Li opened his confused eyes and grinned at Qin Wentian. "How did you make this bow and arrow?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. Although the attack bow made by Fan Li was a little rough, it gave people a very sharp feeling. "I found a few ancient trees to cut down and killed a monster to make it," Fan Li said casually, and then said, "Let's go." "Well, let's go." The two teenagers looked at each other, and then stood up at the same time, and quickly ran towards the depths of the dark forest, like a hurricane, at a very fast speed, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A moment later, a group of teenagers rushed over here, and the leader was Huo Feng, a freshman from the Imperial Star Academy, and the others were also freshmen from the martial arts schools of various colleges. "Chase, we can start right after we pass this area." Huo Feng shouted coldly, and a group of people ran after him like ferocious cheetahs. "Fatty, you can run so fast." The sky gradually brightened, and Qin Wentian could see things clearly. He saw Fan Li running like a wild beast beside him. His fat body was extremely agile, and he couldn't help but marvel. "I'm a genius." Fan Li raised his head and said. Qin Wentian looked at him with contempt, and then said, "There are a total of 6 people behind Huo Feng, the second level of the Wheel Meridian, the other 5 people, one of them is the first level of the Wheel Meridian, and the other 4 are all in the body refining realm. It's a bit difficult, let's wear down their physical strength." Fan Li said casually, which made Qin Wentian's eyes flash with brilliance. This fat man can actually see through other people's cultivation. Is he really a genius? There are people in front. Qin Wentian looked at a wide area in the distance ahead. The people from the Royal Academy, the one in the front is Jiutian. I saw him taking the assessment at the Royal Academy. He has reached the second level of chakra and has murderous intent. Who did you mess with? Change your position. Family said as he immediately ran to the left. Qin Wentian followed without any hesitation. The Yi family had gone to great lengths to kill him. They were very powerful in the Imperial City. If he hadn't entered the Imperial Star Academy, he would have died suddenly. Teacher Mo Shuang really gave him a difficult problem, but even so what? He had gained a good brother this time. Family, thank you, Qin Wentian said as he ran. Don't be jealous, Fatty, I'm very righteous. Don't forget your brother Fatty when you see a beautiful woman in the future. Family grinned. The people behind him were still chasing him. Half an hour later, they had already gone deep into the dark forest, and there were traces of monsters. There are 4 more people following closely. Fatty, what is their cultivation? Qin Wentian asked. Huo Feng, there is also the person with the first level of the wheel meridian, plus 2 people in the body refining realm. Do you want to do it? Family asked. Let's do it, Qin Wentian said very decisively, and suddenly stopped. He saw Family's footsteps did not stop. Stomping on the ground, his body flew into the air, and landed directly on a big tree. He said to Qin Wentian, I will control, you will kill, let's kill 2 people in the body refinement realm first. Okay. For some reason, he trusted the wretched fat man Qin Wentian very much. He kept his pace steady and turned around to wait for the people behind him to catch up. When Huo Feng and the other 4 saw Qin Wentian stop in front of him, they also slowed down. They stared at Qin Wentian like a venomous snake, and their murderous intentions were not concealed. The 4 of them walked towards Qin Wentian in an arc. How much power did the Yi family use to kill me this time? Qin Wentian looked at Huo Feng and said, Your family? Many people want to kill you, and your disabled second uncle dared to rebel. He will be guillotined sooner or later. Qin Hao and Qin Chuan have been thrown into the death row of Black Castle. Huo Feng laughed coldly, and then waved his hand. Suddenly, the 3 people on the left and right rushed towards Qin Wentian at the same time, revealing their murderous intentions. Swish! Suddenly, a terrifying arrow behind Qin Wentian penetrated the space and rushed straight to Huo Feng, as fast as lightning. Left! Family's voice came, and Qin Wentian immediately rushed to the person on the left who was in the body refining realm. Swish! 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 Arrows continued to break through the air and shot at 3 people at the same time, leaving only the person on the left to Qin Wentian. Break! The star soul of the spear on Huo Feng's body appeared, and the spear gathered with stars roared, stabbing at the arrow in front, but at this moment, the arrow jumped slightly, and actually deviated a little, brushing past the spear and hitting his forehead. How could it be? Huo Feng's expression changed drastically, and in a hurry, his left hand slapped out a huge palm force, and a strong wind blew, but he saw his body exploded backwards, and the arrow was blocked, but it also pierced Huo Feng's palm, and blood flowed from the palm of his left hand. An arrow that can change direction. Not only Huo Feng suffered this kind of treatment, but the other 2 were also not well off. A person in the body refining realm was even pierced directly through the forehead and died under the arrow. When they encountered the sharp arrow, Qin Wentian pounced on the person in the body refining realm on the left. When he punched out, it was like the roar of a real dragon. The roar of the 9 heavens dragon carried infinite power. The strong man in the body refining realm regretted it the moment he punched out. His strength was simply not comparable to Qin Wentian's. The sound of bones breaking came out. Qin Wentian's dragon-subduing fist was unstoppable. The opponent didn't even have time to release the star soul before he was crushed by the fist and died. In just a moment, Fan Li and Qin Wentian killed 2 people. Chapter 36 Burn, Boy. Qin Wentian looked back and saw Fanel jumping and running on the tree. His movements were still so agile. Awesome. Qin Wentian smiled at Fanel. Fanel steadied himself and pulled the bow into full moon again, with 3 arrows on the arrow string. Fatty, I'm a genius. Fanel grinned, and Qin Wentian had to admit that this wretched fat man was indeed a genius. You'd better not meddle in other people's business, otherwise you will die miserably. Huo Feng looked at Fanel on the tree with a ruthless look. Deal with the one next to him first. Fanel still grinned, as if he didn't hear what Huo Feng said. Qin Wentian nodded, and immediately looked at the boy next to Huo Feng with cold eyes. The moment Fan Li finished speaking, 3 arrows broke through the air at the same time, turning into 3 sharp swords and shooting towards Huo Feng. At the moment when the arrows broke through the air, Fan Li's palm once again pulled out 3 feather arrows from his back, with extremely skillful movements. This time, the star soul of the arrow appeared behind him, extremely dazzling. The 9 heavens galaxy, billions of stars, are all martial stars. Any martial star may exist. Fan Li's star soul is condensed by communicating with a crescent-shaped bow and arrow star. At this moment, the arrow in Fan Li's hand was attached with the brilliance of the stars, and once again broke through the air and killed. Qin Wentian was already colliding with another person. Both of them released their star souls. The Sky Hammer star was dazzling, while the other party's star soul was an iceberg, standing there, and every attack was extremely cold. Bang! When the two collided again, Qin Wentian only felt a force of ice penetrating into his body, trying to freeze his star veins, and the other party's arm was numb from the bombardment. Qin Wentian had the strength of the 8th level of physical training, but his power was so terrifying. What's going on? Suddenly, Qin Wentian frowned, as if a terrifying demonic aura was rushing towards him. There are demonic beasts, Qin Wentian, hunt them. Fan Li looked solemn. This time, he gave up his homemade arrows and used the power of the stars as arrows to break through the air and kill Qin Wentian's opponent, blocking his retreat. Boom! The star power in Qin Wentian's body became violent and surged out like a tide along the open star veins. The whole person was like an angry dragon, roaring out, with long hair flying, wanting to kill everything. The young man opposite him was pale, and an arrow fell from the sky towards him. He condensed 2 ice spears in his hands and stabbed them towards the sky and the front respectively. Die! Qin Wentian roared, and the infinite power directly destroyed the spear. He went forward without hesitation, ignoring the pain on his fist. The terrifying power shook the opponent's body back. A star arrow happened to fall from the sky and pierced his head directly, nailing him there. Huo Feng witnessed the death of his companions, but was blocked by Fan Li's continuous arrows. Although Fan Li's arrows were not very powerful, his control was too terrible, and he could change direction, making it impossible to defend against them. At this time, the terrifying demonic energy rushed over. Qin Wentian looked forward and saw a group of demon wolves running towards him, turning into a terrible tide of demon beasts. Run! Fan Li shot 3 arrows directly, then jumped off the ancient tree, turned around and fled. Qin Wentian also reacted and ran away. Kill them! Behind him, Huo Feng let out an angry roar. This time he was so embarrassed. 4 people came to chase Qin Wentian, and the other 3 people except him all died. What's more hateful is that he has stronger strength than the other party, but he doesn't even have the chance to show it. He was tightly controlled by the continuous arrows. Qin Wentian was stunned when he heard this voice and looked at Fan Li next to him. I saw someone behind the demon wolf pack from a high place. It might be that he controlled the Wolf King. Some of them have condensed the star soul of beast control. Fan Li's face was full of depression. He said to Qin Wentian, but your star soul is domineering enough. The 8th level of body refinement can have such a strong power. The fat man was still thinking about this. Qin Wentian looked at him speechlessly and said, think about how to escape first. The speed of the demon wolves in this dark forest is obviously faster than ours. Moreover, the power of the demon beasts can easily tear the ancient trees apart. It is obviously not possible to escape to the trees. There is no escape. The fat man said with a bitter face. Soon, the demon wolves passed by them like phantoms, and then circled in front of them and continued to run. Obviously, these demon wolves regarded them as prey and prepared to encircle them. When the front and the left and right sides were surrounded by demon wolves, the demon wolf in front finally stopped running, turned around, and showed Qin Wentian and Fan Li its bloodthirsty fangs, and its fierce eyes were filled with terrible hostility. SHH, SHH. Qin Wentian and Fan Li stopped at the same time, their feet rubbing against the ground to stop their forward steps, and then turned around, only to see Fan Li throw away the bow in his hand, and then the star soul of the bow and arrow shone, and a star bow and arrow appeared in his hand. Burn, young man. As soon as Fan Li finished speaking, his body seemed to really burn, and a terrifying aura spread out from him to the surroundings. In an instant, the steps of the demon wolves retreated slightly, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes, while the aura on Fan Li's body was rising madly. Brother, cover me and kill the Wolf King. Fan Li's eyes were like a wild beast, staring at the largest demon beast in front of him. His eyes were extremely sharp. Buzz! The bright star beam broke through the sky and shot towards the giant wolf like a meteor. The giant wolf roared, and its terrifying claws blasted out a cold luster, but it could not stop the arrow from moving forward. The bright star arrow flew straight to his head. Ah! The giant wolf moved backwards, but the arrow seemed to have eyes, spinning rapidly, and it was impossible to stop it. The giant wolf showed a trace of fear, and then blocked its head with its huge wolf claws. At this moment, the arrow suddenly changed direction and pierced the giant wolf's thigh. With a sound of puffing, the giant wolf's body was nailed to the ground by the terrible force. Qin Wentian and Fan Li's bodies rushed towards the giant wolf. Several demon wolves flew over to block Qin Wentian and Fan Li. Get out! Qin Wentian's star soul also appeared, and the star hammer condensed in his hand. His body jumped up and danced in the void. The star hammer smashed directly towards a demon wolf, and the demon wolf's body was smashed down, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Qin Wentian's movements did not stop at all. The 1,000 hammers and 100 refining methods were directly danced, and smashed wildly towards the demon wolves on the left and right, opening a path for Fan Li. Fan Li rushed to the giant wolf nailed to the ground, and 3 arrows were shot out in a row. The giant wolf wanted to block its head with its claws, but the arrows shot straight at close range were so powerful that the claws of the demon wolf exploded directly. Then the last star arrow shot through the giant wolf's head. Beautiful. Qin Wentian smiled. The giant wolf was a 4th-level demon beast, and its strength exceeded that of a strong man in the 2nd level of the Wheel Meridian. Fan Li killed it on the spot. At this moment, the fat man's figure seemed to have become much taller. Oh woo! At this time, a cold wolf howl shook the jungle. Behind the wolves, a young boy in animal skin appeared with a cold face. Under the boy's feet was an equally huge demon wolf. Beside him, Huo Feng was also there, smiling coldly at Qin Wentian and Fan Li, as if he regarded the two as dead. I didn't expect that among the new students of Emperor Star Academy, there would be another one with bloodline power. Huo Feng looked at Fan Li and seemed a little surprised. Fan Li, he has the power of blood. It's the power of blood. Qin Wentian thought to himself. He has followed Heibo for many years, so of course he knows the power of blood. Martial artists communicate with the martial stars and condensed star souls, relying on perception, talent, and perseverance, while human blood relies more on inheritance. Some strong people with strong blood power will pass this power on to their descendants, hiding it in their blood. Some people can awaken it, but some people can't. Therefore, some people's blood power is stimulated after several generations, and blood power may also appear due to blood mutation. Moreover, different types of blood power give different abilities to martial artists. Fan Li's blood power seems to burn his fighting power and make him stronger. What bad luck! I killed the wrong person. Fan Li cursed in a low voice, and then he moved to Qin Wentian's side and said, my blood is the Emperor Flame bloodline, which can burn combat power. I can inject the power of the Emperor Flame bloodline into your body, making your blood boil in a short period of time. You will have the effect of the Emperor Flame bloodline and enhance your combat power. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, and then Fan Li's palm surged with blood power, and his palm turned into a blood palm, which was directly printed on Qin Wentian's back. The power of the Emperor Flame bloodline rushed into Qin Wentian's body, and in an instant Qin Wentian felt his blood boiling, and his breath was also rising and burning. Boom. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian's body suddenly trembled, and a heart-shaking breath suddenly emerged from his body. Fan Li seemed to have sensed something, and looked at Qin Wentian. Then he saw Qin Wentian's body trembling, his face red, as if blood was about to drip out, and he seemed to have the power of a prehistoric beast, wanting to devour Qin Wentian himself. What's going on? Fan Li asked. I don't know. There is a force in my blood that is devouring your blood power. I can't control it. Qin Wentian's body trembled more and more. Your uncle, blood confrontation, is this okay? The fat on the fat man's face trembled. Qin Wentian also has blood power, and it may be a higher level blood than his Emperor Flame blood. Fan Li knew very well that blood power is usually dormant in the body and will only be triggered when encountering special circumstances. Qin Wentian, he obviously has blood power lurking in his body, and he doesn't even know it. It was just triggered by his Emperor Star blood. I don't know if this time can completely stimulate the blood power in Qin Wentian's body. If it can, Qin Wentian can call on blood power at will in the future. If not, the blood power will continue to lurk. P.S. I have been writing books for many years. During the process of writing, there are always friends who think that the protagonist should die. I think it may be the so-called bystander sees more clearly, because you are standing in the perspective of the reader. You are a prophet, you know everything, you know that the protagonist will rise, you know all the protagonist's cards, you know that the protagonist will take revenge in the future, so you will scold many villains in novels as idiots, but people in the game don't know. If you look at it from the attitude of an outsider, then the protagonist of any novel is bound to die, and there will be no such thing as online novels. Wu Han certainly can't write famous classics, but if you like Wu Han's writing style, then please believe that Wu Han can contribute a recreational novel. The previous book, Peerless Martial God, took more than 2 years and 7 million words to write. It ranked 5th on the Baidu Fengdian ranking in 2014. It has released traditional Chinese and changed the game. Therefore, it is impossible for the new book to be abandoned or get worse and worse. Please rest assured about this. I hope that friends who like this book can support Wu Han and let Wu Han create better. Chapter 37, Confusion of Right and Wrong. Huo Feng looked at Qin Wentian and Fan Li, who were surrounded by the demon wolves, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. There are only a few martial artists who awaken the power of blood, and the two guys in front of him both have blood, so they must be eliminated as soon as possible. Muai, do it. Huo Feng looked at the boy in animal skin on the back of the demon wolf king next to him and said, "Okay, Huo Feng, remember that I helped you this time." Muai showed a cold smile on his face, which gave people a very strange feeling. He roared, and the demon wolves suddenly rioted and pounced on Qin Wentian and Fan Li at the same time. These demon wolves were all level 2 and 3 demon beasts, and the demon wolf king he sat on was a level 4 demon beast. "How are you?" Fan Li shot a series of arrows with his star bow and arrows. The bodies of the level 2 demon wolves were all exploded under the terrifying arrows, but some level 3 demon wolves were very difficult to deal with. The strength of a 3rd level demon beast is equivalent to the 3rd level of human body training, and the demon beast is wild, so the strength of a 3rd level demon beast is generally higher than the 7th level of martial arts body training, reaching the 8th or 9th level. "I can't control it." Qin Wentian's face was ugly. He couldn't control the power of this bloodline. "It's really enviable." The fat man grinned. "The bloodline that can't be controlled is of course a powerful bloodline. Qin Wentian's realm can't control it. Since you can't control it, then, burn it to your heart's content." The fat man inserted an arrow directly into the head of the demon wolf that pounced on Qin Wentian. "Okay." A drop of wolf blood splashed on Qin Wentian's face. He saw a crazy look in his eyes, and then he completely let go. In his body, the terrifying bloodline power was roaring and rolling, and he exuded a terrifying aura of dominating the world. "Kill!" Qin Wentian roared, and the demon wolf's pupils suddenly showed off. Qin Wentian seemed to be shrouded in a blood-colored halo. He was still using the dragon-subduing fist, but at this moment, the punch was like a blood-colored dragon roaring. A level 3 demon wolf in front of him instantly exploded and turned into a bloody rain. Roar! A demon wolf pounced from behind in an instant. These demon wolves were too agile and there were so many of them. Even if Qin Wentian and Fan Li's combat power was enough to compete with a level 4 demon wolves, they would still be very passive when facing such a group of wolves. "Get lost." Fan Li rushed behind Qin Wentian and roared at the demon wolf. For the first time, he released his second star soul, which was a devil-like human face. The pupils on the human face were breathtaking. The demon wolf that pounced on Qin Wentian actually fell directly, and at the same time, Fan Li's arrows pierced his head again. At this time, Qin Wentian had already rushed forward. Wherever the dragon-subduing fist passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere, but the wolf still continued. "Brother, kill the wolf king." Fan Li roared, helping Qin Wentian block the way back. Bang! Qin Wentian trampled the ground fiercely, and the ground cracked. His body was seen in the air, punching the demon wolf head-on, smashing the demon wolf, and when his body landed, a huge momentum was generated. Qin Wentian turned into a bow and rushed forward like a sharp arrow. "Oh woo!" The wolf king howled angrily, and all the demon wolves abandoned Fan Li and all went to encircle and suppress Qin Wentian, who was moving forward. "Fatty, I'm going to fight." Fan Li's expression was fierce, and the double star soul bloomed wildly. The star bow and arrow in his hand was dazzling and boundless. 9 arrows broke through the air at the same time, and the sound of puff, puff continued. The demon wolves on Qin Wentian's left and right were constantly shot and killed. 1 arrow killed a demon wolf. At this moment, Qin Wentian and Fan Li were both furious. Arrow after arrow turned into a rain of arrows, constantly demanding lives. Huo Feng and the animal-skinned boy Muai saw Qin Wentian rushing at them crazily, and their pupils shrank. At this moment, Qin Wentian's blood seemed to be burning, and he was in an extremely violent state. His strength increased terribly. Huo Feng, you are in the second level of the Wheel Meridian and have 2-star souls. Muai said to Huo Feng, obviously asking Huo Feng to stop Qin Wentian. Huo Feng's face was stern, and his 2-star souls bloomed. The long spear star soul and the shield star soul appeared. This time he was not careless. If he had released the second star soul when he fought Fan Li for the first time, he would not have been shot in the palm by the arrow. The 2-star souls, the first star soul is mainly for attack, and the second star soul is mainly for defense. The violent Qin Wentian was already rushing at this moment. Huo Feng shouted angrily, and the long spear trembled in the void. The poisonous dragon spear technique released terrifying power, like a black dragon roaring and killing Qin Wentian. Huo Feng's second level of chakra has opened up 2 chakras. He uses his magical power and is extremely powerful. The rampaging Qin Wentian blasted out with his dragon fist, roaring with a 9 heavens dragon, breaking the law with force. A terrifying explosion sounded in the void, and Qin Wentian was unstoppable. What a terrifying power! Huo Feng's face sank. At this moment, the power Qin Wentian exerted had already surpassed the power of 200 cows, like a mountain pressing down on one's head. Kill! Huo Feng's spearmanship was like a poisonous dragon, piercing Qin Wentian's eyes in a row. However, at this time, Qin Wentian stretched out his left hand, clenched it suddenly, and actually grasped the spear. In an instant, his palm was bleeding, but his right fist carried supreme power and smashed towards Huo Feng. Madman! Huo Feng's expression changed drastically, and the power of the stars turned into an illusory shield, blocking in front, flowing with brilliant light. Bangka! The illusory shield armor collapsed directly, and the terrifying power shook Huo Feng's body away. At this moment, many students appeared in the distance. They were all curious and moving towards this side. The battle just now was very noisy, and there was the sound of wolf howling, which attracted many people around. At the same time, the sound of horse hooves trembled, and the ground in the distance kept shaking. But the violent Qin Wentian and Fan Li had no time to care about so many things. They only had killing in their eyes. The large group of wolves was almost cleared by Fan Li's continuous arrows. His body and Qin Wentian ran wildly towards Huo Feng in front, and at the same time, he directly sent 3 tracking arrows to the Wolf King and Muai. Let's go! Muai drove the Wolf King back, and Huo Feng on the ground also turned around and fled. The two were 2 lunatics. Damn it, the power of the stars is almost exhausted. Fan Li cursed, and the bow and arrow in his hand disappeared, but he still ran forward with Qin Wentian, chasing the lone Huo Feng. Huo Feng coughed a few times, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. He ran wildly towards a slope in front, with a deep fear in his eyes. On the slope, many figures suddenly appeared. They rode on dragon horses. They were the senior students who supervised a training in the dark forest. Stop! Huo Chen rode on a dragon horse and rushed forward. He roared, causing Qin Wentian and Fan Li's pupils to shrink. Fan Li stopped, and the last of the star power gathered into a bow and arrow and 3 arrows, breaking through the air and rushing straight to Huo Feng. How dare you! A cold light flashed in Huo Chen's eyes, and the dragon horse he sat on turned into a hurricane. The spear in his hand passed by, a bright beam of light flashed, and 3 arrows exploded in the void at the same time. You are looking for death? The spear in Huo Chen's hand burst out and rushed straight to Fan Li. Fan Li's expression changed, and his body jumped back. The spear pierced the ground directly, and the earth exploded. At the same time, the tail shook and directly swept Fan Li's head, knocking Fan Li out. Fatty! Qin Wentian's face was stiff and he stopped. In front of him was Huo Chen, who was riding on a dragon horse. Huo Chen looked down at him with a cold look and said coldly, "You are here to hunt monsters, but you dare to deal with your own companions." As soon as he finished speaking, Huo Chen punched Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his hand to block it, but he could not resist the huge force. His body was shaken and scratched on the ground. His blood was boiling. His angry eyes looked directly at Huo Chen, revealing a strong murderous aura. How could Huo Chen not know that Huo Feng was going to kill them this time? Now, he turned black and white. "You are too presumptuous." A cold voice came, and Mo Qingcheng came on a flying crane, looking at Qin Wentian and Fan Li with a cold look. Mo Qingcheng naturally recognized Qin Wentian, but she did not expect Qin Wentian, who came to the test, to kill the students. If so, it would be better not to save him at the beginning. Miss Mo, these two are so bold, should we kill them on the spot? Huo Chen asked Mo Qingcheng. I don't want to see them killing each other, let them go, but don't let it happen again. Mo Qingcheng said coldly. Okay. Huo Chen nodded, looked at Qin Wentian, and said, I'll spare your life today, get out. The blood power in Qin Wentian's body gradually subsided. His eyes were cold. He glanced at Huo Chen and Mo Qingcheng, and then showed a cold smile. You are all fine. Qin Wentian's smile seemed a little sad. He walked in front of Fan Li, looked at the injured Fan Li, and said, Are you okay? Fatty is lucky, he won't die. Fan Li grinned and said, Brother, it seems that beautiful women are not necessarily goddesses. Let's go. Qin Wentian glared at the fat man, then carried him on his back and walked away. Qin Wentian cursed in a low voice, Fatty, you are so heavy. Mo Qingcheng looked at the two lonely figures, as if she felt something was wrong, and then saw a white light flash, and a snowdog jumped in front of her. Why are you here? Mo Qingcheng smiled, but saw the snowdog glared at her, then ran towards Qin Wentian without looking back, causing Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes to freeze there. The cute snowdog's eyes were full of indifference just now. Behind, Ruahun also came on a black eagle, suspended in the air, looking at the two figures leaving, and said lightly, Mo Qingcheng, you are too much? Mo Qingcheng looked at Ruahun, revealing a puzzled look. His name is Qin Wentian, from the Qin Mansion in Xianyang City. He doesn't know Huo Feng at all, so why would he chase Huo Feng? On the contrary, some people have always wanted my junior brother Qin to die. Ruahun glanced at Huo Chen coldly. Hearing her words, Mo Qingcheng's body trembled, and then recalled the desolate back of the young man leaving and the cold eyes of the snow dog. Her heart was inexplicably painful. He is Qin Wentian. Mo Qingcheng looked at the back in the distance, feeling very uncomfortable. Chapter 38, Killing. In the dark forest, Qin Wentian walked quickly with Fan Li on his back. Although he was very weak at the moment, he had to leave the area as soon as possible to avoid being targeted again. Now he and Fan Li did not have the strength to continue fighting. What bad luck. Fan Li said depressedly while lying on Qin Wentian's back, if I had known it was so dangerous, I would not have meddled in other people's business. Fatty, I am still a virgin. Shut up. Qin Wentian cursed in a low voice. This fat guy was talking too much nonsense. Your bloodline has calmed down. How do you feel? Fan Li continued to ask, and what's wrong with this puppy? Why is it following us? I really can't hold on if you keep talking nonsense. Qin Wentian was very tired. Just now, he and Fan Li were in a state of rampage, and their bloodlines were boiling. However, after using the power of their bloodlines, they fell into a weak period because of the excessive consumption of energy. In addition, the star power in their bodies was also exhausted, and they were in an extremely weak state. Especially Fan Li, who had already exhausted all his strength and was hit by the tail of Huo Chen's gun. That blow made his head bleed continuously. Fortunately, Qin Wentian was good at acupuncture and stopped the blood loss for him. At this time, Fan Li had no strength at all. Thinking of this, the fat man said to himself, the revenge should have been taken overnight, but this genius is young after all. I need to practice for another year or two. It won't be too late to take revenge then. Qin Wentian, why is your realm so low? If you have the Wheel Meridian realm, it will be easy to deal with that bastard Huo Feng. The fat man still chattered. There is a cave ahead. Qin Wentian directly ignored the fat man's words and walked towards the cave ahead. In their current situation, encountering a monster would mean death. Approaching the cave, Qin Wentian put Fan Li down, sat on the ground, and breathed heavily. Fatty, practice to recover some strength first, otherwise we will be in trouble if we encounter a demon beast. Qin Wentian said, and then sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Fan Li also sat down. They were too weak at the moment. We can't be so unlucky. Fan Li opened his eyes that had just closed, and saw a demon leopard approaching and staring at them in the cave. Qin Wentian's expression froze, staring at the demon leopard, and then stood up with difficulty. Buzz! The demon leopard's movements were so swift, it pounced in an instant, like a flash of lightning, but at the same time, the snow dog beside Qin Wentian also turned into a white phantom in an instant. and its speed was even faster than that of the demon leopard. Roar! A low roar came out of the snow dog's mouth, and then Qin Wentian was stunned to find that the snow dog's body suddenly became huge, like a level 3 demon wolf, and bit the demon leopard's throat accurately. In just a moment, the demon leopard fell down, and the artery in its neck was bitten off. It was dying and died in an instant. Transform? That works too. Fanal and Qin Wentian were stunned. What made them even more speechless was that the snow dog turned around and came to the front of the cave, showing a flattering look to Qin Wentian. That expression was so mean, and his body slowly became smaller, but at this time that mean expression looked much cuter. What an amazing speed. Qin Wentian was secretly shocked. This little guy is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, so let's call him a little bastard. Fanal said with a smile. So mean. Qin Wentian looked at Fanal with contempt, but this name is not bad. As he said that, Qin Wentian also grinned, and the poor snow dog was named Little Bastard. With a little bastard guarding outside, Qin Wentian and Fan Li felt more at ease in their practice. At night, the star power in their bodies became full again. Fan Li opened his eyes and heard the violent buzzing sound coming from Qin Wentian's body next to him. He couldn't help but secretly gasp. His practice was definitely not so loud. But this guy was also cruel enough. He had just recovered a little strength and started to practice the body with a method. Of course, Fan Li also knew that after what happened today, Qin Wentian must be eager to improve his realm as soon as possible. They were still waiting for revenge. Huo Chen, Huo Feng, I'm really looking forward to it. Fan Li grinned, and his wretched smile revealed a bit of coldness. Then he walked forward, holding the body of the demon leopard and walked out to fill his stomach. When Qin Wentian opened his eyes, he saw Fan Li outside the cave, very indecently grabbing the roasted leopard meat with his hands and biting it in his mouth. His fat face was all greasy, and the fragrance kept coming to his face. You guys have just recovered some strength and you are so high profile. This smell and firelight will probably attract monsters soon. Qin Wentian cursed in a low voice. However, the recovery ability of martial artists is indeed strong. They were exhausted from running wild during the day, and now they have recovered a lot in just half a day. So hurry up and eat and run. Fan Li ate with big mouthfuls. Qin Wentian walked up and started eating. He saw the bastard squatting beside him, looking at him with a flattering face. How much can your little body eat? Qin Wentian fed a piece of leopard meat to the little bastard, and the little bastard started eating with satisfaction. Generally, monsters also absorb the vitality of heaven and earth to grow. This leopard meat is a great tonic. Fan Li said while eating. Qin Wentian also felt the energy contained in the leopard meat. If ordinary people eat some monster meat when they are tired, they may be able to quickly recover their strength. We will enjoy the next month. Fan Li stood up and said, there are monsters approaching, let's run away first. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and then left with the little bastard. They found another place. Fan Li ate and went to sleep, while Qin Wentian practiced alone, and the little bastard kept watch. During the day, the three of them went out together to hunt monsters, and naturally they could not avoid enjoying the delicious monster meat. In a blink of an eye, it was the 10th day that the people from the 7 major academies and martial arts schools entered the dark forest. Now the students have gone deep into the dark forest and are all cautious. At this time, in a jungle, a group of people walked slowly, but at this moment, a hurricane swept by, and their expressions changed. Then they saw a huge iron-armored rhino running wildly, and the ancient trees collapsed wherever it passed. Look at the power. This is a level 3 peak monster, an iron-armored rhino with extremely violent power. The group of people trembled. They wanted to escape, but the hurricane swept past their faces, and they saw the iron-armored rhino rushing past them. What was even more surprising was that behind the iron-armored rhino, there were 2 young men running at a frantic speed, so fast that it was frightening. Fatty, do it. A voice came, and then they saw several star-shaped arrows drawing gorgeous arcs, chasing the iron-armored rhino as if they had eyes. 9 arrows were fired in a row, and the iron-armored rhino seemed to be blocked from moving forward and stopped in an instant. Then another young man rushed in front of him with a flying dust, punching out violently, and there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. Bang! The young man punched the iron-armored rhino on the forehead, and the surrounding trees seemed to tremble. Then they saw the iron-armored rhino twitching all over, and then its huge body lay down softly, making a plop sound. What a strong force. This armored rhino is famous for its defense, but it was killed by a punch. The pedestrian was shocked, and then they saw a snowdog jumping on the back of the armored rhino with a sly expression. The young men were naturally Qin Wentian and Fan Li. Fan Li came out and said to Qin Wentian, "You pervert, after breaking through the 9th level of body refining, your strength has become even more violent." After more than 10 days of practice, Qin Wentian successfully entered the 9th level of body refining, which is also the last level. At this moment, his clothes looked a little tattered. He turned around and smiled at Fan Li. "Fatty, are you jealous?" Qin Wentian tempered his body with a violent star energy on the Skyhammer star, and with the increase of the 5th level of the star soul, how could his strength not be terrifying? "I'm jealous of you. Can you call upon the power of your bloodline at will?" The fat man put his hands on his hips and looked at Qin Wentian with a sly smile. Qin Wentian's face suddenly fell. Although he had high-level bloodline power, he could not use it freely. The bloodline power was lurking in his body and could not be sensed at all. "Also, don't you know any other moves besides this snake-subduing fist?" Fan Li continued. "After breaking through to the Wheel Meridian realm, practice the magical power directly. For me, breaking through the realm is more important." Qin Wentian replied, waiting to condense the 2nd star soul, and then choose the magical power that suits him. "Well, hurry up and improve your realm. Huo Chen embarrassed us that day. Moreover, without the help of bloodline power, I'm afraid Huo Feng would be difficult to deal with." Fan Li narrowed his eyes and walked forward. Qin Wentian nodded. The reason why he was able to cross the border and defeat Huo Feng that day was entirely due to the terrifying energy that erupted from the bloodline power. Now that he is in the 9th level of physical training, it is difficult to defeat Huo Feng in the 2nd level of the Wheel Meridian realm. In another part of the dark forest, a group of birds were hovering in the sky above the forest. Below, Huo Feng and Muya gathered together again. In addition to them, there were 2 other figures. Huo Feng, the Qin family has been exiled to Xianyang City for so many years and has long been in decline. You want me to take action against a descendant of the Qin family who is in the body refining realm? Only one person looked at Huo Feng with a bit of disdain in his eyes. This person was Hua Yun, a second-year student of the Imperial Star Academy. He had opened up 4 chakras and was also a nobleman. In the dark forest, people from the 9 academies and martial arts schools participated in the trial, but it was impossible to stop others from entering. Hua Yun happened to be training in the dark forest and met Huo Feng. As for the other young man, he was a trainee of the Royal Academy, Yizan of the Yi family, who is in the 2nd level of chakra. That guy has a companion who has the power of blood. He is a bit tricky. Huo Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not tell anyone that Qin Wentian also had blood. He wanted Qin Wentian to die in the dark forest to wash away the shame of being chased and fleeing. "Muai, do it," Huo Feng said. Muai looked into the void, and then he saw the circling birds suddenly rushing in all directions and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 39, The Haunting. Fan Li's cultivation was at the 1st level of the Wheel Meridian realm, while Qin Wentian was now at the 9th level of the body refining realm. As long as they did not go deep into the dark forest and were more cautious, they would not easily encounter danger. Therefore, Qin Wentian and Fan Li lived a leisurely life. "Qin Wentian, you have already started to impact the Wheel Meridian realm. What kind of star soul do you want for the 2nd star soul?" As the 2 walked in the jungle, Fan Li asked Qin Wentian. Fan Li was looking forward to Qin Wentian condensing the 2nd star soul. The 1st star soul would communicate with the martial stars on the 3 heavens, so the 2nd star soul would undoubtedly communicate with the 3rd level and obtain the power that the tyrannical Skyhammer star soul gave to Qin Wentian. He saw it in his eyes. "I haven't thought about it yet. There are endless martial stars on the 9 heavens galaxy. I must choose well this time," Qin Wentian said with a smile. He was also looking forward to the 2nd star soul. "You pervert." Fan Li cursed in a low voice. Many people's consciousness can't stay in the 1st heaven for too long, and can only hastily communicate with a martial star. You are so good, you are still thinking about choosing slowly in the 3rd heaven. However, although you are a pervert, there is still some gap between you and me, Fan Li said seriously. Qin Wentian has long been accustomed to Fan Li's shameless words. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if deliberately angering the fat man. "Someone is fighting." The 2 suddenly spoke at the same time, and then they ran forward, with a brisk pace, and the inconspicuous little bastard in the bushes behind them followed closely. Not far from Qin Wentian, Liu Yan was desperate at this time. She didn't expect that she would encounter the 4th-level demon beast Kinglin Python. In front of her, the python was hovering there like a small house, wrapping her friend Zhou Fan, and then swallowing him up. The cruel scene scared her legs weak. Liu Yan, run! Liu Yu, who was not far away, saw Liu Yan standing there and roared wildly. However, Liu Yan was only 16 years old after all. This scene made her mentally collapsed. Seeing the green-scaled python crawling closer, her body trembled with fear, and she stared at the python overlooking her in a daze. The body of the python stopped in front of Liu Yan, overlooking her. At this moment, Liu Yan's mind was completely broken, and she didn't even hear the whistling wind from the side. Evil beast! Qin Wentian pounced on the python's head like an arrow from a bow, and the third move of the dragon's subduing fist, 9 Heavens Dragon Roar, blasted out. The wind was strong, and the cold eyes of the green-scaled python turned around, and its bloody mouth bit directly at Qin Wentian's body. Bang! The powerful force like a landslide shook the python's head, and the huge head was rebounded, and its huge tail swept directly into the void. Go! Qin Wentian shouted at Liu Yan below. He grabbed the giant tail of the python with his palm and was thrown out with a giant tail. At the same time, whistling arrows shot out and hit the eyes of the green-scaled python. Liu Yan finally reacted and turned around and ran away. Qin Wentian's body hit a big tree hard, and he was in pain all over. Fortunately, his body was strong now and he was not seriously injured. The terrifying roar pierced people's eardrums. The green-scaled python endured Qin Wentian's attack and was pierced in the eye by Fan Li's tracking arrow. It turned around and ran away without falling into a state of rage. It was obviously able to think. It hurts so much? Qin Wentian didn't chase him, but glanced at Fan Li. Fatty, not bad. Fatty grinned and walked over. His second star soul, the ghost-face star soul, gave him the ability of the power of thought. He could slightly change the direction of the arrow and easily see through other people's cultivation realm. Although this star soul cannot directly give powerful attack and defense, it belongs to the controlled type star soul and has great growth potential. After all, now Fatty can only use this power on arrows, and he uses his mind to control the direction of the arrows at critical moments, but in the future, when his power of thought is stronger, he can directly control this sword and control objects. Are you okay? Qin Wentian walked in front of Liu Yan and stretched out his hand to Liu Yan, who was sitting on the ground. After seeing the python escape, Liu Yan was exhausted and sat softly on the ground. At this moment, seeing the smiling boy, a smile appeared on her face. She stretched out her hand, held Qin Wentian's palm, and then stood up. Thank you. Liu Yan was so desperate just now, Qin Wentian pulled her back from the brink of death. It's okay. Be careful next time, Qin Wentian said with a smile. Yes. Liu Yan nodded with a smile, but she was sad again when she thought of Zhou Fan's death. Above the woods, a black crow seemed to be attracted by the fight just now, and it cried, adding a bit of sadness. Black Crow. Fan Li suddenly raised his head and looked at the black crow hovering in the sky. His eyes narrowed, and then he whispered, it's really haunting. Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows and immediately realized what happened. He didn't forget the lesson of the last demon wolf pack. Huo Feng's friend can control beasts. Liu Yan, don't say we know each other, Qin Wentian said to Liu Yan, and then he looked at Fan Li. The two turned around and ran, continuing to run into the dark forest. This scene made Liu Yan stunned for a moment, and she wanted to chase them. However, at the same time, the wind blew violently, and the leaves rustled. She saw several birds swooping down from a distance, and soon passed over her head. On the birds, there was a figure. Seeing this scene, Liu Yu immediately pulled Liu Yan and said, don't chase them. They have encountered a strong opponent. Brother. Liu Yan looked at Liu Yu, but all Liu Yu said again, this Qin Wentian would rather bear the attack of the green-scaled python to save you. It seems that he likes you a little, but these people riding birds are obviously more powerful. Remember what Qin Wentian said just now, we don't know him. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man was seen riding on a level 3 black eagle, and it went away and returned. It was Yizan. Yizan smiled, jumped down, and walked towards Liu Yan and Liu Yu. I am Yizan, a student of the Royal Academy Trial, and you? My name is Liu Yu, and this is my sister Liu Yan. Liu Yu answered carefully. Yizan smiled softly, but he did not dare to be careless. The man just now was called Qin Wentian, a candidate for the assessment of the Emperor Star Academy, but he may not be able to get out of the dark forest. How long have you known him? Yizan asked casually. We just met not long ago. Liu Yu saw Yizan's smile and did not dare to lie. Don't be nervous, we are only targeting him, we have no ill will towards you. Yizan said with a smile. Liu Yu was relieved, and Liu Yan was a little worried about Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian and Fan Li were running wildly, but the speed of the birds was so fast that they were gradually pulled closer. Little bastard, transform! Qin Wentian roared, and suddenly a white phantom suddenly grew larger and pounced in front of Qin Wentian and Fan Li in an instant. The two jumped on it directly, which was a little crowded. Sit tight, how are their cultivation levels? Qin Wentian said to Fan Li. 3 people, Huo Feng and the beast tamer are fine, but the last one is very tricky. My telekinesis can't see through his cultivation. I'm afraid he is above the 3rd level of the wheel meridian. Fan Li turned his back to Qin Wentian, clamped the little bastard's body with his legs, and a bow and arrow appeared in his hand. In an instant, 3 arrows broke through the air and shot out. However, the black eagle dodged very quickly, causing the arrows to deviate from the trajectory. Coupled with the terrifying speed of the black shadow when flying, Fan Li's telekinesis could not control the arrows to catch up. It's a bit troublesome. Fan Li said depressedly. Fortunately, this little bastard is fast enough, comparable to a bird. If it weren't for the 2 of us, he wouldn't have to transform and could easily get rid of the bird's tracking. But it's not a solution to keep doing this. Be prepared for battle and kill the beast tamer. In this way, they can control the black eagle. Qin Wentian said. Okay, wait for an opportunity. The two began to discuss. Fan Li did not waste the star power and continued to shoot arrows. They ran wildly and continued to go deeper into the depths of the dark forest. Hu Yun was a little depressed. He didn't expect it would be so difficult to chase the 2 people. Moreover, the white dog was running around. Now he didn't know where he was. A powerful monster could appear here at any time. In front of him, the road suddenly became clear. There was no forest, but an open space. In front of him, there seemed to be a misty valley. It's the fantasy city. Hu Yun's pupils shrank when he saw the misty valley. They were actually at the edge of the fantasy city in the dark forest. Qin Wentian and the others also stopped. In the misty valley ahead, there was a city looming and illusory. They seemed to be afraid of this place. The fat man narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 people who stopped chasing. They were still slowly approaching. This time, Qin Wentian couldn't fly away. The 2 got off the little bastard, and the little bastard's body became smaller again. Qin Wentian and Fan Li looked at each other and understood each other. Then Fan Li instantly pulled the bowstring, and 9 star arrows broke through the air at the same time, rushing straight to Muai with a whistling sound. Little bastard! Qin Wentian yelled, and the little bastard jumped into Qin Wentian's hand. Then he saw Qin Wentian's palm suddenly swung out, and actually threw the little bastard into the void. When Muai saw 9 arrows shooting at him at the same time, his expression froze, almost blocking his space to dodge. Muai gathered his strength and suddenly shot at the arrows in front of him, breaking them with force. Almost at the same moment, a snow dog appeared in front of him, and its body suddenly became larger, and its sharp claws rushed straight to his forehead. Muai's expression changed drastically, and he controlled the black eagle to go up, but the little bastard's claws directly tore on the black shadow's head, and the black eagle fell directly, and Muai also lost his balance and fell down. All this was done in just a moment, too fast. The 9 arrows just now were just to control Muai to stop in place for a moment. In this moment, Muai was in a desperate situation. At the edge of the fog, the fat man's arrow was facing him, grinning. Chapter 40 Impacting the Wheel Meridian Realm. When Muai saw the fat man's wretched smile, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He was in the Wheel Meridian Realm and had no place to gain strength in the void. He watched helplessly as the arrows pierced through the void. Puff! Muai tried his best to block 2 arrows, but one still hit him directly between the eyebrows. The price of this pursuit was death. At the same time that Muai was shot, Hu Yun jumped off the Black Eagle and rushed straight to Fan Li. Qin Wentian stepped out and rushed towards Hu Yun. He blasted out with a dragon fist wildly and confronted the rushing Hu Yun. Kill! Hu Yun's eyes were full of murderous intent, and the terrifying star-falling fist swept wildly. Qin Wentian only felt the terrifying huge force shaking, his face changed slightly, and with the help of the recoil force, he flew back directly and hit Fan Li's body behind him. Family retreated several steps and almost retreated into the fog before he stabilized his body. I can't beat him, what should I do? Family stabilized Qin Wentian's body and said depressedly. If we can't beat them, we can only run away. Qin Wentian's arm was still in great pain. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, his arm would have been crippled. The little bastard seemed to understand what Qin Wentian meant and rushed over directly. The two jumped up, and then the little bastard led them directly into the mist. This scene made Jiutian stunned. Did they know that the Misty Fantasy City was a Jedi? Those who don't know how to live or die, their first choice to kill Mu'ai is to prevent Mu'ai from chasing them. Huo Feng walked forward, and secretly felt lucky in his heart. The two guys cooperated too well, and there was also a monster that could transform. If it weren't for the fear of Mu'ai's beast chasing, I'm afraid he would be the first target to be hunted. But unfortunately, they are dead. This dark forest is extremely vast, and there are some places that cannot be set foot on. The Misty Fantasy City is a Jedi. Once you go in, you can't get out. The work is done, but you will be responsible for Mu'ai's death. Huiyun turned and left, causing Huo Feng's expression to freeze. This is a bit troublesome. In the mist, the little bastard led Qin Wentian and Fan Li to run wildly for a while. No one is chasing us. Fan Li's voice sounded. Yes, Qin Wentian replied. It seems a little strange. Is it dangerous? Fan Li's body trembled. It seems that they dare not come in. Maybe. Are we going to die here? The fat man's voice was crying. In the mist, the road could not be distinguished. They actually got lost. Fatty, I'm still a virgin. I want to die with a beautiful woman. The fat man hugged Qin Wentian and wailed. Qin Wentian kicked him down. After another half an hour, they finally walked out of the mist. However, the moment they came out, they were shocked by everything in front of them. There was a castle in front of them. The Misty Fantasy City was not a fantasy city, but a real castle. Not only that, they also saw many armored soldiers in the castle. They were wearing black armor and were filled with a murderous aura. When they saw the two of them, they saw a pair of black armored soldiers coming over, pointing their spears, and the murderous aura almost made the fat man fall. Fatty, I won't be so unlucky. This time the fat man really cried. These people were all in the Wheel Meridian realm. Everyone's realm was higher than his, and there was no way to escape. Qin Wentian didn't expect that there was such a castle hidden in the dark forest, and that it trained a group of terrifying soldiers. The murderous aura became stronger and stronger. Qin Wentian and the fat man released their star souls and prepared to escape. Qin Wentian. At this time, in the distance, a figure covered in armor came towards this side and called out Qin Wentian's name. His voice was a little hoarse. He also wore a head armor on his head, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Huh? Qin Wentian's pupils shrank. In this place, someone actually knew him? Everyone, retreat. The figure who arrived said indifferently, and in an instant, the black armored soldiers all left, which made Fan feel relieved. It seemed that the fat man was lucky. Who are you? Qin Wentian looked at him curiously. This Misty Fantasy City is a Jedi. Those who come in don't have to think about getting out. Of course, you are an exception. Follow me. The man's voice was still hoarse. He turned around and walked towards the castle. Qin Wentian and Fan followed, full of confusion. The mysterious man took them to a comfortable residence, where there were even maids, who were quite beautiful. Take good care of them. The mysterious man instructed the maid, and then said to Qin Wentian, when you want to leave, tell the maid, I will arrange for you to go out, but remember, don't tell outsiders about this place, otherwise, I guarantee that you will not survive for more than 3 days. Of course. The fat man grinned, and the mysterious man looked at Qin Wentian again and said, your realm has reached the 9th level of body refining, and you can impact the lower level of the Wheel Meridian realm. After that, the mysterious man left here, leaving Qin Wentian with a puzzled mind. Who is he? After the mysterious man and the maid left, Fan Li asked Qin Wentian. How should I know? Qin Wentian shrugged, he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Should I sneak away? Fan Li muttered in a low voice, but he regretted it as soon as he finished speaking, because many beautiful women came in with food outside, and Fan Li's eyes straightened up in an instant, and he didn't remember to run away. The beauties put the food on the table and then stepped aside. Fan Li smiled and said, all the beautiful sisters, please come together. The maids shook their heads, indicating that they dared not. Fan Li felt a little pity, and looked at the food again, and his eyes suddenly widened. Leopard gall, Bear heart, red snake fruit. This food is too good. Fan Li was shocked, but this castle is located in the dark forest, and coupled with the strength of those people, it does have a natural advantage. What surprised Fan Li even more was that after a while, someone sent Qin Wentian a few meteorites, saying that they were for Qin Wentian to break through the realm. Fan Li even doubted whether Qin Wentian was the young master of the castle. As the saying goes, good brothers talk about loyalty. The fat man was very righteous and divided Qin Wentian's meteorites equally, worried that Qin Wentian could not use them. After Qin Wentian saw the other party sending the meteorites, he knew that the other party did not have any bad intentions, otherwise there would be no need to do so deliberately. In the following time, he began to practice quietly, and he really needed to break through the realm. As for Fan Li, he enjoyed the free food and chatted with the beautiful sisters. He had a great time. The food here was definitely royal treatment. It was estimated that the children of the Chu royal family might not have such conditions. It was definitely very useful for cultivation. In addition to the good treatment, no one ever disturbed them. The night was as dark as ink. Qin Wentian sat cross-legged on the ground. The fog in the sky could not block the starlight. At this time, there was a constant rumbling sound in Qin Wentian's body, and the whole person seemed to be flowing with a special brilliance. The body is crystal clear, and the starlight moisturizes the body. This is the peak of body refining. Fan Lo lay lazily aside, watching Qin Wentian who was practicing. This guy was also very hard-working. He had been immersed in practice these days. Puff. A light sound came out, causing Fan Li to narrow his eyes. Looking at Qin Wentian, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Start to stimulate the acupoints. Is this going to impact the Wheel Meridian realm? This guy's cultivation speed is too terrifying. It seems that it has only been a few days since his last breakthrough. Fan Li muttered in his heart. Although there are external factors such as food and meteorites, Qin Wentian's own cultivation method and star soul must be extremely domineering, and they are very suitable for body refining. The realm of body refining is to forge a perfect body. Some people have weak cultivation methods and weak star energy given by the martial star, so the effect of body refining is very poor, and it is even worse to cultivate the heaven and earth energy. On the contrary, the better the cultivation method, the more domineering the star energy in the body, the faster the body refining, and can forge a perfect body in a short time. Qin Wentian obviously belongs to the latter, with a domineering cultivation method and a domineering star soul. The violent star energy on the Skyhammer star continued to fall and descended into Qin Wentian's body. In his body, endless star energy flowed, and then gathered in acupoints, and madly impacted. There are many meridians and acupoints in the human body. To reach the Wheel Meridian realm, one needs to open up and stimulate the acupoints throughout the body so that the body can store more energy. Then the meridians in the body are connected to the acupoints that are opened up, and a complete wheel meridian that can lead to every part of the human body is created, so that the energy in the body can flow unimpeded in this wheel meridian. Through this complete wheel meridian, the energy stored in the limbs and acupoints in the body can be connected to the hands, feet, eyes, ears and other parts. Not only is the attack powerful, but the visual and auditory abilities are all improved. Whether it is an ordinary martial arts cultivator or a martial arts cultivator, they can all impact the Wheel Meridian realm. As the acupoints were stimulated one by one, Qin Wentian showed a painful look on his face. Opening up and stimulating the acupoints is an extremely painful process. However, Qin Wentian still gritted his teeth and persisted, causing the silent space to emit a continuous crisp sound of puffing. Fan Li next to him was secretly shocked. This guy is really hard-working, but despite this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He remembered Huo Chen's contemptuous eyes and Huo Feng's crazy pursuit. This guy really needs to practice hard, break through the realm as soon as possible, and condense the second star soul. Now, the 1-month assessment period seems to be up. In the early morning, the students who entered the dark forest for the assessment and trial walked out one after another. The teachers of the 9 academies martial arts schools were waiting outside. Those who walked out of the dark forest would be members of their academy's martial arts school in the future. Zhang Zhen and Mo Shuang stood together, and beside them were Huo Chen, Mo Qingchen, Ruo Hun and others. Huo Feng is out. Zhang Zhen smiled when he saw Huo Feng's figure. In the future, Huo Feng would also worship him. Ruo Hun's beautiful eyes flashed with displeasure. Huo Feng had fought Qin Wentian in the dark forest. Later, Although Mo Qingcheng and he kept a close eye on Huo Chen, it was hard to guarantee that Huo Feng would not ask other people for help. After all, the students who took the assessment this time came from all over the country and didn't know each other very well. The only exception was some people in the imperial city, because those noble children had contacts with each other. Mo Qingcheng glanced at Huo Feng coldly, causing Huo Feng's face to freeze. He lowered his head and dared not look directly into Mo Qingcheng's eyes. In front of this woman, he could not raise his head, even if he wanted to look at her more. Mo Qingcheng had been paying attention to the students who came out. She had always felt guilty about what happened that day. When she saw Qin Wentian chasing Huo Feng, she directly scolded Qin Wentian without asking about the details of what happened. However, until the sunset appeared and the red clouds fell on the dark forest, Qin Wentian still did not appear. More than 300 people from the Emperor Star Academy had walked out. Compared with other academies and martial arts schools, the Emperor Star Academy had the highest pass rate, but the number of people was still the least. However, there were more than 100 cities in the Chu state, and young geniuses from other countries would also come. In this way, more than 300 people did seem insignificant. Huo Feng, how did you deal with Qin Wentian? Mo Qingcheng's eyes suddenly fell on Huo Feng next to her and asked coldly. I don't know. The dark forest is so big. Maybe he died when he encountered a monster. Huo Feng said in a panic. Mo Qingcheng released a strong aura. Huo Feng hid behind Huo Chen, but saw Mo Qingcheng said coldly, if he has any problems, and it is you who did it, you just wait. With that, Mo Qingcheng turned around and flew away on a flying crane. Are you? Oh, Huan looked at the figure of Mo Qingcheng going away, thinking that since this woman has already known her mistakes, she can't be blamed for anything. Her eyes also swept over Huo Chen and Huo Feng with coldness. I will find out about this matter. Mo Shuang regretted agreeing with his master's opinion. After all, Qin Wentian's cultivation was still weak, and he was being plotted against. If something really happened, he might not be able to rest easy. Chapter 41, Divine Weapon Pavilion. In a blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since the assessment of the 9 colleges' martial arts schools. The addition of new students has added a lot of vitality to the martial arts schools of various colleges. The Imperial Star College is no exception, but some people are not happy. Ruahun waited outside the dark forest for 3 days without seeing Qin Wentian, so she returned to the Imperial Star College. At this time, she sat on the stands of a martial arts field, watching the new students of the Imperial Star College compete in rankings, but she felt a little uncomfortable. Every year, when the new students of the Imperial Star College enter the school, they will have a 7-day ranking battle to determine the strength ranking. This is not only related to the honor of the students, but also to the resources they can enjoy. This is the best means of motivating students to make them work hard and become stronger. Only with competition can there be motivation. Today is the first day, and the one on the battle stage at this time is Huo Feng. Among the new students of this year, Huo Feng's strength is relatively strong. He was in high spirits after defeating his opponent. Seeing this scene, Ruahun's beautiful eyes with a smile flashed a cold light. She really liked that sunny boy. Did he really die in the dark forest? Today, he should have stood on this stage. Although he was not the most dazzling one, he would eventually release his light. At the edge of the dark forest, 2 young men came out, followed by a cute snow dog. This air is so good. Qin Wentian looked at the town in front of him and smiled. At this moment, his temperament seemed to have changed a little, and his eyes were brighter than before. Now, he has stimulated the acupoints all over his body to store the star energy. At the same time, he has completely opened up the star veins and turned them into a star wheel vein, which is connected to the acupoints and internal organs and reaches all parts of the body. In the realm of body refining, a perfect body is refined. In the realm of wheel veins, the acupoints all over the body are stimulated and the veins are connected to them, the vision and hearing are sharp, and the movements are more agile. All physical qualities are comprehensively improved. Imperial City Beauties, I'm here. The fat man closed his eyes and took a deep breath in ecstasy. Puff. Qin Wentian kicked him directly, and the fat man almost fell down. Qin Wentian, you've gone too far. The fat man put his hands on his hips and glared at Qin Wentian. Then Qin Wentian turned around and looked at him. The fat man's momentum suddenly fell. Thinking of the last time Qin Wentian broke through, he was beaten into a pig head. He could only curse in a low voice, "You bully the fat man too much?" As he said that, the fat man walked forward. Qin Wentian showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and followed him. It's not his fault that he couldn't stand this fat man. The fat man was really too wretched. The night before leaving Huancheng, this fat man actually called the maid sister to her room to talk about life. That's not all. The key is that when Qin Wentian returned after training, the maid looked at him with sleepy eyes and pitiful, and said, "Master Wentian, you are looking for me." It was the middle of the night. Qin Wentian beat the fat man up at that time. You can be wretched, but don't use his name to tease beautiful women. However, thinking of the experience in Huancheng Castle, Qin Wentian still wonders who the person who knew him was, and not only did he not kill him, but treated him like this. Arriving at the city gate, Qin Wentian was ready to enter the city, but he found a familiar figure outside the city gate, who was Feng Ping. Master. Feng Ping, who was sitting on a big rock next to him, saw Qin Wentian. His eyes lit up instantly, and then he trotted over. Seeing that Feng Ping had a lot of dust on his body, Qin Wentian's heart warmed slightly. He didn't expect Feng Ping to appear here to wait for him. "Why are you waiting here?" Qin Wentian asked. I came here 7 days ago, but I didn't see you among the returning students, so I asked your senior sister. Your senior sister also waited for those 3 days and then left. I'm fine, so I'm here. Anyway, you will definitely pass by here when you come out. Feng Ping smiled. By the way, Master, I have found a stable place. Feng Ping laughed again, as if he thought of something happy. Talk while walking. Qin Wentian said. Okay. Feng Ping nodded, and then introduced to Qin Wentian, among the major forces in the Imperial City, there is a super powerful force, the Divine Weapon Pavilion. This Divine Weapon Pavilion is very powerful. It mainly sells divine weapons, but also deals in various other treasures. It is said that as long as you want to buy, the Divine Weapon Pavilion can get it, especially the most types of divine weapons. Therefore, the Divine Weapon Pavilion has many guest refiners who refine for them. However, they are different from the Xing Guild. They don't accept tasks, but just sell treasures. Now, I am a guest at the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Yes, you help the Divine Weapon Pavilion refine weapons. What price do they pay? Qin Wentian said. Different levels of guests can enjoy different treatments, such as entering the martial arts pavilion to practice different levels of skills and magical powers, receiving fixed yuan shi and star meteorites every month. High-level guest, the treatment in the Divine Weapon Pavilion is very good, even better than the Xing Guild. Feng Ping continued. Qin Wentian's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Feng Ping's becoming a guest of the Divine Weapon Pavilion was indeed a very good choice. He could do the refining he was good at and get benefits at the same time. Moreover, it would be much more convenient for him to do anything he wanted in the future. For example, he could get meteorites to practice through Feng Ping. Feng Ping, if you have a second-level divine pattern, can you refine a second-level divine weapon? It is very difficult to comprehend the divine pattern. It is impossible to achieve it in one go. Even if you comprehend it, you have to go through many attempts to carve it well. But if I can truly control the second-level divine pattern, there will be no problem in refining a second-level divine weapon. Okay, let's go to the Divine Weapon Pavilion. This time I will carve the divine pattern. We will work together to refine the divine weapon. After refining it, see if you can get me some meteorites. Qin Wentian showed a thoughtful look. Although he broke through to the Wheel Meridian realm, he has not yet opened a stargate. Opening a stargate requires the help of huge star power. He did not succeed a few days ago, and he might have to rely on meteorites. In addition, the little star man in his mind also needs a huge amount of star power to be triggered. If he relies on the star power in his body and then absorbs the martial life star to replenish it, it will be too slow. If we can refine a second-level magic weapon, the meteorite should not be a problem. Feng Ping showed a happy expression. The population in the Imperial City is huge, and many martial artists are eager for magic weapons, especially those adventurers. With a magic weapon in hand, it can save lives at a critical moment. Why didn't I see anyone using a magic weapon in the dark forest? Qin Wentian asked Fan Li. Fan Li had been listening beside him, cursing this pervert in his heart, actually knowing the divine pattern. This thing is very mysterious and time-consuming. Most people are unwilling to spend too much time on it. How can a student take a magic weapon with him during the assessment? You are a fool to be a teacher in the academy. The fat man looked at Qin Wentian with contempt. That's right. Qin Wentian shrugged and smiled. When he was walking on the road, He saw many people carrying weapons. The Divine Weapon Pavilion is located in the 4th district of the Imperial City. There are many big families here. The Galaxy Guild is also located in this district. The roads are very wide, the buildings are magnificent, and the people coming and going are extraordinary. That's the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Feng Ping pointed to a huge building complex in front of him. It was magnificent and many people came in and out. This was one of the favorite places for the powerful or wealthy people in the Imperial City to visit. Master, do you want to go in and take a look? Feng Ping asked. No, just take me to the place where you refine weapons and start refining weapons. Qin Wentian responded. He was still thinking about opening the Star Gate as soon as possible, condensing the second Star Soul, and then going to the Emperor Star Academy to thank some people for their special care for him in the Dark Forest. Those people wanted him to die so much? This time, they would be disappointed. He was destined to step into the Emperor Star Academy. Of course, before that, he needed to condense the second Star Soul and improve his strength. After all, the Emperor Star Academy was full of strong people. Feng Ping led Qin Wentian around the main building area of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and entered the inner courtyard of the Divine Weapon Pavilion from the side. The prosperity of the main hall of the Divine Weapon Pavilion was supported by the operation of this inner courtyard. Just like in the Xing Guild, Feng Ping, as a guest of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, had an independent weapon refining hall, and had 2 apprentices to assist him in refining weapons. There were many types of weapon embryos and refining materials here. The flame under the refining furnace could adjust the strength, and the refining environment was no worse than that of the Xing Guild. Master, what type of divine weapon do you want to refine? Feng Ping asked as he walked to the place where the embryos were placed. You choose the one you are best at? I have comprehended a second-level divine pattern that is suitable for any divine weapon. If there is no problem on your side, this second-level divine pattern should be able to create a second-level divine weapon. Then refine a bow. Fan Li next to him suddenly interrupted. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes and ignored his words. The bow and arrow are one of the most difficult divine weapons to carve. They are slender and curved, and the divine pattern veins are difficult to carve. Feng Ping finally chose the sword embryo and prepared to cast a sword. After carefully selecting the refining materials, Feng Ping began to smelt them, while Qin Wentian sat down and quietly comprehended what he called the second-order divine pattern, a rather complex combination of divine patterns. Qin Wentian carefully analyzed the divine pattern veins in his memory, and then copied them in his chakra with the power of the stars. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Treatment. The main hall of the Divine Weapon Pavilion is majestic, and the gorgeous glazed light covers the entire hall. On the counters, there are various levels of divine weapons and treasures. The main hall of the Divine Weapon Pavilion is very large, with 3 floors. On average, at least tens of thousands of people come in and out every day. At this time, outside the main hall of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, a young man in a white robe stepped in. In his hand, he was holding a wine pot, and there was a smell of wine on his body. Drunken immortal, you are here to look for treasures again. Do you want to come here and take a look? Drunken immortal, come here, let me see how much wine is left in your wine pot. As soon as the young man stepped into the Divine Weapon Pavilion, someone smiled and joked at him, obviously a regular customer. If someone invites me to drink, come and find me. The young man smiled at everyone and then walked towards the second floor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. There was a burst of laughter from the crowd, and many people secretly sighed that there are too few young people like the Drunken Immortal who are so talented and kind. The Drunken Immortal was one of the 10 beauties in the capital. He was extremely talented and had amazing swordsmanship. Although he seldom used a sword, everyone in the Imperial City knew about it. The Drunken Immortal's swordsmanship was as good as his tolerance for alcohol. It was said that someone had seen him dancing with a sword while drunk, like an immortal, so he got the good name of the Drunken Immortal. As for his real name, not many people remembered it. The Drunken Immortal, who had extraordinary swordsmanship, also had a hobby, which was collecting good swords. Therefore, he often came to the Divine Weapon Pavilion. On the second floor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, the Drunken Immortal went straight to the place where swords were sold. On the wall, Various sword handles were hung. You want to see the new stuff, right? There was a beautiful maid in front of the sword wall. She smiled at the drunken immortal, then took down a few swords from the wall and handed them to the drunken sword immortal. These are all newly refined swords, and the grades are all 2nd grade middle and 2nd grade upper. The drunken immortal looked at them one by one, then smiled and said, "I'll come again next time." The maid seemed to be used to it, and did not persuade her, but just smiled. At this time, a sword boy next to her brought 3 swords and said, "Sister Jianwu, here are the magic weapons that have just been refined in the back. They are for you." Okay. Jianwu took a look, then injected her energy into them, looked up at the drunken sword immortal who was looking at her, and said, "Although the quality of these 3 swords is all 2nd grade, they are not as good as those just now. Let me see." The drunken sword immortal took a sip of wine, then took the 3 swords, tried them one by one, shook his head, and then pointed to the seemingly ordinary sword on the left and said, "How much do you sell this sword for? If you want a 2nd level inferior sword, all you need is a 2nd level meteorite, and I'll give it to you." Jianwu smiled. As for the 2nd level meteorite she was referring to, it was naturally a standard-sized meteorite. The meteorites that can be used for cultivation and even help martial monks communicate with the martial stars are also used as high-level currency in circulation on the mainland. They are meteorites that fall from the stars in the sky. These meteorites fall irregularly, of course. Sometimes a complete meteorite is an extremely valuable star mine. After being polished and cut, they are made into standard specifications, which are what people call meteorites. The yuan qi containing the yuan power of heaven and earth is also a currency, but it is a low-level currency. People who come to the Divine Weapon Pavilion are all rich people, and their trading currency is generally meteorites. Okay, I want it. The drunken immortal smiled and took the sword directly, then took out a meteorite and handed it to the other party, which made Jianwu stunned. She thought that the drunken immortal was just saying it casually, so she responded casually. However, the price of a 2nd level meteorite was definitely not low, and the drunken immortal directly snatched it away, which made her keenly feel that something was wrong. "Drunken immortal, what advantage did you take again? Let me see." At this moment, a middle-aged man came over. He was the steward elder of the 2nd floor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. "Old Chen, take a look." The drunken immortal threw the sword to the steward elder Yang Chen. Yang Chen took the sword, and the star energy in his body poured into it. Gradually, his expression became particularly wonderful. Looking at Jianwu, he said, "Who asked you to send this?" "It was the guest official Feng Ping who asked me to send it. He asked me to sell it directly. He urgently needs the meteorite." The sword boy next to him responded that the divine weapons refined by the guest official of the weapon refiner would be commissioned after they were sold. "Drunken immortal, you are so cruel." Yang Chen glared at Jianwu, then turned around and left. He was going to find Feng Ping. "I'll go with you to take a look," Drunken Immortal said with a smile while drinking, and followed Yang Chen to the backyard of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, where Feng Ping was. Feng Ping obviously did not expect Yang Chen to come. As the elder in charge of the 2nd floor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, Yang Chen's status was extraordinary and far beyond his reach. "Feng Ping, did you carve the divine pattern on this sword?" Yang Chen pointed at the sword in the hands of the Drunken Immortal behind him and asked. Feng Ping's eyes flashed, and then he said, "My master carved it. Can I meet your master?" Yang Chen smiled. "I'll ask my master." Feng Ping responded, and then entered the weapon refining hall to ask Qin Wentian's opinion. A moment later, Yang Chen saw 2 young men coming out, and he couldn't help but be stunned. "Elder Yang Chen, this is my master, Qin Wentian," Feng Ping introduced. "Okay, genius comes from youth. Master Qin, I am Yang Chen. How about we chat somewhere else?" Yang Chen said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded. He did not expect that the divine pattern he carved would attract the elders of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. It seems that the value of the divine pattern is extraordinary, just as he guessed. The group came to a pavilion by the lake in the inner courtyard of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. "The scenery here is elegant. Drunken Immortal, why are you still here?" Yang Chen glared at the Drunken Immortal next to him. "The person who can refine the sword I like is my friend. I come here to make friends." The Drunken Immortal's mouth was full of alcohol. "Would you like to have a sip?" The Drunken Immortal raised the wine pot and said to Qin Wentian. "This guy is a wonderful person." Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. Master Qin, this divine pattern still has some defects. Yang Chen looked at Qin Wentian and started to talk about business. It's not a defect, but I haven't understood it thoroughly yet, so it seems a little regrettable. Qin Wentian responded. Can you sell this divine pattern to my divine weapon pavilion? You can name the price. Yang Chen finally told his purpose. Qin Wentian looked at him, smiled and shook his head, and gave it to Yang Chen all at once. When Yang Chen let the refiner of the divine weapon pavilion comprehend it, his divine pattern would be worthless. In this case, are you willing to be a guest of my divine weapon pavilion? I can apply for privileges for you. Yang Chen said again. I don't have time to stay in the divine weapon pavilion. It's the same if Fengping is here. Qin Wentian looked at him and said, which made Yang Chen frown. Then Qin Wentian said, if Elder Yang has nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Master Qin, wait a moment. Yang Chen stopped Qin Wentian and took out several meteorites. The starlight was restrained and contained huge star energy. These were all meteorites from the second heaven. Master Qin, don't rush to refuse. This is the price I paid for the sword. Yang Chen pointed at the sword in the hands of the drunken immortal. Qin Wentian looked at the meteorites. Although he was quite excited, he still held back. The people in the divine weapon pavilion are really rich. Back then, a meteorite was a treasure in the Qin mansion. The Qin mansion was really too poor, and the resources were constantly consumed. Fan Li next to him narrowed his eyes, and the light in his eyes was very bright. This time he could make a fortune. In the future, can all the magic weapons refined by Master Qin be handed over to my divine weapon pavilion for sale? My divine weapon pavilion will pay half of the selling price to Master Qin. Of course, all the refining materials will also be provided by my divine weapon pavilion. In addition, Master Qin does not want to become a guest official. I can upgrade Fengping's guest official level and let him enjoy the resources of the divine weapon pavilion. Yang Chen's words finally moved Qin Wentian. The same thing, if he sells it and the divine weapon pavilion sells it, the remuneration he can get may be very different. The divine weapon pavilion provides a huge platform. Moreover, the refining materials are also provided by the other party. The cooperation proposed by the other party is already very sincere. I can't guarantee that I will refine magic weapons frequently. Qin Wentian looked at Yang Chen and said. Things are rare and valuable. In the future, I will sell Master Qin's good masterpieces in the form of auctions. Of course, we dare not stipulate how many magic weapons Master Qin needs to refine. It's up to Master Qin himself. Yang Chen said. I agree. Qin Wentian's face finally bloomed with a boyish smile, and the scene made Yang Chen stunned. In that case, I won't be polite with this meteorite. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a light, and then he put the meteorite away without any hesitation. Boss, it's mine. The fat man's eyes lit up, staring at Qin Wentian, and directly called him boss. Qin Wentian looked at the fat man with contempt, but still gave the fat man a meteorite. The fat man looked pitifully at the other meteorites in Qin Wentian's hand, but was ignored by Qin Wentian. Haha, Master Qin, come to the divine weapon pavilion often when you have time in the future. I will have someone arrange a residence in a refining hall for Fengping. If you need any help, Master Qin can come to me directly. Yang Chen stood up and smiled. These two little guys are so interesting. No problem. Qin Wentian said with a smile, and then Yang Chen said goodbye. The drunken immortal looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. Come to me when you want to drink. After Yang Chen and the drunken immortal left, Qin Wentian looked at the meteorite in his hand and smiled. Now, he can finally impact the Stargate. Grandpa Qin, father. Qin Wentian said in his heart. He did not forget that Grandpa Qin and father were still in prison. Chapter 43 Qinshan Divine Sect. Yang Chen soon fulfilled his promise and promoted Fengping's guest official rank. At the same time, he granted Fengping a large courtyard with elegant attics, pavilions, ponds, and a more resource-rich weapon refining hall. He also provided Fengping with maids to take care of his daily life. It was very thoughtful. Of course, Fengping understood all this. It was because of Qin Wentian that he could enjoy such treatment. At first, Fengping was still a little confused. However, when Qin Wentian taught him the second-level divine pattern and let him slowly comprehend it, he really understood why Yang Chen was so polite. The value of this second-level divine pattern was definitely worth his treatment. Qin Wentian and Fengping also worked together to refine several divine weapons. Among them, they specially created a set of combined second-level divine weapons for Fan Li. including arm guards for the wrist and sleeve arrows in the arm guards. They were made of very light materials, so that Fanli could easily carry them on his arms, like clothes. This was made for Fanel, considering that he was at a disadvantage in close combat. The fat man was really excited. He thought that if he followed a weapon refiner, he would not have to worry about the treasures. He called Qin Wentian or lied more affectionately, calling him Big Boss. After handling everything, Qin Wentian was ready to attack the Stargate. At night, the starlight of the Nine Heavens galaxy fell down, lighting up the night. Qin Wentian was bathed in the starlight. The starlight of the sky hammer on the fifth heaven passed through the galaxy and descended on Qin Wentian, flowing into his body. At the same time, in both of his hands, he held the meteorite. The surging star force continued to flow into his body along the star wheel, turning into a terrible star vortex, and impacted the position of the Stargate in his mind. People are born with a Stargate, but if they want to open a second Stargate, they must open the wheel vein and then strike along the wheel vein with the surging star power to open the second Stargate. This process requires the help of terrifying star energy. It can be seen that cultivation requires huge resources to support it. Therefore, some children of the rich and powerful have more advantages in cultivation because they have more resources. Qin Wentian's mind was constantly shaking. This process was still very painful. Cultivation is a painful thing, but after the pain, it can give you the corresponding power. Without great perseverance, you cannot embark on the road of the strong. The fat man studied his arm sleeve arrows. Feng Ping was immersed in the comprehension of the wonderful divine pattern, and only the little bastard squatted beside Qin Wentian. The night was as dark as water. Qin Wentian was wrapped in the brilliance of the stars. He continued to bear this impact. The star energy contained in the two meteorites in his hands was almost consumed. Finally, when the sky was about to brighten, at the end of the star wheel, Qin Wentian's mind was filled with a loud rumble, and a stargate was opened. With a second stargate standing, Qin Wentian laid down softly, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With a stargate opened, it would not be a big problem for him to condense the star soul. Two meteorites from the second heaven, practicing is really resource-consuming. Qin Wentian murmured with a smile on his face. The little bastard jumped onto his chest and stuck out his tongue at him, looking particularly cute. Little bastard, I can take you to see senior sister Ruahun soon. Qin Wentian patted the little bastard's head and smiled. Emperor Star Academy, I am really looking forward to it. Senior sister Ruahun, are you okay? And Huo Feng, he will never forget the favor of chasing him twice. Qin Wentian thought of the stunning face again, Mo Qingcheng, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Shu. Men are naturally fond of beautiful women, and Qin Wentian is no exception. However, Mo Qingcheng's cold scolding also made his good impression on Mo Qingcheng disappear. During the day, Qin Wentian practiced a magical power chapter of the Dragon Subduing Fist. The Dragon Subduing Fist has only 3 moves, but the magical power chapter is indeed a coherent set of magical skills. When fighting, it is like an angry dragon, roaring and magnificent, with extremely strong attack power and unparalleled dominance. At night, Qin Wentian began to condense the star soul. He did not want to succeed in one go, but tried to observe first. His perception reached the Nine Heavens Star River. The vast galaxy was as bright as silver, and the stars of various shapes and colors, and the endless starlight intertwined into an extremely gorgeous picture. Qin Wentian's perception can now easily soar in the first 2 heavens. When he reaches the 3rd heaven, he will feel pressure. The 4th heaven is even more oppressive. The 5th heaven still gives him a headache. He tries again and again, and 6 breakthroughs again and again, so that he can stay longer. After several days of this, Qin Wentian's perception finally gradually adapts to it and can endure it for a longer time. That night, 9 silver needles pierced the 9 acupuncture points in Qin Wentian's brain, closing his 6 senses and allowing him to concentrate. His perception was unprecedentedly condensed. Soon, he imagined a star channel, hypnotized himself, and followed the star beams towards the sky. Slowly, he came to the gorgeous galaxy. This time Qin Wentian's perception did not stop, and went directly to the 5th heaven. The strong pressure still made him feel suffocated, and his perception seemed to collapse and shatter. He knew that he was still not enough to communicate with the stars in the 6th heaven, and could only choose the 5th heaven. The Mad Ape Star, communicating and condensing the Mad Ape Star soul, the power and defense are super terrible. The Thunder Lord Star, communicate and condense the star soul of the Thunder Lord, and have the ability to control thunder and lightning. Qin Wentian's perception was floating rapidly. He saw a star like a giant. The light of the star carried a terrible thunder and lightning breath, which gave him the idea of communicating. As long as he communicated with this woming star, the star energy would carry a violent thunder and lightning breath in the future, and the body would be tempered with thunder energy, which would be extremely powerful. The higher the galaxy, not only the energy contained in the woming star, but also some extraordinary woming stars. Resisting the throbbing of communicating with the Thunder Lord star, Qin Wentian was still looking for it. His perception saw a strange star. This woming star seemed to be a sleeping figure. Just a glance, Qin Wentian's perception had not yet gone up, and he felt drowsy. Then, his perception was no longer controlled by himself, as if he fell into a dream. Sleeping star. An idea came to Qin Wentian's mind, and then his perception also entered a sleeping state, completely involuntarily. In his dream, his perception drifted to the sleeping star. In his dream, he condensed the sleeping star soul. In his dream, he began to absorb the star energy on the sleeping star. This was a very long dream, or it was not a dream. For Qin Wentian, it was real. In his dream, he began to use the meteorite to communicate with the little star man in his mind. The little star man greedily absorbed the power of the stars, as if there was no rest. Next to the little star man, there were 2 star gates, each occupied by a star soul. Finally, Qin Wentian's consciousness was sucked into the little star man again. This time, Qin Wentian did not absorb the memory, but saw a magnificent scene. He saw an extremely magnificent sect. This sect seemed to be located on a holy mountain, towering into the sky, with a vigorous atmosphere, as if it was going to compete with the world. Qinshan Divine Sect. Above the magnificent sect, 4 large flying characters were engraved on 4 stone pillars that pierced the sky. They were filled with a domineering and awe-inspiring aura, which showed how powerful the person who engraved the characters was. In front of this magnificent sect, a group of powerful men appeared, standing proudly in the void. Each of them had a bright halo, and he had never seen the various star souls that bloomed, which even transcended his understanding. Those star souls had turned into terrifying star soul celestial phenomena, and the whole world was their star soul celestial phenomena. This scene had a huge impact on Qin Wentian, and he could feel how insignificant he was. However, a group of terrifying strong men surrounded one person, a middle-aged figure. This middle-aged man had wildly dancing black hair, and his eyes were full of spirit. Facing the strong men, he had the demeanor of a king, and his whole body was covered with brilliance, as if he was the master of this world. Suddenly, the whole world turned into a star world. Endless divine light bloomed on the middle-aged man who was shrouded by the stars. He saw his palm tremble towards the void. With his palm, the world suddenly became clear, and the stars that covered the void collapsed. The middle-aged man punched again, as if it contained the real supreme power. Then Qin Wentian saw that the figures who surrounded the middle-aged man showed fear one by one, and then their bodies collapsed and turned into dust. It was so terrible. That palm was like the power of heaven, destroying the stars and sweeping away all life. Qin Wentian couldn't feel how terrifying the breath was. He could only see it with his consciousness, but even so, he seemed to still see the torrent of chaos that destroyed everything. But at this moment, a strong turbulence of consciousness appeared, and the scene in front of him was all distorted, and then disappeared. Qin Wentian only felt that his consciousness appeared in the world of the little star man again, and a fragment of memory rushed into his mind frantically. Then everything in front of him gradually blurred, and Qin Wentian's consciousness was ejected. Huh? Qin Wentian breathed quickly, opened his eyes, and saw the wretched face of the fat man. What are you doing? Qin Wentian shivered, and the fat man grinned at him, then turned his head away from Qin Wentian. Only then did Qin Wentian realize that he was still lying on the ground. Qin Wentian, you can really sleep well. You slept for 3 whole days. The fat man looked up at the sky and said a little depressed. What made him even more depressed was that when Qin Wentian was sleeping, 9 silver needles were inserted into his head, and at the same time, the light of stars was shining on the 9 heavens galaxy. Moreover, he who stayed beside Qin Wentian also wanted to sleep. The little bastard fell asleep beside Qin Wentian. Chapter 44, Soul Refining Atlas. Qin Wentian was stunned. Did this sleep last for 3 days? Star Soul. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, and 2 star gates opened up in his mind. The Skyhammer Star Soul and the Dream Star Soul were located in the star gates, and next to them were dim star figures. Memory, there are really memories again. My head hurts. Qin Wentian shook his head, and many more memories appeared in his mind, and he slowly began to digest them. The Xiangang level cultivation technique, the dream forging technique, can support me in my cultivation to the Xiangang realm. The dream forging technique is divided into 3 levels: shallow dream realm, entering dream realm, and forgetting dream realm. The shallow dream realm is the slowest to cultivate, and allows people to enter a simple sleep state to cultivate. Entering dream realm allows people to enter deep sleep to cultivate, and cultivate faster, and even create dreams and let others enter dreams. Forgetting dream realm, it is already possible to give birth to dream thoughts, a real dream life, and even control life and death in dreams. Qin Wentian gradually read these memories, his heart trembling slightly. When he condensed the first star soul, he was given the method of thousands of hammers and hundreds of tempers, which was very suitable for cultivation in the body refining realm. Now that he condensed the second star soul, the dream star soul, the dream forging technique appeared in his memory. Similarly, this technique is completely matched according to his star soul, as if the Starman is purposefully passing on memories to him. And this time, there is not only the memory of the dream forging technique, but also another vast memory, the soul refining atlas. The soul refining atlas is also a set of exercises, but it is not an exercise to improve realm, but a super terrifying exercise to condense star energy. According to the information in this vast memory, the first level of the soul refining atlas requires the use of first-order divine patterns to condense star energy and refine divine essence. Qin Wentian never dared to imagine the existence of such a terrifying exercise before, using divine patterns to condense star energy. Divine patterns are treasures in the world of refining weapons. A first-order divine pattern can forge a magical weapon. For example, a first-order flying sword divine pattern, engraved on a weapon, can give it a sharp aura and increase its strength. If the star energy in a person's body is all condensed by first-order divine patterns, then the endless true essence blooming at the same time is equivalent to many first-order divine patterns bursting out at the same time. How terrifying is the power! If you use supernatural power to bloom these divine patterns and divine essence, how terrible would it be? Just imagining it makes people feel excited. However, it is extremely difficult to condense the divine essence in the refining God Atlas. To condense the star energy into the divine pattern energy, not only does it require a huge amount of star energy, but it also requires a strong understanding of the divine pattern. Moreover, this method of condensing the divine essence is bound to be extremely time-consuming. Another point is that when a martial cultivator practices, fighting requires the consumption of true essence, which means that the divine essence you have spent a lot of time to condense will be consumed once a war breaks out, and then condensed again. It can be imagined that if you want to practice this refining God Atlas, you must have a huge amount of meteorites and time to support it, so that you can persist until you can condense the first level divine essence in an instant, which is the first major achievement. Qin Wentian slowly digested these memories and took a deep breath. Difficult. This refining God Atlas is too difficult. The dream casting technique can make people practice faster, but the refining God Atlas can slow down your practice to the slowest. The wild middle-aged man who was surrounded by the Qinshan divine sect must have practiced the soul refining atlas. Qin Wentian thought of the shocking scene in the picture, and the Qinshan divine sect. Why did all this appear in the Star Man? What is the relationship between the middle-aged man and himself? Damn Dad, what secret did you leave behind? Qin Wentian wanted to ask Heibo, but unfortunately, after the incident in the Qin mansion, Sister Yao said that Heibo was missing. Fan Li's hand shook in front of Qin Wentian's eyes, and Qin Wentian glared at him. Are you okay? The fat man asked seriously. Did this guy sleep stupid? Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The fat man shuddered and took 2 steps back, smiling. Boss, I'm just worried that you are in trouble, nothing else. The fat man was obviously still in shock after being beaten last time. How about we go back to the academy tomorrow? Qin Wentian said to the fat man. The fat man's eyes lit up, and he showed his habitual wretched smile again. He winked at Qin Wentian, and his meaning was self-evident. He was finally going to the Imperial Star Academy. He was really looking forward to it. Qin Wentian was now in the Wheel Meridian realm. With his violent star soul, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Huo Feng. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in the fat man's eyes. Master. At this time, Feng Ping walked over with a slight smile on his face. What's wrong? Qin Wentian asked Feng Ping. Good news. Today, the Divine Weapon Pavilion auctioned a divine weapon that Master had refined last time. Because the publicity was strong enough, it attracted many people from the Imperial City. In addition, some big shots tried it on the spot and found that this divine weapon not only has an amplification effect, but can also store true essence and burst it all out in an instant. They were all crazy about it for a while, and many people participated in the auction. Guess what price this second-level inferior divine weapon was sold for? Feng Ping seemed particularly excited. He was really happy. It seemed that he had followed the right person. If he had stayed in the Xing Guild, unless he was angry with Mu Qing, his life would have been like that. What price? Qin Wentian was a little curious. 15-second Heaven Star Meteorites. Feng Ping smiled and said, 1-star meteorite is enough for an ordinary second-level inferior divine weapon. Moreover, this is the first auction that has caused such a sensation. After this time, it will attract more people, even some weapon refiners who want to study divine patterns. Qin Wentian smiled. If you were to sell it, it would definitely not have such an effect. When he has a deeper understanding of divine patterns in the future, he will be able to carve higher quality divine weapons. The star meteorites he obtained can support his own practice of the divine refining atlas. Master, these are star meteorites. The divine weapon pavilion gave me 8. Feng Ping smiled and handed all the star meteorites to Qin Wentian. Well, you keep these too. I will come here to refine divine weapons when I have time. You should also comprehend the divine patterns well and don't give up practicing. Qin Wentian left 2 star meteorites for Feng Ping. Thank you, Master. You can go. Qin Wentian let Feng Ping leave here, and then continued to practice the dragon subduing fist, while slowly comprehending the divine refining atlas and the dream casting technique. The soul refining atlas is not a one-day job, but Qin Wentian was able to enter the first level of the light dream realm that night. He practiced in his sleep in the light dream realm. On the 5th level, above the 2 martial stars, the starlight fell on Qin Wentian in his sleep at the same time. Practicing in his sleep made the fat man who discovered this scene stunned. Can you really practice while sleeping? The fat man was so envious. The next morning, Qin Wentian and Fan Li said goodbye to Feng Ping, borrowed 2 fast horses, asked for directions, and then started to go to the Emperor Star Academy. When they arrived at the Emperor Star Academy, Qin Wentian found that there were many people like them, all walking towards the gate of the Emperor Star Academy. Why is it so lively? Qin Wentian asked with some curiosity. Did they know I was coming back? Fan Li grinned. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes. He was still thinking about how to enter the Imperial Star Academy to contact senior sister Ruahun and get the Imperial Star Jade card. He didn't expect that the Imperial Star Academy seemed to be completely open today. Which academy's martial arts school are you from? A girl with pigtails next to him asked Qin Wentian with a smile. Imperial Star Academy, what about you? Qin Wentian asked. Imperial Star Academy student, you are really amazing. I am practicing in the Jiutian martial arts school. Today is the last day of the Imperial Star Academy ranking battle. It just so happens that there is no ban on the martial arts schools of various academies. I want to come and see the strength of the excellent students of the Imperial Star Academy to motivate myself. Now I should be able to catch up with the battle. The girl smiled and said, it's rare for me to come here. I have to go and see it quickly. I'm leaving first. The girl walked quickly and waved to the 2 of them. Qin Wentian and Fan Li looked at each other, and then they both smiled. They both quickly followed the flow of people. Not long after, they came to the central martial arts field of the Imperial Star Academy. Many people gathered together to watch the battle on the martial arts field. Muren Feng is the undisputed #1 in this year's Imperial Star Academy. His talent is comparable to that of the top 10 talents in the capital. At the age of 16, he has already reached the 4th level of the chakra, and has condensed the double star soul. He has great potential. On the battle stage, a figure was young and mature. He seemed extremely calm after defeating his opponent with 1 move. For him, this was just a formality. The #1 academy in Chu State, the cradle of geniuses, has very promising people every year. In addition to Muren Feng, Lin Xiu and Du Hao are both at the 3rd level of the chakra. In addition, there are 3 people at the 2nd level of the chakra. This year's class is much stronger than the previous one. The crowd below was discussing, which made Qin Wentian secretly think that the Imperial Star Academy was indeed full of hidden talents and had many strong people. Tisk tisk, It seems that I, the first genius, still need to work hard to prove myself. Fan Li chuckled, glanced at Qin Wentian next to him, and said, "Don't worry, the first star soul comes from the martial star in the three heavens. You are standing on it, and you are definitely the only one. You should be like this genius, not practicing the power of heaven and earth, but waiting to awaken the star soul before starting to practice, so you started late." Huo Feng went up. Qin Wentian ignored Fan Li's words, looking at the figure walking on the martial arts field, and suddenly a cold light flashed in his eyes. "He almost killed us, didn't he?" Fan Li asked with narrowed eyes. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. "Make a big deal." Fan Li's eyes narrowed into a slit. "How to do it?" Qin Wentian asked. "To the death." Fan Li grinned. "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded, and the two looked at each other and smiled brightly. Chapter 45 On the battle stage. Huo Feng's strength is definitely in the top 10 in this session. Among the students of this session of Emperor Star Academy, Muren Feng is at the 4th level of the chakra, Lin Xiu and Du Hao are at the 3rd level, and there are 3 students at the 2nd level, one of whom is Huo Feng. In this round, Huo Feng's opponent is at the 1st level of the chakra, and there is a certain gap in strength. Under Huo Feng's violent snake spearmanship, the opponent was quickly defeated. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zhen on the stands showed a faint smile and said, "Huo Feng's spearmanship has the agility of a snake and the domineering of a python. He has already mastered the key points of this magical power. After this battle, he has reserved a place in the top 10. Well, Huo Feng did not disappoint me." Huo Chen next to him nodded indifferently. Everything was as expected. On the other side, Mo Shuang's expression was not very good. Because of their different positions, he and Zhang Zhen have always been two opposing factions in Emperor Star Academy, and their disciples are the same. For each new student, he, Zhang Zhen, and some other teachers will come to select students, or more precisely, it is the students who select the teachers. Huo Feng was obviously the student that Zhang Zhen's faction had reserved. Mo Shuang had been very optimistic about Qin Wentian, but now, Qin Wentian had been missing for more than 10 days. "I still don't feel comfortable looking at this Huo Feng. Junior brother Qin is honest and looks good." Ruahun stared at Huo Feng, who was showing a smug look on the stage, with a slightly ugly look. Huo Feng on the martial arts stage turned around and prepared to leave, but at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Awesome, really awesome." A slightly teasing voice came out, and then everyone saw a fat man walking onto the martial arts field. Seeing this fat man, Huo Feng's eyes narrowed instantly, and a cold light flashed. How could it be possible that he was still alive? "How did you show up?" Huo Feng whispered a cold voice. "He stepped into the misty fantasy city and was able to walk out? Why didn't I show up?" Fan Li looked at Huo Feng with a smile, and Huo Feng seemed to realize something and immediately shut his mouth, as if he didn't recognize Fan Li. "Long time no see." Another voice came, and Huo Feng saw another familiar figure, Qin Wentian. "Junior brother Qin." Dashan on the stand saw Qin Wentian stand up and showed a simple smile. Ruahun's beautiful eyes also flashed a glimmer, and he laughed softly. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily." A white phantom flashed and instantly fell into Ruahun's arms. Under the gaze of countless jealous eyes, the little bastard's body lay on its soft part, making countless people envious. Mo Shuang saw Qin Wentian and breathed a sigh of relief. This guy actually walked directly onto the martial arts stage. The crowd of onlookers saw Qin Wentian and Fan Li with puzzled expressions. Who were these two people who suddenly appeared? Qin Wentian and Fan Li slowly walked towards Huo Feng. Huo Feng's steps retreated again and again, as if he was very afraid of them. After all, he witnessed many things that Fan Li and Qin Wentian did in the dark forest. Mu Yu was nailed to death in the void by an arrow. "How dare you come here to cause trouble?" Zhang Zhen suddenly shouted, his eyes sweeping towards Qin Wentian and Fan Li. At this moment, he seemed to not know Qin Wentian at all. Imperial Star Academy student, Qin Wentian. Imperial Star Academy student, Fan Li. Really? Why did you show up today? Zhang Zhen sneered. Because of some things, I was delayed, so I came late. Fan Li smiled innocently. You said it was delayed, so it's delayed? This is the Imperial Star Academy, not a place for you to run wild. Get out. Zhang Zhen shouted coldly, with the cold light flashing in his eyes. Qin Wentian and Fan Li looked at Zhang Zhen on the stands, sneering in their hearts. Excuse me, Elder Zhang Zhen, if you pass the preliminary assessment, then participate in the Dark Forest trial of the 9 Academy Wufu, and walk out alive, can you become a formal student? Fan Li looked at Jiang Zhen and asked with a smile. Yes. Jiang Zhen couldn't refute it. This was something everyone knew. When I took the test, it was Elder Jiang Zhen who personally supervised it. When I entered the Dark Forest trial, there were many people who could testify. Now that I am alive, Elder Jiang Zhen should not question my identity as a student of the Imperial Star Academy, right? Fan Li asked with a simple smile. Even if it is, so what? Jiang Zhen snorted coldly. Today, my Imperial Star Academy. Stop. Jiang Zhen was interrupted by Fan Li before he finished speaking. The fat man slowly raised his head, looked at Jiang Zhen in front of him, and grinned. If it is, then what are you talking about? As soon as Fan Li's voice fell, the whole space suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were on Fan Li. The arrogant fat man was looking up and showing a bright smile to Jiang Zhen. The fat man's temper was actually not very good. Although he was always smiling, he was almost killed in the Dark Forest. What's more hateful is that Tuo Chen shot him in front of everyone. That shot was too embarrassing for the fat man. The stars shone brightly, and a star bow and arrow appeared in the fat man's hand, breaking through the air and shooting into the void. The crowd looked up at the arrow shot into the sky, showing doubts, but soon, they found that the arrow fell into the air below, shooting straight behind Huo Feng, as if blocking his retreat. The moment the fat man took out the arrow, Qin Wentian's body moved. Boom! The martial arts field seemed to tremble, and Qin Wentian's body was like a violent hurricane, rushing straight towards Huo Feng. The ground trembled continuously, as if beating rhythmically. This sudden scene made the crowd unable to react. It was too sudden. Fan Li had just finished scolding Jiang Zhen, and then Qin Wentian and Fan Li attacked Huo Feng in front of everyone on the battlefield where the ranking battle was held at the Imperial Star Academy. Huo Feng's face suddenly turned ugly. He wanted to retreat, but his retreat was blocked by arrows. He knew how skilled Fan Li was in archery. If Fan Li wanted to block his retreat, he would not have to consider retreating. He could only move forward. As long as he knocked down Qin Wentian, Jiang Zhen and Huo Chen in the stands would never let Qin Wentian and Fan Li run wild. Qin Wentian and Fan Li only had this moment to deal with him. Thinking of this, Huo Feng turned around and stepped towards the madly running Qin Wentian. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The crazy snake spear suddenly stabbed out, like a wild python, killing everything and trying to pierce Qin Wentian's body. The madly running Qin Wentian took advantage of the terrifying momentum and punched out. The domineering power of the dragon's subduing fist was fully displayed at this moment. A blue dragon roared and rushed directly to Huo Feng's crazy python spear. Bang! Bang! The star spear in Huo Feng's hand collapsed piece by piece. Feeling the terrifying dragon roar coming towards him, Huo Feng's face turned pale instantly, and his face seemed to be torn apart by the overbearing wind. Whirl Meridian Realm. Huo Feng's heart trembled. The aura Qin Wentian exuded was that of the Wheel Meridian Realm, and how could his attack be so domineering? His body began to retreat, and the star shield armor condensed. Roar! A loud roar shook the void, and the crowd's eyes were fixed on the martial arts stage. They saw Blue Dragon Claw appear, directly smashing the shield armor into pieces, and then suddenly grabbed Huo Feng's neck. The next moment, they saw Qin Wentian's palm clasped on Huo Feng's neck and lifted him up. How dare you! Let him go! A series of angry shouts came out, and Huo Chen and the other two young men instantly descended on the edge of the battle stage, exuding a wild aura and rushing straight towards Qin Wentian, especially Huo Chen, who pointed the spear in his hand at Qin Wentian, exuding murderous aura. You are looking for death? Huo Chen stared at Qin Wentian with contempt, as if he was looking at a dead person. Qin Wentian hated this kind of look, just like the last time in the Dark Forest. This look made him very uncomfortable. So, his arm trembled suddenly, and smashed Huo Feng's body directly to the ground. The sound of bones breaking and screaming sounded, and Huo Chen's face turned pale in an instant. Qin Wentian abused his brother in front of him, which was more than a slap in the face. He had never been slapped like this before. His face was burning, and his murderous aura also erupted violently, wanting to cut Qin Wentian into pieces. Even Mo Xiang and the others were stunned by the sudden scene, and then they reacted. Many thoughts flashed through Mo Xiang's mind in an instant, and his eyes flashed. This guy is really an honest man. If he is not honest, he is not a human being. Are you? Huan's beautiful eyes showed a charming smile. Qin Wentian usually looks harmless, but if he is angry, He will explode completely, just like now. But she likes it. Chapter 46 Simple Answers. The teachers of the Imperial Star Academy were all shocked. They stood up and looked at the scene on the martial arts stage with a rather ugly look on their faces. Today was the last day of the Imperial Star Academy's freshman ranking competition, and many people from the outer academies came to observe and learn. But today, on the martial arts stage, 2 students wanted to kill Huo Feng. Such a bold thing has never happened in the history of the Imperial Star Academy. As expected of the students of the Imperial Star Academy, none of them are quiet. Some teachers from the outer academies smiled when they saw this scene. Many geniuses are arrogant, especially when a group of geniuses appear in the same place. Collisions are inevitable. The Imperial Star Academy is known as the cradle of geniuses in the Chu state. Many of the genius students in it have always been unruly and are the most difficult to discipline and tame among the martial arts schools of various academies. Therefore, the teachers of the Imperial Star Academy are also very powerful. On the stands, there were many old students like Ruahun and Huo Chen. They smiled slightly and thought to themselves, interesting, there are troublemakers in the Imperial Star Academy again, and 2 at a time. I just don't know if their strength is as big as their courage. Zhang Zhen walked down the stand step by step, looked at Qin Wentian, and said coldly, the Imperial Star Academy has never had such a presumptuous student. Now, there is. Qin Wentian stared at Zhang Zhen and responded coldly. Someone has to set a good example. Family grinned. At this time, he also walked to Qin Wentian's side. Looking at Huo Feng's angry eyes on the ground, the fat man accidentally put his foot on Huo Feng's palm and turned his toes. Huo Feng screamed immediately, and the severe pain in his palm made him grit his teeth. The fat man lowered his head, looked at Huo Feng apologetically, and smiled, sorry, I didn't see it. Although he said so, the fat man's footsteps became stronger, and Huo Feng's screams became more shrill, while the people next to him rolled their eyes. This guy, so wretched. Do you see it now? The murderous aura on Huo Chen's body erupted violently, and his footsteps slowly approached. The fat man looked at Huo Chen and continued to exert force on his feet. Huo Feng was in so much pain that tears came out. I saw it, but I won't move away. The fat man grinned at Huo Chen. He would never forget the contemptuous look of Huo Chen that day. The fat man, but he was very vengeful. Stop. Qin Wentian spit out a cold voice at Huo Chen. In his hand, a starry sky hammer shone with brilliant light, facing Huo Feng's head under his feet. As long as this hammer hits the head, Huo Feng will be dead immediately. Zhang Zhen, Huo Chen and the others stopped. Since they met 2 crazy people, even if they were extremely angry, they had to endure it at this moment. What do you want? Zhang Zhen looked at the 2 and asked. This was the first time that he was so aggrieved in front of the 2 students. As long as Huo Feng was rescued, he would make Qin Wentian and Fan Li die in an ugly way. You should ask my boss about this. I am very low-key. The fat man smiled and threw the question to Qin Wentian. The crowd rolled their eyes when they heard his words. Fatty, really low-key. Fan Li was very angry and furious about everything that happened in the dark forest, so he chose to retaliate without hesitation. However, Fan Li also knew in his heart that the source of this matter was still Qin Wentian. He and Qin Wentian stood side by side on the martial arts stage and faced all the storms together, but he also gave the final decision-making power to Qin Wentian. The fat man was very low-key, but the fat man was not timid at all. He stood in the position at this moment, which meant that no matter what decision Qin Wentian made, he had to bear the possible consequences of this decision with Qin Wentian. A wretched fat man, but very loyal. Ruahun was such a smart person. Her beautiful eyes sparkled on the stands. She found that although she had just met this fat man, she liked this low-key wretched fat man just like she liked Qin Wentian. Fatty, do you think that if we let Huo Feng go, will Huo Chen apologize to us and let us go? Qin Wentian smiled and looked at Fan Li and asked. No. Fan Li shook his head. He wanted our lives before in the dark forest. Now, I'm afraid he wants us even more. Even if we kneel down and beg for mercy, the result will be the same. It seems so. Qin Wentian murmured, making Zhang Zhen and Huo Chen look even uglier. From the conversation between the 2, it seemed that they were ignored and had no intention of letting Huo Feng go. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at Mo Shuang, who also walked onto the martial arts stage. He smiled and asked, Teacher Mo Shuang, I have a few questions to ask you. Ask. Mo Shuang responded. If you have no grudges against others, but someone wants to kill you, and has almost succeeded several times. What will you do when this person falls into your hands? Qin Wentian asked. I will kill him. Mo Shuang responded. His family is very powerful. Qin Wentian asked again. If I don't kill him, his family is still very powerful. Mo Shuang replied. Mo Shuang. Zhang Zhen roared. Who is this person here? How could everyone not understand the meaning behind the conversation between the two? Mo Shuang, this is instigating Qin Wentian. At this moment, the crowd understood that it must be Huo Feng who wanted to kill Qin Wentian and Fan Li, so they went directly to the martial arts stage today at all costs and trampled Huo Feng under their feet, and even dared to challenge the majesty of the Imperial Star Academy. Before, Qin Wentian and Fan Li had a conversation, and they reached an agreement on how to deal with Huo Feng. Killing or not, the result is the same, so the conclusion is of course, kill. Now, the meaning behind the conversation between Qin Wentian and Mo Shuang is even more intriguing. He is asking for Mo Shuang's opinion. Of course, he is asking in an obscure context, but everyone hears it clearly. Whether Huo Feng is killed or not, the power of the Huo family is there and will not change. Moreover, they will definitely deal with Qin Wentian. There is no doubt about this, so killing or not makes no difference to Qin Wentian. Mo Shuang, the iron law of the Imperial Star Academy prohibits students from fighting to the death in the academy. You should know how the law enforcement court will deal with those who violate the iron law. Zhang Zhen's tone was full of coldness. Mo Shuang dared to express his position in public and hinted at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian. Mo Shuang looked at Qin Wentian and said, in the history of the Imperial Star Academy, there have been 3 times when students killed others in the academy. In one of them, the students who killed others was executed on the spot. In another time, the students who killed others was imprisoned in a forbidden area by the law enforcement court for a full 50 years. After that, he vowed not to leave the Imperial Star Academy for the rest of his life, and was willing to work in the academy. Mo Shuang's voice made the people around him look solemn. The iron law of Emperor Star Academy was too strict, and no death was allowed in the academy, otherwise, the consequences would be extremely serious. It was because of the existence of the iron law that no one dared to mess around in Emperor Star Academy. What about another time? Qin Wentian looked at Mo Shuang who had stopped and asked. If it was really a dead end, then what was the meaning of Mo Shuang's conversation with him just now? Another time, the murderer is now the dean of Emperor Star Academy. Mo Shuang's calm voice made the huge space suddenly quiet. They knew how strict the iron law of Emperor Star Academy was, especially for those who killed their fellow students in the academy. However, few people knew such a history. The current dean of Emperor Star Academy was once a member who violated the iron law. Qin Wentian looked into Mo Shuang's eyes and did not ask why, because he already understood. 3 students, 3 completely different fates, 1 died, 1 worked for the academy, and 1 became the dean of the academy. 3 fates, because the value of the 3 of them to the academy was completely different. Many of the students in the Imperial Star Academy are thorns. They come from all over the country, and they are all gifted and unruly. The academy never cares how thorny you are or how proud you are. What it cares about is whether you have the capital to be thorny and whether you have the capital to be proud. Genius, pride, is self-confidence and arrogance. Mediocre, pride, is conceited and stupid. In this world, no one owes anyone anything except blood relatives. If you want others to pay for you, then you must first prove what you can give to the other party. Qin Wentian already understood this truth in the Xianyang City Galaxy Guild. He did not agree to Mu Qing's conditions, so Mu Qing chose to sell him out and get the benefits of the Yi family. This is reality, very naked. Now, Qin Wentian, is facing a choice again. Whether he kills Huo Feng or not, the Huo family and Huo Chen will want Qin Wentian dead, so there is no need to consider them. The only thing Qin Wentian needs to consider is the attitude of the Imperial Star Academy. Qin Wentian raised his head and looked at Huo Chen, with a bright smile on his face. In his clear eyes, he seemed to have the answer. In Xianyang City, he and the Qin family were forced so miserably by the Yi family. When they arrived at the imperial city of Chu, Zhang Zhen made things difficult for him, and Huo Feng wanted to kill him. In front of him, there were the Yi family, the Huo family, and even the most terrifying force in Chu, the royal family. This time, if he chose to endure and let Huo Feng go, the Yi family and the Huo family would only spit on his cowardice, and he would still be unable to move forward in the imperial city. So, for him, the answer is actually very simple. P.S. Friends who like the God-King, please remember to vote and collect it by the way. Wuhan thanks. Chapter 47 Kill. Countless people's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. What decision would he make? Buzz. The spear in Huo Chen's hand was emitting terrible light, and waves of murderous aura were raging without concealment. Looking at the smile on Qin Wentian's mouth, he had a vague feeling that Qin Wentian really dared to do it. Let him go. Huo Chen's voice was filled with a terrible chill. Looking at that cold face, Qin Wentian seemed particularly calm and said, even at this moment, you still haven't put down your so-called arrogance. Just like last time, you look at me with this kind of eyes. I guess you don't care about his death at all. As he said that, Qin Wentian's fist was emitting light. At this moment, everyone's heart tightened. If you do it, I promise that you will never become the third person. The first person will be your destination. Zhang Zhen stared at Qin Wentian and said. The third person became the Dean of the Emperor Star Academy, and the first person was killed by the Emperor Star Academy. If he is just the first person, then in such a huge imperial city, if I don't kill him, he will have no place to live. Qin Wentian still smiled. Being the first person meant that he was not of much value to the Imperial Star Academy. Then, how could he gain a foothold in the Imperial City? Qin Wentian lowered his head and looked at Huo Feng. Huo Feng also looked at him. Seeing the look in Qin Wentian's eyes at this time, Huo Feng felt real fear. Your life is controlled by me, but no one is willing to bow their heads for you. The person you should hate is not me. Qin Wentian said calmly. Huo Feng's body trembled slightly. Qin Wentian's words seemed to announce his death. Yes, he wanted to kill Qin Wentian several times. It was expected that Qin Wentian wanted to kill him, but his brother and Zhang Zhen, no one bowed their heads to plead for him, which made him feel sad. He used to admire his brother's pride, but at this moment, this pride was used on Qin Wentian, but it cost him, Huo Feng, his life. Qin Wentian raised his arm, and the dragon subduing fist blasted out, and a dragon roared out, and a blue dragon rushed towards Huo Feng's head. I hate it. Huo Feng roared in despair, and then with a loud bang, his body exploded. Only the unwilling roar still echoed in the void, and it could not be calmed for a long time. The whole space became even quieter, and you could hear a pin drop. Qin Wentian became the fourth person in the history of the Imperial Star Academy, the fourth person who dared to kill other students in the Imperial Star Academy. Mo Shuang, Ruo Huan and others' hearts beat a little, killing Qin Wentian, killing Huo Feng on the spot. The crowd below also took a deep breath. The Imperial Star Academy, there are two lunatics. An extremely cold look flashed in Huo Chen's eyes, and he walked towards Qin Wentian, with murderous intent gushing out of his body. Huo Chen. Zhang Zhen called out, and Huo Chen stopped. He wanted to shoot Qin Wentian in the head, but Qin Wentian had violated the taboo of the Imperial Star Academy. Huo Chen, he couldn't be the fifth person, otherwise, although he avenged Huo Feng, he himself would probably fall into an extremely difficult situation. For those who violated the iron law of the Imperial Star Academy, the Academy would never look at his background. You killed your fellow disciples in the Imperial Star Academy entrance ranking war. You are the first person who dares to challenge the majesty of the Imperial Star Academy. Zhang Zhen looked at Qin Wentian as if he was looking at a dead person. Zhang Zhen, in the name of the Academy elders, send a request to the Law Enforcement Court to allow Huo Chen to kill Qin Wentian on the spot and avenge his brother Huo Feng. Zhang Zhen's voice was indifferent. At this moment, one figure after another jumped onto the martial arts arena. These people were all disciples of the Law Enforcement Court. They walked onto the martial arts arena and pressed towards Qin Wentian in an instant. Behind the crowd, a middle-aged man walked up. Qian Shao, the elder of the Law Enforcement Court, has the power to make law enforcement decisions within the Imperial Star Academy. His eyes were emotionless as he glanced at Qin Wentian. During the Dark Forest trial, Huo Feng tried to kill Qin Wentian several times, otherwise the two of them would not have come to the Academy for revenge. Ma Shan, asked the elder of the Law Enforcement Court to punish him leniently. Qin Wentian, I will personally accept him as your disciple. Ma Shan stepped forward and also walked onto the martial arts stage. Zhang Zhen wanted Qin Wentian to die, while Ma Shan wanted to protect Qin Wentian. Elder Qian Shao, Ma Shan instigated Qin Wentian to kill his fellow disciples, and now he openly shields the murderer. Zhang Zhen, asked the Law Enforcement Court to convict Ma Shan. Zhang Zhen stepped forward and confronted. The old students of the Imperial Star Academy all knew that Jiang Zhen and Ma Sheng had been at odds with each other for a long time because of their different positions, so they were not surprised by the scene before their eyes. It was just that the law enforcement court would decide how to deal with it. Qin Wentian, you killed a fellow student during the student ranking competition. Do you plead guilty? Qian Shao ignored Jiang Zhen and Mo Shuang, and just stared at Qin Wentian and asked coldly. The people from the enforcement court have surrounded Qin Wentian. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. It seems that the enforcement court will not forgive Qin Wentian. Will the enforcement court investigate the assassination of Huo Feng in the Dark Forest? Qin Wentian looked at Qian Shao and asked. No. Qian Shao responded directly. The enforcement court will not investigate. Of course I will take revenge myself. What crime have I committed? Qin Wentian's voice was strong. This guy. Dashan behind was stunned. How could this Qin Wentian contradict even the people from the enforcement court? Jiang Zhen, once again request the enforcement court to let Huo Chen personally kill this boy to avenge his brother. Jiang Zhen spoke again. Qian Shao was silent for a moment, and then he waved his hand. Immediately, the people from the enforcement court made way for Huo Chen and Qin Wentian. Elder Qian Shao, if the law enforcement court agrees to Jiang Zhen's request, I'm afraid I will have to intervene. Mo Shuang was also very strong at this moment and took a step forward. Mo Shuang, you dare to interfere with the law enforcement of the law enforcement court. Jiang Zhen sneered and walked to the opposite side of Mo Shuang, while Huo Chen, with murderous intent, walked towards Qin Wentian. Even Jiang Zhen's disciples and Mo Shuang's disciples came to the martial arts field with Qin Wentian as the center and confronted each other. This storm seemed to be getting more and more intense. At this moment, in the center of the storm, above Qin Wentian's head, the starlight suddenly shone, and his star soul appeared, and the halo shone. Judging from the color, it was the star soul from the third heaven. This scene made Qian Shao's eyes narrow slightly. He didn't know Qin Wentian, so he didn't know that Qin Wentian's first awakened star soul came from the third heaven. Third heaven, what is this person's background? No wonder Mo Shuang protects him so much. Seeing Qin Wentian's blooming star soul, many people sighed that this matter seemed to be getting more and more interesting. I'm afraid that the Imperial Star Academy would not be willing to let a genius whose first star soul came from the third heaven fall. Qian Shao's eyes showed a thoughtful look. This guy was very prickly, but he did have the capital to be arrogant. He was thinking about how to deal with Qin Wentian. Huo Chen, do it. Over there, Jiang Zhen whispered, and immediately Huo Chen stepped out and rushed straight to Qin Wentian. Almost at the same time, Jiang Zhen blocked in front of Mo Shuang to stop Mo Shuang from rescuing him. Dashan stepped forward, his star soul bloomed, and he stood in front of Qin Wentian like a wall. He punched out, and it was as if endless boulders were smashing towards Huo Chen. Get lost. Huo Chen shouted angrily, and his spear released brilliant starlight. One after another, the mad pythons raged wildly, and the boulders kept bursting and falling. His spear broke through everything. Dashan's face sank, and he retreated under the oppression. Although Huo Chen was presumptuous, he was definitely a figure among the students of the Imperial Star Academy. Qian Shao, he was still watching. At this moment, Qin Wentian was still so calm. Since he didn't want to be oppressed by the Yi family and the Huo family in the Imperial City, then he stood on the martial arts stage of the Imperial Star Academy in front of everyone to prove his worth. More brilliant starlight bloomed, and next to the Skyhammer Star Soul, Qin Wentian's second star soul bloomed, the Dream Star Soul. Qian Shao looked up at the star soul, and the next moment, his eyes suddenly froze there. The color of this star soul, the color of red gold, the Dream Star Soul, is shrouded in a red gold halo. Qian Shao is a strong man in the Yuanfu realm, and he serves as a law enforcement elder in the Emperor Star Academy, which is full of strong men. However, he never thought that one day he would be able to see a red gold star soul in a 16-year-old boy. He dared not even think about it. But today, he witnessed it. Not only him, but everyone saw it. When the Dream Star Soul with the red gold halo was released, all the fights and all the killing seemed to have lost the meaning of his existence. Everyone's eyes fell on that star soul. Qin Wentian's expression was still so calm, but everyone's eyes on him were completely different. This kind of star soul with a halo should be the fourth heaven, right? The first star soul communicates with a martial star soul of the third heaven. The second star soul communicates with a martial star of the fourth heaven. Qin Wentian created the history of the Emperor Star Academy, unprecedented. Stop. A voice suddenly appeared in the sky, like a thunder, waking up the fighting and dazed people. Qian Shao's pupils shrank, and a trace of awe flashed in his eyes, and then he said, "Everyone stop, those who disobey the order will be punished by the law enforcement court." Everyone stopped fighting for a short moment, and they looked at Qin Wentian with particularly wonderful expressions, especially Jiang Jin and Huo Chen, whose expressions were extremely rich. Quiet, deathly quiet, the boy who killed Huo Feng focused everyone's attention and became the only protagonist today. Chapter 48 Disposal Result. After Qin Wentian condensed the dream star soul, he used the acupuncture method to suppress the brilliance of the star soul, but this time he did not suppress it too much, just let the red-gold color fade. Because he had thought before, with the power of the Yi family in the Imperial City, if he did not show enough talent to attract the attention of the top leaders of the Imperial Star Academy, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold in the Imperial City. He did not directly release the brilliance of the fifth heaven. If it was too heaven-defying, some people would probably kill him at all costs. So, there was the current scene. I passed the assessment of teacher Mo Shuang in Xianyang City. Because of the promise of the Imperial Star Academy, I traveled thousands of miles to the Imperial City to register for the Imperial Star Academy. However, Jiang Zhen did not give me the Imperial Star Jade card, but asked me to participate in the 9 Academy linkage again. I agreed. In the silent space, Qin Wentian spoke slowly. No one disturbed him. The whole void was only his voice. The 9 academies worked together. Huo Feng gathered other students and tried every means to hunt down Fan Li and me. We almost succeeded. Because Fan Li ignited the power of blood, we were able to defeat Huo Feng and fight back. However, at this time, Huo Chen appeared and said that Fan Li and I persecuted our fellow disciples and almost killed Fan Li on the spot. At that time, who had enforced the law for us in the Imperial Star Academy? After that, Huo Feng once again recruited the strong men of the Wheel Vessel realm to hunt down us and forced us into a desperate situation. Fortunately, we were lucky and came back alive more than 10 days later. The first thing we thought of was to go back to the Imperial Star Academy to register. When we saw Huo Feng, we were furious and killed him. Let me ask, what crime have we committed? Qin Wentian slowly told this story, and coupled with the talent he showed, the crowd felt that Qin Wentian was not wrong. Moreover, according to Qin Wentian's words, not only was his talent extraordinary, but the fat man Fan Li actually possessed the power of blood and was also a genius. In this case, the Imperial Star Academy had to consider carefully. If the Imperial Star Academy still thinks I am guilty, then please do not give me the title of an Imperial Star Academy student. I have not received the Imperial Star Jade card yet, so I am not a member of the Imperial Star Academy. Killing Huo Feng is my revenge at the Imperial Star Academy. Qin Wentian's voice remained the same. Now, how to deal with him is up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, his dazzling star soul disappeared, but the mood of the crowd could not calm down. I, Mo Shuang, have finally got this student. If the academy insists on rejecting him and convicting him, then there is no point for me to be a teacher. Mo Shuang looked at Qian Shao and said indifferently. All the pressure was immediately concentrated on Qian Shao, which made him very embarrassed. At this moment, he actually had no intention of convicting Qin Wentian, otherwise, the people above would probably blame him. I am afraid that now, there are senior executives watching this side. Thinking of this, Qian Shao was a little depressed. If this matter is not handled well, I am afraid that many people will have opinions about him. Of course, the most depressed person was Jiang Zhen. The moment Qin Wentian released the twin star soul, he knew that Qin Wentian would not die. Not only would he not die, but he would also be noticed by the top leaders. And he, Jiang Zhen, had offended a very promising person inexplicably. And Huo Chen, he still hated Qin Wentian and wanted to kill him on the spot. Although the cause of this matter was due to his relationship with Yu Wuke, he wanted to help Yu Wuke solve this little trouble, which was not a difficult thing for him, but he did not expect to lead to the current situation. However, no one would think that he was wrong, so he hated Qin Wentian. His younger brother, Huo Feng, was killed on the spot by Qin Wentian, and it was a waste of time to kill him. How could Huo Chen not be angry? I am afraid that he himself would find it difficult to explain to his family. How presumptuous. At this time, Qian Shao finally spoke, and to everyone's surprise, he actually shouted directly at Qin Wentian. What nonsense! Since you have participated in the assessment of the Emperor Star Academy and walked out of the Dark Forest alive, how can you not be a student of the Emperor Star Academy? Qian Xiao scolded Qin Wentian. The Emperor Star Jade Plate is just a formality. Since you have chosen the Emperor Star Academy, you are already a student of the Emperor Star Academy, and now you are. Therefore, as the law enforcement elder of the Emperor Star Academy, I, Qian Xiao, have the right to discipline your behavior. Although you are avenging yourself today, the impact is bad. I have decided to temporarily confine you for a month. At the same time, I will send someone to investigate the Dark Forest. If what you said is true, then I will regard this battle as a private battle between you and Huo Feng, and it has nothing to do with the academy. Of course, if what you said is a lie, then I will. Qian Xiao seemed to have not figured out how he would deal with Qin Wentian if he lied. He stopped for a moment and then added, "Let's talk about it when the time comes. Follow me first." Pucci. Ruahong chuckled and then covered her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. It was the first time she saw the iron-faced and selfless elder Qian Xiao in such an embarrassing situation. Although Qian Xiao was scolding Qin Wentian, anyone could hear the cover-up in his words. Whether Qin Wentian lied or not, Huo Feng died in vain. Moreover, Qian Xiao clearly forced Qin Wentian to enter the Emperor Star Academy, saying that you, Qin Wentian, are now a student of the Emperor Star Academy. Qin Wentian and Fano looked at each other, and both of them showed a smile in their eyes. Today, they finally let out more breath of anger. However, Huo Chen's eyes were still so annoying. Fatty thought, someday, by the way, I will also deal with Huo Chen like this. That would be perfect. Of course, Fatty was just thinking about it. For those who can't do it, Fatty's principle has always been that a gentleman's revenge is not too late for 10 years. For those who can do it, Fatty's principle is that a hero's revenge does not wait overnight. So, for Huo Feng, Fatty chose to be a hero, and for Huo Chen, Fatty planned to be a gentleman. And you, also be confined together, reflect on yourself. Just when Fatty was fantasizing about being a hero or a gentleman, Qian Xiao scolded him, but Fatty didn't seem to care at all. He grinned, patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder, and said, "Good brothers share difficulties. This is my brother Qin Wentian. Of course, I Fano must accompany him." Fatty raised his head, and his arrogant look seemed to be afraid that others didn't know that Qin Wentian and he were brothers. Vile. This fat guy is too wretched. The crowd cursed in their hearts. This fat guy is just showing off. Of course, only Qin Wentian knew that Fatty didn't know his talent when he was in trouble with him in the Dark Forest. Later, when facing danger, he could have left alone, but Fatty didn't. Although Fatty was wretched, he was wretched in a warm way. The people from the law enforcement court took Qin Wentian and family away, but Mo Shang was not worried at all. The moment Qin Wentian blossomed his red gold star soul, he already knew the result. Glancing at Zhang Zhen, Mo Shang led his disciples away. The ranking battle continued, but the crowd was distracted. They were still thinking about the scenes just now. What happened in the Imperial Star Academy today will probably spread to all the major academies soon. Is his name Qin Wentian? So handsome. A girl showed a crazy expression, still thinking about the wild boy who killed Huo Feng on the spot at all costs, and then blossomed his talent to become the first person in the history of the Imperial Star Academy. Huo Chen left with Huo Feng's body. He was going back to his family. What happened here will probably spread soon. Qin Wentian and Fan Li were punished to be confined, but they were confined in a very elegant courtyard with ancient fragrance and a small bridge and flowing water. This made the fat man sigh that the confinement would be perfect if there were only a few beauties. The fat man was very happy, but Qian Xiao was overwhelmed at this moment. Many people appeared in front of him at this time. All of them were elders of the academy. Elder Qian Xiao, I just want to see Qin Wentian. This request is not too much, right? At this moment, a dark-skinned Iron Tower man looked at Qian Xiao and asked to see Qin Wentian. Qian Xiao, I promise not to waste too much time. I just want to chat with Qin Wentian casually. Another person smiled at Qian Xiao and spoke. Looking at the many figures in front of him, Qian Xiao felt a headache. How could he not know what these people were thinking? Qin Wentian had not even received the Emperor Star Jade card when he entered the Emperor Star Academy, so naturally he had not yet worshipped anyone. Although Mo Shang had already seized the opportunity, they still had a chance to lure them. You bastards. At this moment, a loud shout was heard, causing everyone to suddenly become quiet. Turning back, they saw Mo Shuang with a dark face. Everyone felt embarrassed when they saw Mo Shuang, but they still looked serious. Today is the last day of the ranking competition. You all came here. How can the students choose their own teachers? Now, the vice president is furious. You can do whatever you want. Mo Shuang snorted coldly. After Qian Xiao took Qin Wentian away, Mo Shuang soon discovered that all the teachers of the Emperor Star Academy had slipped away one by one. As soon as Mo Shuang finished speaking, everyone walked out in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, they all disappeared. Qian Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was finally quiet. Looking at Mo Shuang, Qian Xiao said, Mo Shuang, the vice president is angry, you should go too. Mo Shuang looked at Qian Xiao, then smiled and said, before that, Elder Qian Xiao, let me meet my disciple Qin Wentian first. I have something to tell him. Qian Xiao was stunned, looked at Mo Shuang, then smiled and said, Mo Shuang, the vice president couldn't go at all, right? Mo Shuang was exposed and couldn't help but smile awkwardly, which made Qian Xiao stunned. He stared at Mo Shuang and said, you are so cruel. Go in. P.S. I saw that many people said that it was obviously the fifth heaven. Why did they write the third heaven? Everyone should read the book carefully. It has been written before that Qin Wentian used the acupuncture method taught to him by Heibo to suppress the color of star soul. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49,000 Hand Seal. Qin Wentian saw Mo Shuang coming and stood up to greet him. With a smile in his eyes, he shouted, Teacher Mo Shuang. Sit down. Mo Shuang smiled as he looked at the figure in front of him. Today, Qin Wentian gave him a big surprise. Qin Wentian, you are very brave. You actually dared to kill Huo Feng in public. Mo Shuang looked at Qin Wentian and said, the Huo family is a powerful family in the imperial city. They are very powerful. I'm afraid you will be remembered if you kill Huo Feng. Didn't teacher Mo Shuang tell me that whether you kill him or not, the power of the Huo family is there? Qin Wentian replied with a smile. Since Huo Feng started chasing him in the dark forest, there was no room for maneuver for both parties. Qin Wentian obviously didn't think that if he let Huo Feng go, the other party would be grateful to him and would never make things difficult for him again. Having said that, if it weren't for the talent you revealed later, I'm afraid you would be in danger. But fortunately, everything is temporarily over now. The Emperor Star Academy will pay enough attention to you. Whether the Yi family or the Huo family wants to deal with you, they must first consider the attitude of the Emperor Star Academy. Mo Shuang smiled and said, of course, your own strength is the most important. After all, it is easy to dodge a spear but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. If they want to kill a person, they can use too many methods, even without leaving any trace, so that people can't trace them back. So you need to improve your realm as soon as possible, and be as careful as possible when you leave the academy. Understood? Qin Wentian nodded. By the way, I came here to tell you something about the Emperor Star Academy. The history of the Emperor Star Academy is even longer than that of the state of Chu. Its founder is Emperor Kang. It is said that there were very few martial monks here 3,000 years ago, so Emperor Kang founded the Emperor Star Academy in an attempt to create an era of martial monks. Mo Shuang opened his mouth slowly and said, nowadays, the Emperor Star Academy is composed entirely of martial monks. There is a dean, 3 vice deans, 9 honor elders, 36 elders and an uncertain number of guest elders, and the rest are students. Students of the Emperor Star Academy can only formally apply for graduation after entering the Yuanfu realm. Therefore, although only a few hundred people are admitted each year, because most people need a long time to enter the Yuanfu realm, there are now more than 3,000 students in the Emperor Star Academy, and their teachers are the 36 elders and those guest elders. The guest elders are all students who have entered the Yuanfu realm. The guest elders are all in the Yuanfu realm. Qin Wentian was shocked. The power of the Emperor Star Academy was so terrifying. Well, these guest elders are actually disciples of the 36 elders. After they enter the Yuanfu realm, they can apply for graduation. However, some people are willing to stay in the Emperor Star Academy to continue their practice. They can be granted the position of guest elders to assist their teachers in teaching disciples. After all, Only the top 30 new students in each class have the right to choose teachers and can directly worship as elders. The others are assisted by the guest elders under the elders. Of course, you must not underestimate the guest elders. The strength of some guest elders has surpassed their teachers. Mo Xiang introduced with a smile. Qin Wentian and Fan Li understood. If senior sister Ruohan or senior brother Dashan enter the Yuanfu realm in the future and are willing to stay in the Emperor Star Academy, they will be guest elders under teacher Mo Xiang. This class, I haven't started to accept disciples. Are you two willing? Mo Xiang looked at Qin Wentian and Fan Li and finally told his purpose. Qin Wentian nodded. He came to the Emperor Star Academy because of Mo Xiang, so naturally he became Mo Xiang's disciple. However, at this moment the fat man's eyes flashed and he said with a sly smile, "Boss, there are 36 elders in the academy. I believe many of them want to recruit you. Otherwise, let's wait and see the apprenticeship gifts of the elders." Mo Xiang was stunned when he heard Fan Li's words. Looking at the fat man's wretched expression, he really wanted to beat the fat man up. This wretched guy actually dared to ask for a discipleship gift blatantly. It was too arrogant. Looking back, Mo Xiang saw Qin Wentian also smiling at him, and he immediately hated the fat man even more. Reaching into his arms, Mo Xiang took out 2 secret books and handed them to Qin Wentian, saying, "This is a set of exercises and a set of magical powers. The exercises are of the upper grade of Yuanfu level, enough to support you to complete the cultivation of Yuanfu realm. The magical powers are of the middle grade of Earth level. Generally, only the strong people in the Yuanfu realm can exert their power. The attack power is tyrannical, but it is also difficult to practice. It can be regarded as a gift for apprenticeship. The level of the exercises is directly divided by the realm. The Yuanfu level exercises can support martial artists to cultivate to the Yuanfu realm, and the Xiangang level exercises can support martial artists to cultivate to the Xiangang realm. The magical powers are divided into 3 levels and 9 grades. The 3 levels are the 3 levels of heaven, earth and man. Each level is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle and lower. The human level corresponds to the level of the Wheel Meridian realm, and the earth level corresponds to the Yuanfu realm. Thank you, teacher. Qin Wentian took it without any hesitation. He called the word teacher very enthusiastically, which made Mo Xiang roll his eyes, but then he smiled. Qin Wentian's matter was over. "Teacher, where's mine?" Fan Li blinked at Mo Xiang. Mo Xiang looked at Fan Li and said with a smile, "Whether to accept you as a disciple, it seems that I still need to think about it carefully." "No, teacher, I know I was wrong." Fan Li's face suddenly fell, which made Qin Wentian and Mo Xiang laugh. This fat man was too wretched. "Fatty, I already have a suitable method to practice. This method is for you." Qin Wentian gave the secret manual of the method to Fan Li, and kept his magical power. "Thank you very much. What is this magical power secret book?" Fan Li approached Qin Wentian and whispered, "Thousand-hand seal. This set of magical power is extremely difficult to practice. When you practice it to the strongest point, you can send out the thousand-hand seal, which is extremely powerful." The thousand-hand elder became famous for practicing this thousand-hand seal and was given the title of thousand-hand elder. "Qin Wentian, you must study it carefully." Mo Xiang instructed Qin Wentian. "Yes, I will." Qin Wentian nodded. He had practiced the dragon-subduing fist almost to the point. His skills included the soul-refining itless and the dream-casting technique. Now that he had obtained the magical power of the thousand-hand seal, it would be great. "Okay, this is your Emperor Star Jade card. Practice well during this month of confinement. When you come out, I will let your senior brothers and sisters take you to understand the situation of the academy." Mo Xiang got up and left after he finished speaking. The fat man blinked at Qin Wentian and then went to study the skills. Qin Wentian looked through the thousand-hand seals. This set of earth-level magical power looked very simple, with only 5 seals: Vajra seal, Wheel Sea seal, Delusion-breaking seal, Desolation seal, and Great Thousand-hand seals. The first Vajra seal was extremely strong and powerful. The second Wheel Sea seal was like waves crashing, strong but soft, and powerful. When it came to the Great Thousand-hand seals, the palm prints sent out were like a thousand-handed Buddha, crushing the world. Although this thousand-hand seal is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy. Only when the energy is condensed into a terrifying palm print can it have such a terrible attack. Qin Wentian murmured after reading it. The stronger the attack power, the greater the consumption of energy. Spirit refining itless, Divine pattern. Qin Wentian suddenly thought of a possibility. The first level of the spirit refining Atlas requires the first level divine pattern to condense the divine yuan. So, if he condenses it with the palm print divine pattern, combined with this 1,000-hand seal magical power, how terrifying will the power be? Thinking of this, Qin Wentian's heart began to beat faster. He had a palm print divine pattern in his mind. This kind of divine pattern could be used to refine a glove divine weapon and amplify attack. With this idea, Qin Wentian began to practice and began to formally practice the refining God Atlas. The practice of the refining God Atlas is extremely difficult and consumes a lot of star energy. The huge star energy can only be condensed into a divine pattern, and then compressed crazily by special means to condense a grain of divine energy and store it in the acupoints. This process is extremely slow. After that, Qin Wentian gradually became able to easily enter the shallow dream state, so he practiced in his sleep and condensed the divine energy. In the shallow dream state, the speed of absorbing the star energy on the 9 heavens galaxy is much faster. If he enters the dream-making and forgetful dream states in the future, it will definitely be faster, which can make up for the time spent on practicing the refining God Atlas. Of course, after this month, Qin Wentian may have to find a way to get some more meteorites to support his practice. As time passed, Qin Wentian finally got started in practicing the refining God Atlas, and the speed of condensing the divine energy was a little faster. Sometimes he slept for 3 or 4 days without waking up. Practicing in his sleep made the fat man bored and almost crazy. He really wanted to go out early and communicate with the beautiful students of this session. A month was coming up soon. Qin Wentian slept directly in the pavilion. The light of the stars in the sky fell on him, flowed into his body, and then reached the wheel veins. Then, groups of star energy gathered together, constantly condensed into the shape of a palm print, and then slowly compressed. Finally, it was stored in the acupoints along the wheel veins. In this month of practice, Qin Wentian not only mastered the entry of the soul refining Atlas and the first form of the 1,000-hand seal, but also allowed the acupoints to continue to expand, so that more star energy could be stored. When one day it reached the limit, the second wheel vein would be born, which also meant entering the second level of the wheel vein realm. Obviously, the breakthrough of the wheel vein realm is much more difficult than the body refining realm, and it requires time to accumulate. In a month, the star energy that Qin Wentian could accommodate in his body was 6 or 7 times that of the time when he just broke through, but he still could not form the second wheel vein. It can be seen that the gap between each level of the wheel meridian realm is very large. The reason why Qin Wentian was able to defeat Huo Feng was because the power he instantly burst out was too strong and directly crushed Huo Feng. If it was a protracted battle, he would definitely not be able to win because the star energy in his body was far inferior to that of the opponent. Chapter 50, Xianmeng Forest. Qin Wentian and Feng Li finally saw Qianshao again. Although someone came to deliver food every day in the past few days, Qianshao never showed up. Elder. Qin Wentian stood up and called out. Yes. Qianshao nodded. Qin Wentian, the matter has been investigated clearly. Someone is willing to testify for the Dark Forest. Huo Feng did lead people to hunt you down. The law enforcement court has made public the incident on the martial arts stage a month ago. It is a personal vendetta. You will be confined for a month. In addition, your freshman ranking will be the last. Now, you can leave. Qin Wentian smiled when he heard Qianshao's words. Killing fellow disciples in the academy is absolutely forbidden. The law enforcement court explained it as a personal vendetta, which was obviously biased towards him. Qin Wentian certainly understood this. Moreover, this punishment was not a punishment at all. It was just a month of seclusion here. Such obvious favoritism was obvious to everyone in the academy, but the reality was that as long as you had enough talent to be valued, you could enjoy extraordinary treatment. Thank you, Elder. Qin Wentian smiled and thanked him. After saying goodbye, he left with Fan Li and walked out of the courtyard. As soon as he came out, a white phantom jumped directly into Qin Wentian's arms. The little bastard stretched out his head and rubbed it on Qin Wentian's face. In front of Qin Wentian, a charming figure stood there, looking at this side with a bit of charm. Female demon. The fat man's eyes lit up instantly, staring at Ruohun's towering parts without blinking. This figure, wow. The fat man was already swallowing his saliva. Senior sister. Qin Wentian smiled and walked forward. Ruohun also walked towards Qin Wentian, hooked Qin Wentian's arm, and said with a smile, "Little guy, you finally came out." Qin Wentian felt a soft feeling on his arm, and immediately smiled bitterly again and again. Can you not tempt him like this? After all, he is 16 years old and is at the age of blood and vigor. The fat man trotted forward and came to the other side of Ruahun, and then he also called out more obediently, "Senior sister." Ruahun looked at Fanel, and saw that the fat man's arm was slightly bent, as if waiting for Ruahun to hook his arm. This scene made Ruahun stunned for a moment, and then he looked at the fat man with a smile. "Senior sister, I am Brother Wentian." The fat man took the initiative to move forward and stood next to Ruahun. Ruahun smiled, and then hooked the fat man's arm. Suddenly, the fat man showed an intoxicated expression. Is the fat man's spring coming? Catcha! Ah! The fat man let out a painful howl, and then squatted directly on the ground, hugging his right arm, and sweat continued to ooze out of his forehead. Looking up, the fat man saw Ruahun hugging Qin Wentian and leaving, and tears were about to come out. They are all brothers, why is the difference in treatment so big? Shouldn't we share the happiness? Boss, wait for me. The fat man ran forward with a stiff upper lip. It seems that he will have to follow the boss in the future. The Imperial Star Academy is very large, with many buildings. It has the Law Enforcement Court, the Elders Court, the Honor Court, and the Student Alliance. Of course, the Law Enforcement Court, the Elders Court, and the Honor Court are the only ones. The Student Alliance is an alliance formed by students of the Imperial Star Academy. The strongest student alliances of the Imperial Star Academy are the Shuro, Xiansha, Knight, and Qingyuan Alliance. In addition, there are three most important places in the Imperial Star Academy. One is the Xianxing Pavilion, the Jiutian Xianxing Pavilion, which has a vast amount of skills and magical powers. The second place is the Xian Hall, which simulates the oppressive power of the Jiutian galaxy, which can temper the star-sensing power of the martial life monks and their ability to withstand pressure, so that the martial life monks can continuously squeeze their potential, strive to break through themselves, and communicate with higher martial life stars. The third place is the Xianmeng Forest, which is even more wonderful. It is an extremely huge dream. As long as you enter it, you can be brought into the dream. This dream connects the four major colleges and martial arts in the Imperial City, the Imperial Star Academy, the Royal Academy, the Divine Wind Academy, and the Seven Stars Martial Mansion. Xianxing Pavilion, Xian Palace, Xianmeng Forest. Qin Wentian murmured, and was quite shocked when he heard Ruahun's introduction. The Emperor Star Academy was the undisputed first force in Chu State. Even people from other countries came here from thousands of miles away to become a member. These three strange places played a vital role. Senior sister, what's the matter with Xianmeng Forest? Why is it connected to the other three martial arts academies? Qin Wentian asked curiously. The Heavenly Dream Forest was created by a powerful man from my Emperor Star Academy who is good at dreams. At first, it was just connected to the Emperor Star Academy so that the students could enter the actual combat state at any time without losing their lives. Later, the other three academies asked the senior from the Emperor Star Academy for help. The senior from the Emperor Star Academy also believed that if more powerful people participated in it, it would be able to better hone the students of the Emperor Star Academy. Huan explained, therefore, that senior went to the four major martial arts academies respectively and used special magical powers to create this great dream realm, connecting the four major martial arts academies in the dream. This also benefited them. All the students of the previous years have gained powerful actual combat capabilities from the Great Dream Realm created by the seniors of my Emperor Star Academy. Moreover, some of them with extraordinary talents are very happy to challenge the students of my Emperor Star Academy through the Great Dream Realm to hone themselves. This senior is very open-minded and benefits himself and others. Qin Wentian smiled and said, no one will die in the dream, so of course they are happy to continuously improve their abilities from it. Ruahun showed a charming smile on her face, and looked at Qin Wentian and said, Junior brother, don't underestimate this great dream realm. It is a deep dream realm. Fighting in it consumes your own energy. Moreover, if you have experienced the taste of death, I believe no one would be willing to experience it a second time. Qin Wentian's expression froze, and then he smiled and nodded. He is now practicing the dream casting technique, and of course he knows the reality of dreams, especially the second and third levels of the dream casting technique. The second level of dream creation is truly immersive. When a person is in a dream, death will be an extremely real feeling. That feeling must be uncomfortable. According to the records of the dream casting technique, when you reach the third level of forgetting dreams, it is almost not a dream anymore. Death in a dream will directly stimulate the brain to die, and the original body will also die. Cheyenne Menglin, the dream intensity should be equivalent to the second level of the dream casting technique, creating such a dream for the people of the 4 major colleges and martial arts schools to practice. Boss, how about we go to the 7th floor of Shiang Pavilion and pick out some peerless skills? Fanel said to Qin Wentian with bright eyes. Ruahun smiled at the fat man and said, as far as I know, junior brother Qin is now ranked last among the freshmen, and you are ranked second to last. Your Emperor Star Jade card should still be a first-level Jade card, so you can only enter the first floor of Shiang Pavilion and choose the simplest skills. Qin Wentian and Fanel were depressed. They were ranked first and second to last. What about Cheyenne Palace? Fanel asked again. Same, you can only enter the first floor. You can't even enter Xianmeng Forest, right? There are no restrictions in Xianmeng Forest, you can enter at any time. Ruahun said with a smile, I will take you to your residence first, and then you can decide whether to go to Xianmeng Forest. Okay. Qin Wentian and Fanel both nodded. Ruahun brought the two to the place where the students lived. The house seemed a bit simple, which made the fat man feel that confinement was not a punishment but a reward. Every time a new class of students arrives, they will fill up here. I'm afraid there are not many rooms left. Ruahun smiled lightly, and then walked to the side of the building complex, and found that the rooms were already occupied. It was not until they walked under an ancient tree outside the woods that they found a small house with no one living in it. The environment here is not bad. Xianmeng Forest is just one step away. Ruahun smiled. The dormitory for freshman students is backed by Xianmeng Forest, which allows them to enter Xianmeng Forest for training at any time. Senior sister, where do you live? The fat man looked at Ruahun pitifully. This is too simple. Don't even think about it. Once you upgrade the level of the Emperor Star Jade card to the 4th level, you can choose a villa area to live in. Ruahun smiled and said, work hard. How do I upgrade the level of the Emperor Star Jade card? Family asked. This was also the question that Qin Wentian wanted to know. It seemed that in order to enjoy good resource treatment, one had to upgrade the level of the Emperor Star Jade card. The grades of students are set by the Glory Academy. 4 freshmen admitted after the 30th ranking, the Emperor Star Jade plate is level 1. From the 30th to the 4th ranking, the Emperor Star Jade plate is level 2. The top 3 are level 3. It's very simple to upgrade your grade. Just challenge and defeat the top 30 people head-on. Your ranking will directly replace their position and your grade will go up. However, if you want to go from level 3 to level 4, you need to hand over 102nd level meteorites to the Glory Academy. From level 4 to level 5, you need to hand over another 300 meteorites. From level 5 to level 6, you need to hand over 1002nd level meteorites, and from level 6 to level 7. Stop! Qin Wentian shouted, wiping the sweat off his forehead silently. From level 5 to level 6, 1002nd level meteorites, are they going to scare him to death? Ruahun looked at Qin Wentian with a smile and said, the Imperial Star Academy has to support so many people. Do you think it doesn't need resources? These resources can't be obtained by the elders. Naturally, it depends on the students. Only in this way can you continue to train you. Then you don't have to be so cruel. Qin Wentian muttered. Cruel. Ruahun laughed and said, the 6th level of the Imperial Star Jade plate can already enter the 6th floor of the Shiangxing Pavilion. The skills there are already at the top level of the Yuanfu level, and the magical powers are also at the upper level of the Earth level. 1,000 star meteorites from the 2nd heaven are just 10 star meteorites from the 3rd heaven. This price is too small. Qin Wentian was stunned when he heard Ruahun's words, and then thought about it carefully. It seems to be true. The 6th floor is already of great use to the strong people in the 3rd level of the Yuanfu realm. This is just the resource treatment enjoyed in the Shiangxing Pavilion. 1,000 star meteorites from the 2nd heaven are really nothing. However, Qin Wentian was secretly depressed in his heart. In the past, the meteorites in the 1st level of Xianyang City were extremely precious. Because there were very few meteorites in Xianyang City, a meteorite meant a chance to give birth to a martial cultivator, so everyone treated them as treasures. Resources were scarce, so they were precious. But the Imperial City was completely different. They were not on the same level at all, So naturally there was no comparison. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.